Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see third part what if Harry Potter was reborn in second year and became Gilderoy Lockhart. Here is short summary. After dying, Harry is reborn in his second year, but in the body of Gilderoy Lockhart. Armed with his memories, magic, and a flair for deception, he sets out to change the wizarding world in his own cunning way. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Ah, Madam Bones, so good of you to give me a few moments of your time. The head of the DMLE nodded at the wizard as he entered her office. She had mixed feeling about this meeting. So far this year, every time the wizard's name came up, something major happened in the wizarding world. He had had an interesting career before his placement as the DADA professor at Hogwarts, but he was now quite the gadfly. On the one hand, previously he had appeared very ineffectual, regardless of what his books said. Yet since November, he had set the wizarding world on its head, with something new every few weeks. First, there was the claim of attempted murder on Harry Potter, and the revelations about the boy's first year that no one had suspected. Then, somehow, he was involved in the fiasco with Lucius Malfoy, and had sent a tip regarding a hidden room in the wizard's home that had yielded a veritable bonanza of dark artifacts. That alone guaranteed she would see him when he asked. What other tidbits might he know? That he next recovered the lost Ravenclaw diadem, slew a basilisk in Hogwarts, and thoroughly humiliated the headmaster in the process merely enhanced her curiosity. Then he announced he had recovered the lost sword of Gryffindor. And, seemingly by accident, over the last few months he had managed to discredit Dumbledore and force him to give up several politically important positions. And Dumbledore, while still a powerful figure in wizarding politics, wasn't the unassailable figure he had been. Their discoveries during his disposition at the ministry following the furore over the basilisk had damaged his credibility severely. He was clearly no true figure of light. And now many in the ministry and Wizengamot knew this, even if the public didn't yet. He had managed to keep his position as headmaster only with difficulty. Bones was sure that blackmail of some sort was involved. For an ineffectual wizard, Lockhart was either incredibly lucky or incredibly underhanded and sneaky. And if the reports she had received from Gringotts were correct, he was the richest wizard in the world. Hence her immediate agreement to this meeting when he had owled her yesterday. With that kind of record, she couldn't say no. Besides, he was very rich. And single. And rich. Did she mention single? I understand how difficult it is to work an unexpected visit into your schedule, Madam Bones. Between my classes at Hogwarts and working on my new book, I barely seem to have time to eat. And the new book, Burrowing with a Basilisk, is shaping up nicely, too. I expect it to be one of my biggest sellers, outperforming my last book, Magical Me, by a large margin. As impossible as that may seem, Gilderoy said enthusiastically. The chapter on my duel with the giant serpent is the most exciting thing I've ever written, I'll have you know. Of course, all the mundane investigating and searching I had to do beforehand isn't nearly as thrilling. Mr. Lockhart, interrupted Madam Bones, not pleased with his meanderings about his book and beginning to understand why he was still single. What did you want to tell me? Oh, yes, Lockhart smiled, not perturbed at being interrupted. Well, I have come across some information that seems to indicate that one of your ministry personnel was involved in Lucius Malfoy's death, poor man. He shook his head in sadness at the senseless loss of life. She nodded, acknowledging his statement and encouraging him to continue. Well, I was dining with Mr. Weasley last November here at the ministry. I had some concerns about his sons and I was giving him advice on how best to remedy the situation. His twin sons, Fred and George, both fourth-year students, are quite a handful, I must say. They are creating problems for his youngest son, Ron, a second year. Percy, who is a prefect in a sixth year, is becoming a right prat, more interested in following rules and authority than thinking for himself. He shook his head sadly at that assessment. Percy is a bit of a problem, but with close attention by his father over the next 2 years I think we can get him back on track to being a decent wizard instead of a self-important self-aggrandizing twit. He smiled broadly, wondering if she would notice his self-description prior to this year. Ron is going to require quite a lot of attention. He has feeling of inadequacy because of how exceptionally successful all his brothers are at school, and is immensely jealous of his friends. The twins are contributing to that with their constant teasing and pranking. Madam Bones cleared her throat loudly, interrupting the wizard. She was beginning to understand why so many wizards had little regard for him. What? Oh, yes. Gilderoy smiled at her, not at all embarrassed at rambling. Well, we had finished our discussion and were passing a few harmless remarks back and forth at Desert. I noticed that Mr. McNair, seated at the next table, seemed rather agitated when I asked about a rumor that Mr. Malfoy was talking with your Aurors, that he was meeting with you on a regular basis about possible Death Eater activities after the war. Madam Bones shifted in her chair. Mr. Malfoy was doing nothing of the sort. I understand that, now. It was just a rumor. I wonder how it started. Perhaps an enemy of the wizard started it hoping to cause Mr. Malfoy problems with his former associates. He paused, arching his eyebrows inquisitively. In any event, Mr. Wellesley denied hearing the rumor, so I dismissed it. She stared at him unblinkingly. Well, what brings me here is that I was planning to ask Mr. Weasley to another luncheon meeting to discuss the changes in his sons since the last time we talked. Reviewing my notes on our previous conversation, I remembered that Mr. McNair had overheard us. And that not too many days later Mr. Malfoy was murdered. An odd coincidence, wouldn't you say? Then I remembered that both Mr. McNair and Mr. Malfoy claimed they had been imperioused into being Death Eaters. However, we both know from your prisoner interrogations at Azkaban that you can only receive the Dark Mark if you give your complete and uncoerced assent. Of course, I know you can't arrest any released Death Eaters based on old evidence because of the double jeopardy laws, but what if one of them were to commit a new crime? Then you could interrogate them properly, correct? Well, I'm not one to tell someone how to run her department, but maybe you could place a truth-detecting spell on the chair here, and then ask Mr. McNair in to see if he had heard that rumor or knew anything about Mr. Malfoy's death. If the spell indicates he is lying when he denies having any knowledge of Mr. Malfoy's demise, well, then you have a reason to apply Veritaserum. Gilderoy reached into his pocket and put a small vial on her desk. There's a memory of the end of the conversation in question and Mr. McNair's reaction. The head of the DMLE nodded slowly, still expressionlessly. Well, that's all I wanted to say. I hope it gives you some assistance in solving Mr. Malfoy's murder. He stood, gave her a beaming smile, and said, again, thank you for taking the time to hear my concerns. I'll not take any more of your precious time. He headed for the door as she stood at her desk. Oh, he said, no need to get up, I'll see myself out. He put his hand on the doorknob. Oh, by the way, did you know that Mrs. Yolanda Travers is a marked Death Eater? And no one ever investigated or interrogated her. She's just been quietly hiding. He beamed at her as he opened the door and walked out, closing the door carefully. A few days later he read in the Daily Prophet that Mr. McNair had been arrested for being involved in Mr. Malfoy's death and would be placed on trial the following month. Almost as an aside, it mentioned he had identified 3 other wizards as being active Death Eaters, all now in custody and undergoing interrogation. It was the Ides of March and Gilderoy, under a disillusionment spell, snuck over to the edge of the Hogwarts wall closest to Hogsmeade. Harry and Hermione were having a picnic there instead of eating their noonday meal in the Great Hall, as was everyone else. All the witches in Gryffindor had been jealous of the romantic luncheon Harry had planned. Harry and Hermione were celebrating the witch's return to fully human status, except for a slight vertical angling in her pupils and the ability to purr. Actually, she had returned to fully human status at the end of January, but Gilderoy had only recently suggested that they too celebrate the event. Lockhart had the suspicion that Harry missed Hermione's extra chest accessories, but wasn't about to mention that. It was also the farthest point from the castle and just barely inside the protective enchantments. The house elves had been more than happy to assist. Only Harry and Hermione knew that Gilderoy had set everything up, but he had waited until they finished eating before joining them. Good afternoon, Professor Lockhart, the two chorused as he appeared walking towards them. Once he had their full attention, Rita Skeeter appeared. She had flown over the wall as an animagus, and simply changed back. To the two students, it appeared as if she, too, had been hiding under a disillusionment spell. Gilderoy knew the protective enchantments had been set to ignore animagi, so her presence was undetected. The headmaster didn't want the constant reminders that Peter was in the castle. "Good afternoon, Rita," Gilderoy said as he set up Notice Me Not and silencing spells around them. The rune stones that Dobby had placed earlier kept the air temperature well within a comfortable summery range while leaving the snow untouched. A large rug was atop the snow, with a table and chairs placed for their comfort. Roses were in a vase. "I'm so glad you could come, Rita," he continued. "I thought you might like to hear a bit more about Harry's first year. How he smuggled a dragon out of Hogwarts, battled an evil monster in the Forbidden Forest, discovered that the headmaster had hidden the Philosopher's Stone in the school, and that there was an evil wizard after it." Once more Harry and Hermione talked themselves almost hoarse, and Gilderoy left her with a few memory vials of Norbert, the monster in the Forbidden Forest, and their adventure under the trapdoor guarded by Fluffy. This series of articles, coming only a couple of months after the basilisk and demonstrating that the dangers at school were not just this year, would farther devastate Dumbledore's public standing. And the best part was that the headmaster would have no idea how Rita got the stories. As far as he knew, Harry and Hermione had never left the grounds. Rita had never come to Hogwarts. And Gilderoy had no visible connection to the articles, except for copious comments about how he was mentoring both Harry and Hermione this year and keeping the school safe from dangers that the headmaster never noticed, or worse, simply ignored. Gilderoy strode confidently into Gringotts, nodding to the goblin guards at the door. As in the previous times, he was quickly ushered to his account manager. Ragnar's office had undergone a bit of a transition. First was an antechamber with several doors, each with the crest of one of his houses: Lockhart, Black, Potter, Slytherin, and Gryffindor. Plaques on the wall represented the houses Gaunt and Peverell. His escort led him directly to the Lockhart door, the most ornate, and Ragnar. He smiled broadly at the goblin, as he crossed the expansive room to the plush chair awaiting him. "Ah, my friend, I trust our gold continues to flow into our vaults." As he sat, a goblin brought in a tea service and a platter of scones. The goblin glared at him. "More today than yesterday." "Excellent," exclaimed the admitted fop. "I have discovered that Gringotts might have a problem with one of its accounts." The goblin sat up straight and stared at him. "You are familiar with soul anchors, Horcruxes?" The goblin scowled. "Vile things, yes. One of your vaults, I fear, is the repository for such an item. And one capable of pouring out the soul contained into anyone foolish enough to touch it." The goblin sat back. "Our vaults are sacrosanct, nothing can be removed without the permission of the vault key owner. And such items do not violate any of your rules. Unless the item violates the integrity of Gringotts, security, no. Don't your people periodically inspect the vaults? And might not such an inspection accidentally result in the soul anchor taking over a goblin? Wouldn't that threaten the security of Gringotts?" Ragnar grinned viciously. "Any goblin stupid enough to fall to such an item deserves the fate he gets. And if he attempts to break the security of Gringotts, or steal from the vault, we have measures in place to deal with such subterfuge. If he simply leaves, we could care less what he unleashes upon the wizards." Harry sat and thought. While Gilderoy would like to retrieve the Hufflepuff cup, if the only other alternative was its destruction, Harry could settle for that. "The item," he finally said, interrupting the goblin who had gone back to work on whatever it was he had been doing previously, "is in the vault of Bellatrix Lestrange. Then you need her vault key, or her presence, to enter the vault and retrieve the item," the goblin said without looking up. "I am Lord Black and Bellatrix is a daughter of House Black. Can I use that to gain access?" "No, you gave up that right when she became a Lestrange. What if I don't want the item, I just want the soul anchor destroyed in situ? The cup can remain in the vault." Ragnar looked up a moment, frowning. "No, you still need the vault owner's permission to decrease the value of their vault by destroying anything of value in it." After a few minutes thinking, Harry stood. "Well, then, I apologize for wasting your time, Ragnar. I take my leave." The goblin ignored him as he left. April Fool's Day L1 once again featured Lockhart presenting a trophy to the school. This time Rita sat at the head of the Slytherin table, to the intense dismay of the older students and Professor Snape. The headmaster's eyes were not twinkling very much this morning, either, for some reason. In fact, he looked quite put out to those who knew him. Just after the Owls' Parliament, when the most students possible were in the Great Hall, Gilderoy once more stood. "I have an announcement to make," he stated majestically, projecting his voice across the hall. He walked to the front of the headmaster's table. "Professor Snape, if you please," he waved an invitation to the surly wizard to join him. For a moment, Harry Gilderoy could see the desire to tell him off flicker across the potion professor's face, but finally, he stood. The witches at the headmaster's table, and most all in the student population, were all eagerly awaiting what new discovery their favorite professor was about to unveil. With his usual sneer in place, the greasy-haired dungeon bat stalked around the table to stand in front of Lockhart. Gilderoy, resplendent in his lavender robe set, conjured a velvet pillow and placed a small bag on it, then presented the pillow to Snape. "Once again, I, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, your beloved defense against the dark arts professor, and slayer of basilisks, have recovered a priceless treasure long thought to be lost to Hogwarts and Wizardkind. It is with great joy and pride that I present to you, Professor Snape, head of the Slytherin house here at Hogwarts, this long-lost founder's artifact." He paused dramatically and posed with teeth gleaming brightly as he loudly proclaimed, "Lord Salazar Slytherin's locket." He vanished the bag, leaving the gleaming locket out for all to see. It can now join its fellows, Ravenclaw's diadem and Gryffindor's sword, in the founder's display case in the entryway. While the rest of the school enthusiastically applauded, Gilderoy was careful to note that Professor Snape merely held up the pillow with the locket and kept his face carefully blank. And the headmaster had a decidedly sour expression as Gilderoy Lockhart once more publicly upstaged him. The evening after he had presented Slytherin's locket to the school, Gilderoy stopped in front of the gargoyle guarding the headmaster's office. He held his right hand before the stone creature's eyes and flashed his Gryffindor and Slytherin rings. The gargoyle quickly moved aside. He took the moving staircase up to the office and barged in without knocking. The headmaster, of course, knew he was there. The wizard wasn't stupid. Anytime his office guardian moved, it told him who was entering and gave him plenty of time to prepare for his guest. Making them knock on the door as if he didn't know they were there was his passive-aggressive way of establishing dominance. He always waited several moments before calling for them to enter. "Ah, Albus, I was hoping to catch you when you weren't busy," he said jovially, ignoring the stacks of paper on the old wizard's desk and the slightly irritated look on the wizard's face. "I thought I should warn you that Slytherin's locket was a Horcrux, just as the diary in Ravenclaw's diadem. It appears that he never found Gryffindor's sword, or that, too, would have been used." The headmaster sat back in his chair in surprise. "That makes 3 Horcruxes of found, and I fear that there are still more. As I told you, I can still feel one, faintly, wandering the corridors on occasion. Do you suppose it's Hufflepuff's cup? Actually, now that the castle recognized him as Lord Slytherin and Lord Gryffindor, he had complete access to the protective enchantments over the school. And the protective enchantments not only pinpointed Harry as carrying a very dark artifact, Voldemort's soul, they pointed out that there was a rat animagus in the Gryffindor Tower. There were also several minor dark artifacts scattered throughout the various Hogwarts houses, but most were in the Slytherin dungeons." "My word," exclaimed the old wizard, pretending surprise and astonishment. "Yes, my feeling exactly. Just how many of these did he make? Counting the one I occasionally feel, which I am sure is Hufflepuff's cup, and himself, that would be 5. If he were using just the founders' artifacts and he settled for his personal diary when he couldn't find the sword, that would make sense. But what if he made more? The next most felicitous number is 7, after that is 13. I doubt 13, as that would fracture him into too many pieces, and I don't think he would remain sane if he had done that. 11 is possible, of course, but it doesn't have quite the punch that 13 does, but that would still be almost a 50% increase in soul pieces. I don't think he would use 9, because that would require 3 sets of 3. He could do 3 things of the founders, 3 of his own, and 3 of something else, but that would be chancy as it would require he could find all 3 sets of 3 before he started any one of them. And even then, 9 might be too much for a soul to bear, and it could destroy him instead. A much better choice is 7. If I were interested in such things, well, then, that's what I would have chosen. He paused and stared at the headmaster. He had thought long and hard about this, before deciding to see if the old goat was willing to cooperate. Just how much was the plotter willing to share? Did he consult with anyone while he was at Hogwarts? It's obvious he knew about the Horcruxes while still a student, as the diary and Moaning Myrtle demonstrate. And were there any personal items other than his diary that he might have invested as one of his Horcruxes? The headmaster stared back at him, the twinkle gone from his eyes. He was quite close to one professor when he was here as a student. I fear, though, the man will refuse to tell us what he knows out of terror that Voldemort's followers might set out after him if it were to become known he had told others of Voldemort's secrets. Gilderoy nodded. That isn't a problem. I am quite skilled at getting reluctant wizards and witches to trust me enough to tell me things that they might not otherwise want to discuss. He smiled disarmingly at the headmaster. You locate Mr. Slughorn and let me convince the wizard it is in his best interests to tell us what he knows. He practically exuded confidence and sincerity. I am, after all, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, Hogwarts Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor, and Basilisk Slayer. If the professor can't trust me with his secret, who can he trust? The professor stared at the headmaster, eyes shining, teeth bright, his entire bearing radiating candor and honesty. And looking like a simpleton. But how had he known it was Slughorn the older wizard had been talking about? Are there any other personal effects of Tom Riddle that he might have used besides the diary? A ring, a necklace, or even a favorite quill? Would the old goat Shagger notice his slight emphasis on ring? Tom Riddle had had the gaunt ring during his 7th year. The old wizard looked pensive and stared down at his desk. Slowly he shook his head. No, not that I am aware of. I shall have to peruse my memories of him to see if I can spot any clues. That will take some time. Ah, Gilderoy said. Well, before you go gallivanting off around the countryside, give me a call and I'll go with you. Backup is always a good idea. Besides, I am Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, Slayer of Basilisks, and Hogwarts' beloved Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor. If I can't keep you safe, who can? Harry knew precisely what and where the next Horcrux was, the gaunt ring in Little Hangleton. He could retrieve it himself, but this would be a test. Was the headmaster willing to work with others? Or did he still see himself as infallible? Would the wizard stupidly attempt to retrieve the ring on his own, and ensure his death? If he hadn't learned yet that he needed to work with others, then maybe it would be better remove him from the playing field. It was a harsh judgment, but Harry had learned that lesson the hard way in the war. No matter how loyal they were to the cause, it was better to cut someone out of the loop when their actions and secrets became too dangerous to others to trust. And if that meant consigning them to an early death by allowing them to do something fatally stupid, then so be it. No matter how much it hurt to watch it happen. You just can't protect people from their own stupidity, no matter how smart or clever they were. Gilderoy walked into the Perth Palliative Care building and looked around. It had the feeling all such buildings did and reminded him of a hospital, which, in a way, it was. A few minutes later, he was meeting with the director of facility. Decked out in an obviously expensive gray conservative 3-piece silk suit, Gilderoy just reeked of refinement and money. The other stood as the wizard came in the office, and they shook hands. Thank you so much for seeing me so quickly. I know you must be a busy man, Lockhart said. Through that connection, he sent a silent imperio and the man's eyes glazed over. Gilderoy closed the door behind them and raised muffling charms that included only the two of them. Anyone listening via an electronic device would hear only a faint buzzing, unless the man was wearing one. He wasn't. Harry, Gilderoy checked. I need an old lady who has no kin and is expected to pass on soon, Gilderoy said. Do any of your patients here fit that description? The man smiled, pleased to have the answer. Yes, there are several, poor dears. The wizard handed the man a pocket watch. When you open the watch, you'll see that there is a small disc inset into the cover. When such a woman passes on, remove that disc and step on it. I will come and claim the body as next of kin. Don't let the body leave here before I arrive. Keep the watch with you at all times until this happens. After that, keep the watch as a present from a relative pleased with the excellent service your establishment provides. When I leave, you will only remember that we discussed how my very ill grandaunt was doing. You will act normally in all things, and, after stepping on the disc, you will amend the woman's file to reflect that you notified her nephew. Here's the information. He handed the man an index card with the appropriate information. After that, you will forget I was ever here or what you did for me. The man listed on the card would have a vague recollection of the incident, completing the cover story should anyone try to backtrack it. Gilderoy and the man spent a few minutes discussing the facilities, and how they dealt with the newly deceased, and then he left. The wizard could have conjured a corpse for his purposes, but the spells would eventually fail and reveal the masquerade. This way, all he had to do was alter the features of the corpse and those magics would remain stable until the corpse had decayed enough so that it no longer mattered. Now all he could do was wait. It was April 30th, a Friday, 6 months since the message on the wall announced the Chamber of Secrets was open. The Hogwarts student body had almost forgotten that incident, especially because both Colin Creevey and Mr. Filch's detestable cat, Mrs. Norris, were both now prowling the corridors with great joy, none the worse for their experience. There were far more interesting things to discuss. Harry A. Parselmouth and Draco's fall from power in the Slytherin house were just two topics of gossip. The students also debated just what Neville Longbottom found interesting enough about Luna Lovegood to be holding her hand. And in public, no less. And the witches were all aghast that Hannah and Susan were both chasing Harry Potter and even had said that they were willing to share. And Hermione hadn't done anything to dissuade them yet. There was a betting pool run by the twins on when she would declare enough and start hexing them. Gilderoy had placed a bet that all three would agree to share. Gilderoy had taken one of Professor Snape's detentions assigned to Harry. While addressing the seeming endless supply of autograph requests he had touched on the subject of witches, dating, and the fact that in the wizarding world it wasn't unusual for pure-blood witches to share a husband in order to preserve a bloodline. Gilderoy managed to convince the little wizard that witches considered him quite the catch because of his bloodline and his lordships. Hermione, of course, didn't care about those, but others would and he should just learn to accept it. As long as Hermione agreed and he genuinely enjoyed being around the other girls, he should just accept the situation for what it was. In time, he might find the idea less frightening than he did currently. If anything, that talk seemed to drive him closer to Hermione. Yes, there were plenty of things to occupy their interest instead. Such as Gilderoy, their DADA, Professor, finding Ravenclaw's lost diadem, Slytherin's lost locket, and Gryffindor's lost sword, that he thwarted murder attempt by Dobby the house elf, revealed that a dark artifact was trying to possess the Gryffindor Ginny Weasley, and discovered the lair of the basilisk and killed it. The Weasley twins had set up a betting pool on when Gilderoy would announce his recovery of the next lost item, and what it would be. And the biggest point of discussion during meals was that the end of term was only 6 weeks away. While the 5th and 7th years looked at the coming owl and newt deadlines in horror, the others were in eager anticipation of going home for the summer. For Gilderoy's classes, at least, he knew his students were well prepared. The 7th year students would easily pass, he knew, and all the rest were at least 3 months into next year's lessons. Just as he did nearly every day, Lockhart strolled the aisles between the house tables at dinner, looking for problems before they became problems. He looked magnificent in his mauve robes with their lavender trim. In his wake, he left sighing witches and disgruntled wizard friends. If Harry would let him, Gilderoy could have bedded most of the 6th and 7th year girls by now. Harry had made a deal, either the girls or more publicity. Gilderoy, of course, had chosen the publicity. So far, he was quite happy with the results. That the deal did not cover the female staff helped. Sinistra and McGonagall were surprisingly compliant and flexible. When he stopped behind Ron and frowned at him, the other students immediately noticed and a circle of quiet began to spread. He stared hard at the boy. It took a moment for Ron to notice Neville's frantic hand motions from across the table. Ron swallowed what he had in his mouth and very nervously slowly turned to look back and up at the wizard behind him, as did Hermione, Harry, Susan, and Hannah seated beside him. The other witches were also watching. The professor suddenly said, "Mr. Ronald Weasley, please bring out your pet rat." A simple detection spell as the boy walked by him this morning had confirmed he had his rat with him. The boy gulped, but quickly complied, pulling the rat out of his pocket where he had just dropped a small chunk of chicken. The rat was happily nibbling at the morsel and it took the rodent a moment to notice he was the center of attention. And the attention of one professor in particular. "Oh, boy, Lockhart is going to deduct points from Weasley this time. Bet how many he will remove," said a seventh-year Hufflepuff loudly to another. The Gryffindors were looking unhappy at Ron losing them more points. He had lost them more points, so far, than anyone in their house, ever, even his twin brothers. The other houses were watching the scene with amusement. McGonagall rushed around the end of the headmaster's table, trying to save her house points. The other professors watched quietly, wondering what had attracted the DADA professor's attention. The headmaster watched, eyes twinkling, perhaps hoping to see the professor make a fool of himself as he was supposed to be doing this year at Hogwarts. Which had not happened, yet, to the headmaster's intense dismay. He also had the vague feeling that once more he was going to take a blow to his family jewels, figuratively speaking. I was keeping him my pocket, sir," said the boy tremulously. "He wasn't on the table or anything. I'm not breaking any rules." The rat, beginning to suspect something was wrong, began squirming in Ron's hand and dropped the chicken chunk. Ron covered the rat with his other hand to prevent his escape. Smiling happily, Gilderoy placed his left hand in his pocket and gave a mild enervate to the rat in his pocket. Then he casted a switching spell replacing the fake rat for the animagus. He stunned the one in his pocket to keep it quiet and motionless. Nobody noticed the change in rats, although the one now in the boy's grasp wasn't squirming, still recovering from the stunner Gilderoy had hit him with that morning. Lockhart beamed happily at the boy, his rat huddled in his hands but beginning to struggle as it woke up. The wizard pulled out his wand and pointed it at the boy. McGonagall pulled her wand on seeing what Lockhart was doing. Gilderoy silently casted a blue-colored spell at a horrified Ron. McGonagall quickly disarmed Lockhart thinking he was attacking her student. She found her eyes widening in horror as when the rat began to glow and change. Ron dropped his pet on the table in horror. The rat grew rapidly larger and knocked dishes and food to the floor. The students jumped to their feet, knocking their benches over as they scrambled to get away from whatever was happening on the Gryffindor table. The Transfiguration professor's mouth dropped open in shock as the rat transformed into a man, a wizard, actually. And one she recognized easily, even if it had been 11 years since she last saw him. He, and his 3 friends, had been the mischievous bane of her existence for almost 9 years before that. "But you're dead," was all she could squeak out. The man said, confused at the sudden change in his circumstances. Harry and Hermione were learning from his classes. Gilderoy was pleased to see. Both already had their wands out and pointed at the strange man. Lockhart deftly plucked the wand from Harry's hand and casted a stunner followed by a petrification spell on the animagus. The less the previously hidden wizard said the better. "Isn't this man Peter Pettigrew? Isn't he supposed to be dead?" he said in a clear, ringing voice that rang out over the great hall. "I think he is the one who saw to Mrs. Norris's and Mr. Collins' petrifications, and the ugly scribble on the wall outside Myrtle's toilets about the Chamber of Secrets. None but the Weasley family knew that it had been Ginny, possessed by Voldemort, who had done all that. And this would keep it so. And look," he added, a flick of Harry's wand removed the rat-faced man's left sleeve, revealing Voldemort's dark mark on his arm. "He's a Death Eater." The students that could see gasped and rapidly spread word. No one remarked on his easy handling of someone else's wand, nor its ready acceptance of his actions. Within moments Flitwick, Snape, and Dumbledore surrounded the bound wizard. Gilderoy handed Harry back his wand, then retrieved his wand from a stunned McGonagall. He turned back to the shocked Harry. "Mr. Potter, That was an excellent show of reflexes, but you need better situational awareness as I took your wand from you far too easily. The boy blinked and slowly nodded, examining his wand as if looking for damage. Prefects, lead all the students to your common rooms, Dumbledore ordered. Classes are cancelled for this morning and no student should be outside their houses. Prefects, do a head count. The headmaster quickly levitated the bound body and started to his office with the professors following him. "Ah, Professor Vector," said Lockhart to his adjacent professor, "could I trouble you to call the press, please? I believe Albus will take care of informing the DMLE of today's events. If he doesn't, you can remind him when you arrive there." "Ah, sure thing," said Professor Vector and dashed away towards the flow in her nearby office. Lockhart leisurely exited the great hall and headed for his office on the first floor. The other professors headed to the headmaster's office. Gilderoy was whistling happily. His owl last night to Rita had said she should be ready for something very interesting to happen in Hogwarts at dinner today regarding a wizard known as Peter Pettigrew, and to be waiting for a flow call from the school. It was amazing how a little preparation can make such a big difference. Rita came through his flow as soon as he called her. Everyone would think she arrived after Professor Vector's alert. Bozo followed her. If things were true to form, Lockhart could expect the Aurors to show up in 15 or 30 minutes through the headmaster's flow. Fools. They should always have a rapid response team on hand, much like a Muggle fire department, ready to fly at a moment's notice. He would pass that suggestion on to Madame Bones the next time he visited. "Could you please tell us how you managed to find the supposedly dead, Order of Merlin holder, Peter Pettigrew?" asked Rita Skeeter eagerly, after he briefed her on what had happened in the Great Hall. "Well, Rita, I was really perturbed that somebody had the audacity to try to scare my students. In fact, I took it as a personal affront and devoted myself to the cause of finding and bringing to justice the criminal who petrified the noble Mrs. Norris, and then later, the first-year student Colin Creevey. You might remember that Mrs. Norris is the valuable feline companion of our own Mr. Filch. Mr. Filch is the caretaker of Hogwarts and Mrs. Norris is vital to the school's internal security, as most any student will tell you. The students' dislike of the cat was in direct proportion to how much trouble the cat created for them. So, I started carefully monitoring the students and other creatures that inhabit this grand institution. I found the activities of Mr. Ronald Weasley's pet very suspicious. The rat behaves in a manner that is just too intelligent for a rat. Plus, I found out that the Weasley's rat." Lockhart stopped speaking. "And?" asked Rita in a hungrier voice. "Well, you'll have to find it out in my next book, Restraining a Rat. Seriously, though, Peter Pettigrew, as a rat, was under Professor McGonagall's constant surveillance for at least the last 5 years." He stopped and shook his head sadly. "It's really a shame that she, a cat animagus, was unable to catch the wizard, literally a rat. Although I suppose I can't really blame her. After all, Headmaster Dumbledore is far more powerful than she is, with far more experience in battling dark wizards. Not to mention that he controls Hogwarts' protective enchantments. And if he didn't notice the rat animagus, why should I expect her to? But she will be devastated, I am sure, and blame herself relentlessly. She is very protective of her young lions, don't you know? Even more amazing to me though, is that the castle protective enchantments, which are supposed to be the best in the world and only allow wizards accompanied by staff to cross them, are apparently incapable of detecting and stopping a wizard in animagus form. Why, any dark wizard could sneak into the castle and do who knows how much harm to our children here without us being any the wiser until it is far too late. How can the headmaster call Hogwarts the safest place in the world when this can happen? And let's not even mention the troll or the possessed Professor Quirrell incidents from last year. I think it is high time Hogwarts' protective enchantments were given an independent and thorough inspection and upgrade, don't you?" He stopped and gave a very theatrical and heavy sigh. "I was sorry to learn the sad story of how the purportedly vile Sirius Black killed this man, Peter Pettigrew, both supposedly the best friends of James Potter, Harry Potter's father. I discovered all that in my research when I decided to mentor the young wizard as I have this year. And then later, when I discovered I was Lord Black, I did more research. It never made any sense to me that someone who was such a close friend, as Sirius was to James Potter, would so suddenly and without remorse turn to the Dark Lord and betray his friend. He had already told her about being Lord Black, but had promised an exclusive at a later date for her silence till then. But it now appears that Peter Pettigrew deceived everyone and framed his other best friend for the act. Very skillful indeed to set a trap for another that leaves everyone thinking the other wizard is guilty of your dirty deed. He shook his head in wry admiration for the villain. And I just know he was the one responsible for leaving that message about opening the Chamber of Secrets on the wall here at Hogwarts, and guiding the basilisk into attacking Mr. Filch's cat and the student Mr. Creevey. Fortunately, I was able to nip that horrific plan in the bud before any other students came to harm, such as what happened to poor Myrtle Warren 50 years ago. He flashed her a confident smile. I am sure justice will be brought to the notorious Sirius Black, because unlike when he was first thrown in Azkaban, we are fortunate to have a great minister of magic, Mr. Fudge. And Mr. Fudge has shown himself to be strong and courageous, with a solid affinity to justice and righteousness. I am sure he will see to freeing Lord Black, personally. Especially now that there wasn't a Malfoy pumping galleons into his pockets to prevent that very action. That and Harry Gilderoy's solicitors would be hounding him using as blackmail the bribery schemes they had uncovered involving the wizard. And doing a bit of bribing themselves. After all it will take is the application of a little Veritaserum to prove his innocence on the spot. And everyone should demand that prisoners receive Veritaserum to prove their guilt before sending them to Azkaban. After all, innocent people have confessed to crimes in order to protect a loved one. But if the Ministry can pick up the scion of an ancient and noble house such as Black and toss him in Azkaban without a trial, or even charging him with a crime, why, then what's to prevent them from doing the same to any of our children, or even ourselves? Exclamation mark. With Sirius Black's precedent, they could simply pick you up, Rita, and toss you in Azkaban and no one could object. All they would have to say is that you belong in Azkaban for your crimes, such as being an illegal animagus, without ever verifying what those crimes might be, or even mentioning what the charges are. He stopped and pretended to be reflecting on his statement. Right. Excuse me now, Rita, but I must now console the grieving Minerva about her failure. But let me say this to your readers, Rita, parents, there is no need to fear for your children, because the great Gilderoy Lockhart is here. Your children are safe as long as I am here. And with that, Lockhart turned towards the photographer and struck a pose brimming with confidence and showing off his broad smile for the Daily Prophet. Then he said, perhaps you should go to the headmaster's office, you might be able to get a few photographs of Mr. Pettigrew as the Aurors question him. The reporter and her photographer quickly exited his office. Not quite at a run, but definitely a very fast walk. The two should arrive well before the Aurors had a chance to come through the headmaster's flow, if he had even remembered to call them. The Aurors hadn't had any warning that there was a game afoot this afternoon and it would take them a ridiculously long time to get things together. As soon as the door closed behind them, he sent a messenger Patronus to Mr. Weasley at his office. Ah, Mr. Weasley, something has come up here at Hogwarts with your son, Ronald Weasley. He's not hurt or in any trouble, for once, but you and your wife's presence are urgently needed. Flow directly here to my office from your home, as soon as you can, if not immediately. Then he gave the name of his flow connection. McC. Pop, McC comes, Professor Defender. Excellent. Would you please inform Mr. Percy Weasley that I am in need of his presence in my office immediately? McC tells stuck-up Weasley that Yaus needs him. Pop. Huh, even the house elves considered Percy to be a rule-bound prat. It took only a few minutes for the two anxious parents to arrive. It probably would take longer for Rita and Bozo to make it to the headmaster's office. Ah, it's a pleasure to see you Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. Welcome to my humble office. Come, take a seat while we wait for your son, Percy. They had no sooner seated themselves than an out-of-breath Percy arrived. Ah, Percy, I see that you have come too, as per my instructions. Lockhart said. Percy slowly walked in and sat cautiously. He was still somewhat stunned at the revelations about his former pet. Gilderoy sighed. I am very sorry, there is no easy way to say this. He tried to project a steady calm comforting air to the worried parents. You son's pet rat, Scabbers, I believe he is called, was not just a rat. He was a wizard hiding out in your home as a rat. And he wasn't just any wizard, either. He was the supposedly dead Peter Pettigrew, a confirmed Death Eater. For a moment, the older Weasleys looked puzzled. But Peter is dead, objected Arthur. Harry Gilderoy shook his head and smiled ruefully. Reports of his death appear to have been greatly exaggerated. He is, at this very moment, in the headmaster's office waiting for the orders to take him back to the ministry. Isn't that true, Mr. Percy Weasley? Yes, that's true, Percy said earnestly. I saw him transform, myself, from Scabbers to a middle-aged man. He fell silent, thinking. And he had that Death Eater mark on his left arm. They sat there, stunned. The implications of a wizard hiding in their home as a rat hadn't set in yet, just the fact that their son's pet rat was a wizard left them breathless. Gilderoy continued after a moment, saying consolingly, it must be terrible to learn that a monster, a Death Eater with dozens of murders to his name and who knows how many other nefarious crimes he has committed, has been boarded in your house, close to your children, sleeping their beds for over a decade. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley nodded their heads slowly, still trying to come to terms with what they had just learned. Time to set the charge for the explosion. Mr. Weasley, said Lockhart, I have to ask. Have you had any of those mornings where your wife shows a lot of affection for you for no apparent reason you can remember? At the blank, not understanding look on Arthur's face, he continued, Mrs. Weasley, has Percy Weasley ever had complaints of pains in his bum or blood in his stool? A not uncommon occurrence in small children as they grow, especially if they are active. When he was a child of 7 or 8, Mrs. Weasley said. There was a very brief pause and then she shouted angrily, what do you mean? Gilderoy probably didn't need to add his anger-increasing spell, but he wanted her infuriated beyond common sense. There can be a few side effects to sleeping with an adult man, you know. Lockhart answered delicately, with concern in his voice. And with an accomplished obliviator, such as Peter, the boy would never remember he had a reason to complain. Mrs. Weasley slowly turned her head towards her. Perfect, son, lunged from her chair, and grabbed him into a fierce hug. She rained kisses all over his face, crying repeatedly, not my boy, not my Percy. Then she turned and roared, where is that bastard? There is no creature more terrifying, or violent, than the female of a species defending her young. I believe he is still in Dumbledore's office. If we are lucky, we can confront him before the Aurors take him from the school, and get the truth from him. Lockhart answered in a calculating tone. Molly immediately stalked out of the room, knocking her chair to the floor as she did so. She knew the way to the headmaster's office. The twins had been the cause of more than one visit over the last few years. She had her wand out with murder in her eyes. She was an enraged mother and she was going to fix the wizard who had dared harm her son. Mr. Weasley's expression changed to one of horror as he slowly understood the implications of what Lockhart said. He grabbed hold of his son's arm, whose pale face indicated he, too, understood what Gilderoy had implied. Both rushed after Molly, wands in hand. Percy was still a bit confused, trying to think if anything bad had really happened, and terrified of what that might mean. Were there blank spots in his memory of the burrow? Gilderoy followed fleetly, quickly catching up with the family. Where the hell is that bloody bastard? Molly yelled as she stormed down the corridor ahead of them and up the stairs to the headmaster's office, her magic rolling off her in waves. And she found the rat still there, the Aurors having just placed magic inhibiting cuffs on him to prevent him from escaping, either with magic or as an animagus. Apparently, they had responded a bit more quickly to the famous Dumbledore calling for assistance than they did regular wizards and witches. Poppy, Sprout, and Minerva tried to restrain the irate mother after she charged into the large office, while Rita watched, stunned. Bozo took pictures, just as he should. However, despite their combined strength, they could not hold the berserk witch back. She threw them off as a bear shakes off dogs and pointed her wand at the accused. Before she could speak a suitable spell, Minerva managed to snatch the wand from her grasp. Molly stood there, her hand outstretched, and screamed wordlessly in blind rage. Magic poured out of her and hit Peter Pettigrew. There was a blast of flames. In an instant, he was reduced to a pile of dust, not even having time to cry out in horror and pain. The two oars holding him were untouched, their hands not even warmed. The dust blew away in a wind that appeared to be coming from Molly Weasley, leaving only his worn clothes, 2 wands, and the magic inhibiting cuffs on the floor. Everybody stared, shocked. No one had ever seen or heard of such a powerful bout of accidental magic from an adult. It was as if she had more magic than she possibly could contain, and it finally found an outlet in the cowering wizard. Lockhart, standing in the doorway, watching from behind the shocked Arthur Weasley and his son, said, speculatively, "I think we now know how Voldemort died." He wandlessly and silently finited the anger spell on the woman, not that she noticed, swaying in the after effects of transmitting so much magical energy. This had worked even better than he had hoped. Her outrage had focused everyone's attention on her. No one had noticed him augmenting her magic with his own as they hurried down the corridors behind her, filling her with the raw power she needed to do what she could never have done on her own. Pumping magic into her so that it bled out in visible waves around her as she hurried to the headmaster's office. The other 2 Weasleys, wrapped up in their own concerns, didn't notice the colorless beam of energy he kept on her back as they ran behind her. Even a pensive memory wouldn't reveal his meddling, as it all took place outside the headmaster's office. Fortunately, Bozo managed to capture the event for posterity. No one could accuse Molly of killing a wizard with her wand. And when, subsequently, the oars confirmed she was incapable of wandless magic, they wrote it off as a massive burst of accidental magic brought about by stress of the situation. A mother's love, after all, was a very powerful force, indeed. And no court, especially a wizarding court, would convict her, a pure blood, of killing a half-blood, especially considering the circumstances. That afternoon Gilderoy had a short meeting with Harry. He had called the boy out of Gryffindor Tower and walked him a short way up the corridor before setting silencing charms. He was pleased to note that Harry's old hand-me-downs were long gone, and the boy was taking a bit more pride in his appearance and walking with confidence instead of that furtive crouch and sticking to the edges of the corridors he had had at the beginning of the year. He explained, briefly, what had happened in the headmaster's office and why Ron and Ginny had so mysteriously been called to the headmaster's office. That they would be out of the school for a few days as they dealt with the issues brought about by Pettigrew's discovery. He went on to point out how the startling event at dinner was going to affect Harry's future. "You see, Mr. Potter, now that the truth is known, Mr. Sirius Black will be given a trial. As Lord Black, I promise he will. I will free him from Azkaban, but it will have its implications upon you, especially as he is your godfather. For all these years people thought your godfather was the one who betrayed your parents to Voldemort. The oars caught him the very day you arrived at your relatives, at the scene of a great explosion that killed 12 Muggles. They thought that he had also killed Peter Pettigrew. The reason for that was that the surviving witnesses told a tale of how Peter accused your godfather of betraying your parents and killing them. Then there was this great explosion, and all that was found of Peter was a single finger. But nobody ever checked the facts. Nobody ever questioned the implausibility of only finding a finger after a great explosion. Nobody ever asked Sirius Black what had happened. Everyone just assumed he was guilty, so they sent him to prison. Remember this for the future, Harry, the Ministry is not your friend. They will never act in the best interests of the public, only in their own self-interest and who provides the most bribes. Just look at all the Death Eaters who escaped punishment after the war. But now we know the truth. I am very sorry that you have to hear the terrible things that happened to your parents all over again. To know that the traitor was in the same room with you most of the time here at Hogwarts must be sickening. But you should know that if Sirius Black, as your godfather, asks for his right to act as your regent until you reach your majority, you may have to go live with him. Your emancipation as Lord Potter does give you many rights, but if he was selected by your parents as your godfather, then he does have the right to review your decisions to make sure you aren't making any gross mistakes or squandering property and money through ignorance or ill-thought plans. You might have to face the awful choice of choosing between who you are staying with, the Dursleys or Mr. Black. It would be terrible for you, I'm sure, but I think, if presented properly before the Wizenmaggots, they would remove you from the Dursleys and force you to live with your godfather. But I promise to pay you a visit wherever you are. And, if you want, for the time being we can neglect to tell your godfather of your other lordships. That would be a great prank, wouldn't it? Now, you and your friends need not serve detentions for a week. Seeing that you have a Quidditch match against Slytherin very soon, use the time well. Lockhart said to Harry Potter. The following Wednesday Harry paced in his office, furious. He had been so pleased that he had successfully diverted attention from the diary, transferring the blame for the attacks on Mrs. Norris and Colin to Peter Pettigrew. No one but the headmaster knew that Peter was innocent of controlling the basilisk, but he daren't say a word or it would reveal he had known about the basilisk and the diary's possession of Ginny and the fact that he knew Peter was hiding with the Weasleys all those years. Not to mention that he hadn't done anything to protect the students from what he knew was a deadly threat. No, the headmaster had to go along with the story, in fact, promote the story, or look like a senile old fool at best or a dark wizard at worst. As it was, he had taken quite a few lumps in the press as they blasted his not knowing about Peter being in his castle for the last 5 years. But for the headmaster that was better than the alternative. In fact, in view of his tenure as DADA professor this year and his newly discovered access to the castle protective enchantments, what he had discovered about Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore made him quite angry. The old wizard had known far more about what was going on in the castle than Harry had ever conceived. The more he considered his years at the school, the more certain he became that Albus had been the worst sort of manipulator. Especially as he was the only wizard Harry knew who had 4 names before his surname. He had to have invented them himself to make himself look more important, as neither his father, brother, or sister had had so many names. And why would a parent lavish all those names on one child but not the others? Dumbledore's excuses in 5th year for not warning Harry about Voldemort planting visions and reading his mind were laughable. He had known what might happen. Certainly, Snape's attempts to teach him occlumency had been a joke and only made him far more susceptible to a mind attack. All it would have taken was one simple note dropped on his pillow by a house elf to explain the old goat Shagger's reasons for his avoidance. And looking back at his first year, the clues fell into his lap. Every time he thought he was hopelessly confused, something happened to clear up the confusion. And the traps, they took no time at all for Quirrell to conquer once he got past Fluffy. And that had slowed the wizard down only because he hadn't wanted to be obvious when he started his assault for the stone. That 3 first-year students could solve the puzzles proved how ineffectual they were. Either the wizard was senile, or it had all been nothing more than a rat's maze to test Harry. And Harry now figured it was the second choice. And 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th years had been the same. The old wizard had led Harry around by the nose, kept him in the dark and prevented him from doing anything effective, dropping clues when and where Albus wanted. Had he been hoping Harry would die along the way, flush Voldemort out, have him waste energy fighting Harry, and then Albus the Great would step in and save the day? Well, the Deathly Hallows Stone sure put paid to the old fart's plans, didn't it do just that? And suddenly there was a real danger that everything would fall apart. But the secretive ass still didn't seem to care, neglecting to teach Harry anything valuable. Did he want Voldemort to win when he realized he was going to die instead of living to control the wizarding world in the UK as he had always planned? Harry had concluded Dumbledore was an enemy back at the start of April when he refused to share what he suspected about the Horcruxes. And now this. That idiot Fudge had grabbed the quaffle and instead of freeing Sirius Black, had arrested Hagrid. Somehow, that twit's minuscule brain had decided the little play in the headmaster's office was a mistake, that hadn't been Peter Pettigrew. He had concocted some strange scenario in his head where it hadn't been Peter in the headmaster's office but someone polyjuiced as him. Never mind they had several eyewitnesses to his unveiling as an animagus. Never mind he had been in the sight of half a dozen professors the entire time afterwards. Never mind that you can't create a polyjuice potion using a dead man as a source. Never mind no one even knew where to find anything that would provide a source to create a polyjuiced Peter. Never mind that you can't polyjuice an animagus to appear as anyone except himself when he changes into a human. Harry wondered if maybe the headmaster had suggested the idiotic idea to Fudge. Erg, Harry was almost literally pulling his hair out. Fleece him, cheat him, and beat him had already started a full frontal assault on the incompetent dweeb. With the money he was throwing at the Wizenmaggots, Fudge wouldn't last a week. But a week was an eternity in Azkaban. And Harry, Neville, and Hermione, just as he had done in his second year, they would follow the Great Oaf's clues in an attempt to prove him innocent and end up in the Forbidden Forest facing off with Aragog and his children. And if Gilderoy told them everything was under control, they would ignore him as Harry always ignored adults. To hope he had gained the little wizard's trust was too much. Hermione might trust him more than any other wizarding adult, but she wouldn't be able to convince Harry, not after the continual bashing by Snape, the way McGonagall had blown him off in first year, and all the other professors turning a blind eye to the awful things happening to the little wizard. Plus, this was the one time Harry Gilderoy wished Ron would accompany Harry. Fortunately, their friendship had fallen to the point where if Hermione was involved he wanted nothing to do with them. Instead, the arachnophobe would hide in his bed. The spiders did not know that the basilisk was gone. The scent of the snake was strong throughout the castle and it would take months to air it out. In the meantime, the spiders infesting the castle were making their treks to the Forbidden Forest as its scent reached them and drove them out. Or the egg cases hatched and the tiny spiders detected the basilisk scent for the first time. Harry Gilderoy would have to double his charms on the group to prevent them heading out without his supervision. Now that he thought about it, this would be a fine time to do a little cleanup in the forest and make it somewhat less forbidden. Harry Gilderoy happened to look out the window towards Hagrid's hut as he was patrolling the 7th floor a week later and was just in time to see 3 figures and a large dog disappear into the Forbidden Forest. Damn it, Hermione was getting too good at finding and removing his alert and tracking charms. He took off at a dead run for his office. He paused only long enough to grab his broom and then he was flying out the window, around the castle, and soon over the forest. For a moment, he thought he saw something moving below him, but when he looked, he saw nothing unusual, and especially not the children. He held up his wand and said, "Point me, Harry Potter." It quickly indicated the direction he should go and he took off after them again. He had lost precious time running in the castle, and if he remembered correctly, they were probably already in the claws of Aragog's offspring. Last time, it had been just Fang, him, and Ron. This time it was Fang, Neville, Hermione, and Harry. And Gilderoy wasn't sure if the additional third person might affect the outcome of their frantic escape. The gibbous moon provided enough light to make it easy to spot the center of the Acromantula nest in the hollow. The dead trees and webbing strung everywhere were a silent but highly visible giveaway. He halted above where he thought the children were and listened closely using a hearing enhancement charm. He could faintly hear Harry's voice and the clicking from Aragog's. He moved until he was directly over them. "We'll just go." Then, he heard Harry call desperately to Aragog. That was his cue. He pulled his wand and pointed to the side of where he estimated the children were huddled. "Incendio!" he cried, pushing the biggest possible flame he could from his wand. It was like a giant flamethrower. A swath of flames easily 10 feet wide splashed to the ground. The dry webbing and long dead trees went up in blaze of fire, rapidly spreading as the fire used the webbing to leap from dead tree to dead tree. He swung his arm in an arc, putting a flaming semicircular barrier between the children and Aragog, and most of the spiders as well. The spiders screamed and scrambled away from the conflagration, all thought of the chasing the children and dog driven from their minds by the directive for self-preservation. Even the spiders behind them were beginning to flee. He heard the long lonely sound of a car horn echoing up from the hollow, the headlights almost unneeded in the glare of the swiftly spreading fire. He sent a second blast of flames alongside of where the children were running. While that might drive a few spiders into their path, the Weasleys' former car would easily plow through them on the way out. The rest were scrabbling frantically to run away from the wall of fire, which the children and car were skirting. In the meantime, he shot over to the opposite side of the hollow and began a circle around the perimeter, lying down a curtain of fire and trapping the fleeing spiders between the fire at the center of the hollow and the one at the perimeter. Aragog, he was sure, would hide and survive in his cave, but the vast majority of the spiders would perish in the flames, he hoped. At the very least, he would decimate the horde. Before he could complete more than half of his circuit, the entire hollow was an inferno. And he had caught a large percentage of the spiders in the blaze, easily half of them. He turned and headed back to the castle, the glow of the fire lighting the sky behind him. It would take a long time for the spiders to regroup and recover. Spiders store their egg cases in their webbing, and the fire had destroyed all the webbing. He managed to arrive at the edge of the forest nearest Hagrid's hut just as the car did. He watched, amused, as Fang practically flew to the hut as he exited the car and ran. He was much less amused when he saw several figures rise up from the cover at the edge of the forest and grab the three children as they tried to follow Fang while the car took off back into the forest. From their stealthy actions, it was clear the attackers were up to no good. He quickly fired a series of stunners, hoping they wouldn't not notice until it was too late. Unfortunately, although he did hit one of their number, the others nimbly dodged out of the way. It was interesting that none of them made an effort to enervate their fallen comrade or responded with magical spells. "Try that again and we'll kill them," called a voice from the group. "Try to escape and we'll do the same." Interesting, they still weren't trying to hit him with any spells. Harry Gilderoy drifted down to the ground and closer, stopping only a dozen feet away from the group. They spread out, 4 men it seemed, 3 were each holding one of the children. Harry was the farthest to the right, then Hermione, and then Neville. The 4th man stood to the side of the man holding Harry. Under the cover of getting off the broom, Gilderoy cast a quick Serpensortia spell at his left hand and called forth a coral snake, catching the small snake on his broom by his hand. A second wandless silent spell from his left hand magnified the potency of the snake's venom by 100. What would normally take 45 minutes to take man down to a coma would now do so in less than 30 seconds. Incoherency and loss of muscle control would set in less than 10 seconds. While the apparent leader said, "If you come quietly, we shan't kill you," Harry Gilderoy hissed quietly under his breath to the snake section, "Get close and attack the man with the girl when I say the word now." Section he dropped the broom, and the snake, to the ground. "You can't escape, you know," he said in a conversational tone, as if they were discussing the weather. "Professor," started Hermione, clearly recognizing his voice, but the man holding her jerked her up, cutting her off and showing Gilderoy the knife at her neck. "Hogwarts' protective enchantments prevent portkeys and apparition," Harry Gilderoy continued blandly, ignoring her outburst. "And if you harm any of those 3, you will take a long time to die. Why don't you just let them go, and I'll let you walk out of here alive." It had been at least a few years since he had last dealt with a hostage situation, but the tactics were easy to remember. It was dark, moonlight notwithstanding, and even he had a hard time seeing the small snake as it slithered through the high-cut grass here at the edge of the forest. "Professor," said one of the men to the others. "Which one are you?" demanded their leader, the voice he had heard first. "The one holding Harry," he said. "What?" Acting offended and sweeping his right hand, he silently conjured another coral snake in his left, also amplifying its venom's potency. Their eyes would follow his moving hand and not notice his left behind him, hiding any slight flashes of light. "You don't recognize me." He shook his head and pretended to be laughing ruefully while hissing. Section attack the man holding the boy farthest on the left when I say the word now. Section then he dropped the snake. "Why, I am Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, slayer of basilisks, and Hogwarts' beloved defense against the dark arts professor. To truly appreciate what that means, I suggest you read my books. You can start with Break with a Banshee, and then read Gadding with Ghouls. In fact, if you release those 3 children right now, I will be happy to give each of you a complete and personally autographed set of all my books, including my latest when it is released later this year, Burrowing with a Basilisk. I'll even include some autographed photos for your lady friends." He paused, as if waiting for them to accept his generous offer. "It is much better to read about my great exploits than to be involved in them, I assure you. Those that become involved usually have very bad endings." The 4 men stared at him blankly, before breaking into laughter. Their leader said, "Actually, you're just the man we want. Tell you what we'll do. You drop your wand right there, and your holdout, and come over here. We'll set these kids free as soon as we secure your hands." The lone man pulled a rope out of his cloak pocket. It was too bad that no one had ever told the kids the best way to deal with being a hostage, to faint. Trying to hold up and use an unconscious hostage as a shield is almost impossible, as anyone who has ever tried to support a passed-out drunk will attest. Even with kids, it was like trying to lift a child-sized water balloon. Harry, Gilderoy looked at them, puzzled. What the bloody hell did they want with him? Why, gentlemen, if you had wanted an interview, all you had to do was contact my agent and he would gleefully have set it up for you at the earliest opportunity. There is no need for all this drama. He tried to project the air of a celebrity delighted to meet a fan in an unusual situation. Well, I suppose now that we are all here, perhaps you could tell me what this is about. And he gave them one of Gilderoy's brilliant smiles. Not going to happen. Drop your wands and get over here or the kid gets cut. The man shifted slightly so Gilderoy could see his blade glint in the moonlight. Gilderoy saw Hermione startle. The first snake had arrived and apparently decided to use the girl as a climbing post to get a bit closer to his target. Her captor gripped her tight and said, "Stop wriggling or I might accidentally cut your throat." Gilderoy sighed as if much put upon and not realizing the deadly seriousness of the four assailants. "Well," he said lightly, "if you insist." He made a production out of reaching down to his leg and pulling out his second wand, leaving him with a wand in each hand. He placed both wands in his right hand. Then he started walking towards the leader. "No, Professor," came the exclamation from Neville. "Shut up," came the immediate gruff response. He gasped as his captor did something. Gilderoy looked up. "Tut, tut, we'll have none of that, my good man," he said. He held his wands by their middles. The leader spoke up quickly. "No closer. Throw the wands over there." Gilderoy stopped and placed his hands on his hips. "Make up your mind. Come here. Don't come here. Drop the wands. Toss the wands. Are you sure you should be in charge?" The leader growled. Aha! He was a werewolf. That made things simpler. He didn't have to worry about wands. He smiled at the leader. Then he threw the two wands in a long arc to his right. At the same time he hissed, "Section now." Section. The leader's gaze followed the wands. He jerked his attention to his accomplices as two screamed. One yelled, "Shite, something bit me." The other just cussed loudly. The werewolf watched his companions as one grabbed his neck, the other his hand. A long thin rope-like object dangled from each. In that instant, Gilderoy disapparated to behind the man. He fired off a reducto into the middle of his spine. The werewolf collapsed like a puppet with the strings cut. He knocked Harry down in the process. Harry hit the ground, but rolled away immediately. The fourth man belatedly realized Gilderoy had moved. He jumped forward. He managed to dodge the stunner from Harry's right hand. Then he dodged one of the two simultaneous reductos Harry then sent. The second caved in his chest. Harry spun to check on the students. They were all standing and pointing their wands at their former captors. "Excellent show, children," Gilderoy said. Then he cast quick stunning and binding curses at all five assailants, using both hands. The students were quick to notice him using his hands with no wands in sight. Neville and Hermione both had taken advantage of their captor's shock at being bitten and escaped without injury, except for an accidental shallow cut on their necks from the knives. Hermione had stomped on the man's foot while Neville had just spun away. The two werewolves, though, were already incoherent from the poison and would be comatose in under a minute. Without immediate medical assistance, they would be dead in 10 minutes. "Accio my wands," Harry said, catching them as they flew to him. He turned to the two students. "Mr. Longbottom, Miss Granger, are you all right?" "I think so," Hermione said shakily, Neville echoing her a moment later. "Check each other for cuts. The spell is a pisky while concentrating on healing the cuts. Repeat as often as necessary." He was walking over to check on Harry as he said this. He heard them saying Lumos. Harry was unharmed, standing, and holding his wand on the prone werewolf. "Excellent, excellent," Harry, Gilderoy said. "You all did an admirable job not panicking and keeping your wits about you." He walked back to the erstwhile leader of the kidnappers and flipped him over. He didn't recognize the man. He heard a set of Apiskis in the background. "Mixie. Mixie comes when called, Professor Defender." Sigh. Ever since he had dispatched the basilisk, and the Sorting Hat gave him the sword of Gryffindor, the house elves had started calling him the Defender of Hogwarts. It was all a bit much, coming from them, because he knew they truly meant it. He couldn't tell them to stop, they would be deeply hurt, and they wouldn't stop doing it anyway. Would you be so kind as to bring me my Veritaserum from my office? The house elf vanished. Did you apparate? You can't have apparated, exclaimed Hermione, coming over to Harry and Gilderoy with Neville following. No one can apparate on Hogwarts grounds. Gilderoy grinned broadly. Of course, I didn't apparate, Miss Granger. Everyone knows that Hogwarts protective enchantments prevent both apparition and portkeys. Unless you are the one controlling the protective enchantments, that is. Forestalling her barrage of questions on what he did do, he said, the experienced fighter that I am with years of dealing with dangerous creatures, my reflexes are such that I moved so quickly that it merely looked like I apparated. She closed her mouth. He could see her frown clearly in the moonlight. She couldn't really argue with him, though, he had agreed with her. But nobody could move that fast, so he had to apparate, but he said he hadn't. It was like watching someone work through the logic of the statement, I never tell the truth. The little wizards looked worried. They were sure that they were about to get into a ton of trouble for being outside after curfew, and in the Forbidden Forest to boot. Hermione's logic puzzle kept her distracted. She would panic later. Mixie returned at that instant and held out the vial of Veritaserum. Gilderoy kneeled beside the semi-paralyzed werewolf and, after forcing his mouth open, carefully placed 3 drops in the creature's mouth. Then he enervated him. What is your name? Fenrir Greyback, came the somewhat snarled reply. He must be truly enraged to get that much emotion into his reply. Or maybe it was his nature as a werewolf coming through. Why were you here? I came to kill Gilderoy Lockhart. Gilderoy exchanged surprised glances with the 3 students. Why? The Carrows think you arranged Malfoy's troubles and exposed McNair and 2 others in the ministry. Why did you grab these kids? I thought I could use them to get you out of the castle to the forest, where we would ambush and kill you. 5 werewolves can easily take out a wizard. What would you have done with them afterwards? Had a bit of fun with the girl, then eat them. What are the names of all the Death Eaters you know? It was a short list and added no names he didn't already know. Gilderoy re-stunned the werewolf. Harry looked at him questioningly. Children, Gilderoy said quietly, these men are the worst sort imaginable. You heard what these men planned to do. Do you think they would have not done what they had planned if I hadn't subdued them? The 3 slowly shook their heads. Fenrir has a large bounty on his head, the older wizard continued. He is responsible for the deaths of dozens of children and turning scores of others into werewolves so he can add them to his army. He is wanted dead or alive. Do not concern yourselves with what has happened to these parodies of humans, you are blameless and they are not. Unlike many werewolves, they chose to be evil. They will never be able to bother you, or any others, again, that I swear. They stared at him silently. By the way, he added, if I were to officially report these men to the headmaster, your other adventure tonight might come to light and complicate your lives more than they are now. You have enough detentions already, Harry. Any more and Hermione will have to draw up a color-coded schedule just so we can figure a way to leave you time to sleep. Hermione huffed while the other 2 boys tried to hide grins. He looked over the 3 students. I think it is well past your bedtime. I think you should retrieve your cloak from Hagrid's hut, Mr. Potter. That got a long narrow-eyed look from the boy, and all of you go to bed after a nice hot shower. I will take care of these men and deliver them to the ministry. Now, go, shoo. He made hurrying motions with his hands. The children slowly started off. Oh, by the way, he called out, I will ensure that Hagrid will return to us forthwith, you needn't worry about it too much. I already have my solicitors savaging Minister Fudge for his precipitous actions. He will not be minister for long, just you watch. Harry waved an arm in acknowledgement and turned back towards Hagrid's hut. Gilderoy sighed. Section, are my friends still here? Section, he called out in Parseltongue, startling the 3 into looking back at him. Ah, he called out to them, if you could keep it secret that I am a Parselmouth, I would appreciate it. As you can see, it makes for a powerful weapon if your enemy is unaware. Section, yes, Speaker. I am still here, Section, came the twin answers. The children resumed their march to bed. Gilderoy said softly, So Harry wouldn't hear. Section excellent. Would you be so kind as to bite the bound up men several times each? Section. Section yes, Speaker. Section with pleasure, Speaker. Section came the twin answers. Section and when you're done, make yourselves at home in the forest, just never bite a student. Section. Section yes, Speaker, I can do that. Section they each answered. Gilderoy stopped and thought a moment, then conjured up a couple of fat rats from the Hogwarts kitchens. And here are 2 nice, juicy rats for your hard work this night. He laid the stunned rats beside Greyback. Surprised, the 2 snakes replied, Section thank you, Speaker. Section. And that was the most fun I've had in 1,000 years, said Sam, the name Harry Gilderoy had decided to call the Sorting Hat in lieu of just Hat. Harry blinked, startled. He had forgotten he was still wearing Sam from his night patrol in Hogwarts. He shrugged, at least Sam got to see a bit of adventure. 15 minutes later, a pile of 5 bodies spilled out of the phone booth elevator entrance into the ministry atrium. Stuck to one of them was a note. I'm terribly sorry about the mess. Just a short while ago I saw these men attack some children walking home close to the edge of the forest near my abode. When I interrupted them, they told me it was none of my business and threatened to kill the children unless I cooperated. I managed to surprise them. During the duel they fell into a snake's nest, were severely bitten, and died. The children were unharmed and I sent them on their way after making sure they wouldn't tell their relatives or friends of their adventure. No need to call the Obliviators. If there's any kind of reward for these men, please have it donated to the children's ward at St. Mungo's Hospital. Fenrir Greyback dead, screamed the Daily Prophet's Thursday headline. Below was a concise story about how a pile of dead werewolves arrived at the ministry in the dead of night under mysterious circumstances. Following that was a very long and very lurid article on Greyback's life and crimes. Several other articles detailed the fate of some of his victims. Unfortunately, there were no stories about Gilderoy, and after the great battles of the night before, he was more than a little restive. Harry consoled him with the thought that the Hufflepuff Cup would soon be in their hands and his name generating more headlines. And that call came the next day in the morning. At dinner, he sent an ultimatum Bones. At 4, after his last class let out, he apparated to the palliative care building in Perth and 10 minutes later walked out. As far as anyone knew, the old woman's next of kin, funny that they hadn't known she had any, had arrived and removed the body for burial. As she had died of old age, heart failure, there would be no need to go through the coroner's office. The next day was the beginning of the hard part. Ah, Madam Bones, a pleasure to see you, as always, Gilderoy said as he entered her office. He was dressed in his finest lavender robes, upgraded to acromantula silk after the goblins had paid his basilisk ingredients, buyout price. And you, too, Mr. Lockhart. Excellent news, is it not? That Fenrir Greyback is dead, don't you think? But what a strange way to die. Poisoned to death by snakes not native to Scotland, how strange. He paused a moment as if to think. I heard a rumor that some disgruntled Death Eaters commissioned him to kill me, don't you know? The werewolves must have been on their way to find me when Greyback ran afoul of his desire to cause mindless mischief and mayhem. It was just a stroke of luck that he ran up against someone capable of sorting them out before they had a chance to do any real damage. The children involved, I'm sure, are thankful for their selfless protector. I'm sure they would be telling all and sundry if only they could. 5 werewolves against 1 wizard and rescuing 3 helpless children from certain death. The skill and talent it must have taken rivals my own, I dare say. I wish I could claim such a fantastic battle for one of my books. It would be another bestseller, I'm sure. He sighed theatrically, his gaze roving over her office. Anyway, the rumor says the Carrows, Amicus and Electo, think that I, somehow, was involved in Lucius Malfoy's death, as well as the unmasking of McNair and a few other hidden Death Eaters here at the Ministry, can you believe it? He shook his head sadly. How they could think that is beyond me. Why some people seek a scapegoat for their own incompetence, I do not understand. After all, is it not the case that it is a mistake to attribute to malice what might simply be the result of incompetence or stupidity? He looked directly at her. By the way, Has the dark mark alert and tag spell on the ministry's flows yielded any interesting finds? I should imagine that if someone arrived whom you didn't know was a Death Eater, that would mean you could safely administer Veritaserum to them. After all, they were never given a trial and therefore you don't know if they were forced to take the mark, do you? Even if you can't do that, it would be nice to know whom to watch for, shall we say, underhanded activities, wouldn't it? Not to mention whom they associate with and whom might share their proclivities. And no one except perhaps the unspeakables need ever know how you came upon such information. After all, we both know Volduhor is trying to come back. It would be better to know who his allies in the ministry are before that happens so you can plan accordingly. Gilderoy knew they hadn't yet put up such a spell or he would have felt it today. A gentle reminder was in order. Plus, his preceding monologue let her know in no uncertain terms that he was claiming to be the source of the gift of dead werewolf fugitives. She just stared back at him, her face carefully blank. Damn, he was coming across as too competent. He had expected her to roll her eyes at the very least. Well, at least one person in authority would take him seriously when he made suggestions in the future. Finally, she said, "What brings you to my office today?" "I want to go to Azkaban." He left off, "to rescue Bellatrix Lestrange." Azkaban. She was puzzled at the request. "Well, madam, as you know, there are 2 members of House Black currently incarcerated there. One for just cause, the other not. And I am Lord of House Black. It is incumbent upon me to check on members of my house, no matter their station or situation." Her eyebrows went up. She said, incredulously, "Lord Black." He gave her a broad smile, languidly held out his right hand, and flashed the House Black Lord's ring. He then pulled out his wand and held it up. "I swear on my magic and my life that I am Lord Black, of the ancient and noble House Black." "So mote it be, Lumos." His wand tip glowed brightly. She sat back in her chair. "Well, that was unexpected. How, and why?" He looked back at her. "That is a long and complicated story which I'm sure you would find incredulous. And I only discovered the situation by accident when demonstrating to Mr. Potter how the goblins conduct heritage searches after he had done his. I was truly expecting a no response." She nodded her understanding, and a smile flitted across her lips. "Ah, yes," he realized with some satisfaction, she had heard about Harry's inheriting a few extra lordships. "Quite a surprise, I tell you. But it's true or I couldn't wear the ring. I've already been to visit the house at 12 Grimmauld Place, and discussed a few things with the house elf in residence." "Amazing," she said. She shook her head, then looked up at him. "Azkaban. Yes, I want Sirius moved from the high security section of the prison to the lowest security, if not to a holding cell here in the ministry, while my lawyers deal with getting his release. We now know that Peter Pettigrew did not die 11 years ago, which throws doubt onto all the assumptions made when he was picked up. Add to that Sirius was never interviewed, much less charged or convicted of a crime, and you're looking at a huge public relations disaster for the ministry. Not to mention owing compensation for abusing so blatantly the scion of House Black." She was staring at him again, astonished. "Why, if the ministry can grab the scion of such an important and noble house and lock him up without evidence or a trial, or even an official charge, what is to prevent them from doing the same to the son or daughter of any member of the Wizenmaggots, or even your niece?" He was letting her know in the plainest terms possible the strategy he was going to pursue to free Sirius. True, there was a war on, but afterwards. What's the excuse for not reviewing the evidence to make sure the ones placed in Azkaban were not innocents caught in the wrong place at the wrong time? And he knew she could see how powerful a strategy it was. Both dark and light houses would unite to defend their sons and daughters from what happened to Sirius once they realized how vulnerable they were. No ministry, either light or dark, could be trusted with such wide-reaching powers. Using his fame as Lockhart and the powerful political power of House Black, he could make sure that the Daily Prophet would keep this case from being hidden from the public. Sheer self-interest would force the Wizenmaggots to dump the minister and any who stood with him. He paused and smiled grimly. "The minister and ministry are in for some hard times ahead. If you maintain the status quo, you will mitigate your portion of the blame. Not at all. The Nazis proved how ineffective, 'I was only following orders,' is as a defense. Moving Sirius and getting him the medical assistance he needs will go a long ways towards showing you knew nothing of the true situation, and that you are acting in good faith. To the public you will appear an impartial administrator of justice. After all, if you ascertain he is guilty, then nothing has been lost. But if you find he is innocent and yet you did nothing to help in the meantime. I'm not one to tell another how to run her department, but if I were you, I would immediately send orders to interview Mr. Black with Veritaserum and determine the truth. After 11 years in that horrid place, I'm sure he is incapable of the fortitude even to attempt to fool the potion. She was now looking thoughtful. By the way, as godfather to Harry James Potter, shouldn't it have been impossible for him to act in a manner that threatened Harry and his parents? His oath should have killed him if he really intended to hand Lord Potter's son over to Voldemort. He gave her one of his wide smiles, displaying his perfect teeth. So, with that mind, I'd like to visit Azkaban as soon as possible to assure Sirius I am taking the steps needed to get him out. And while I am there, I would like to visit Bellatrix Lestrange. As a daughter of House Black, it is incumbent upon me to verify her condition and situation in the prison. And I would like to verify that Mr. Rubeus Hagrid is being treated in the manner promised by Minister Fudge. Mr. Hagrid is a good friend of mine, and I find it deplorable that the minister had him incarcerated simply because he needed a scapegoat. And this is the second time for poor Mr. Hagrid. And that's another case of the ministry grabbing someone right off the street and throwing them into Azkaban without charges, trial, or conviction. Am I seeing a pattern here of ministry misbehavior? Once as an accident, twice as coincidence, 3 times as malicious intent. What would the Daily Prophet and Rita Skeeter have to say about such a charge? I shall make sure to include the facts of his case with Sirius Black's case when next the Wizenmaggots meets. In fact, I herewith officially petition you to release Mr. Rebus Hagrid, or at the very least, move him here to a ministry holding spell, as a show of good faith. He pulled a parchment roll from his pocket and handed it to her. And that certainly put Madame Bones on the hot seat. Do what she should legally do and risk the heat she would get from the minister, or fall with the minister when the Wizenmaggots roasted him for illegally throwing innocent victims into Azkaban. Gilderoy had a good idea which way she would jump. I would like that visit to be this afternoon. He sat back and waited. 2 hours later, they were standing in the warden's office on Azkaban. Here's the order for Mr. Rubeus Hagrid transferring him from Azkaban to a ministry holding cell. Madame Bones handed a scroll to the warden as Gilderoy watched. As she had explained before leaving the ministry, they would give him Veritaserum once he was in the ministry. If, as Gilderoy had said, he had nothing to do with the incidents in question, they would immediately release him. Furthermore, they would question him regarding the incident from 50 years ago, and take action, if any, accordingly. They would be commute the fine for having a creature classified as a pet to time served. Madame Bones had not asked Harry how he had obtained his facts. After perusing the scroll, the warden called to one of the guards, and said, "John, fetch the prisoner known as Rubeus Hagrid and bring him here." While they waited, she handed the warden a second scroll, and here's the order for Mr. Sirius Black transferring him from Azkaban to a ministry holding cell. After a sharp look at the witch and examining the scroll intently, he said, "Are you sure, madam? He's one of our most dangerous prisoners. He's said to have been he who must not be named's most important lieutenant. Apparently, the rumors of his association with Death Eaters and he who must not be named are just that, rumors. That's why we're taking him to the ministry for questioning. There seems to be considerable evidence he might just be innocent, that he simply was in the wrong place at the wrong time." The warden gave her an appalled look. "No," he said, aghast. She nodded. He sighed, and called to the guards in the outer office, "Gary, take 3 others and fetch prisoner Sirius Black. Maximum security." As an aside, he said to his superior, "Just a precaution. As you said, it appears, and we all know that sometimes appearances can be wrong." Again she nodded, and so they waited in silence. Hagrid must have been close because less than a minute later he walked in with his guard. "Professor Lockhart," the half-giant exclaimed. He looked worse for the wear, as if he hadn't slept well in days, and he probably hadn't, and there was a sense of depression and desperation about the man. The head of the DMLE looked up at the big man and said, Professor Lockhart has brought evidence that your current incarceration here is a mistake of justice. We are transferring you to the ministry for further questioning. If it goes as we suspect, you will be released from custody no later than this afternoon, with a letter of apology from the DMLE. Hagrid looked close to tears in relief. I knew the headmaster wouldn't forget me. Thank ye, Professor, thank ye. Madam Bones spoke up. Mr. Hagrid, the headmaster had nothing to do with this. Professor Lockhart arranged everything. Gilderoy said, Hagrid, how good to see you. I see you have survived here, if not exactly thrived, but be of good cheer. He gave the half-giant a blinding smile. As Madam Bones said, I've arranged for your release after a few questions. By evening you'll be back in the Great Hall having supper with the rest of the staff, and this will all be a fading memory. Hagrid frowned and said more to himself than anyone else, the headmaster didn't send you. And stepped back to lean against a wall, frowning. His guard settled beside him, alert and wand out. Just because a prisoner appeared calm didn't mean he wasn't planning something untoward. Or wouldn't suddenly decide his best opportunity was to go on the offensive and attack. The warden and Bone went into a discussion of the prison, and the warden took the opportunity to present some items that he felt needed her attention. Gilderoy spent his time examining the office and, surreptitiously, taking a good hard look at the protective enchantments in place over the prison. He had to admit, they were quite effective at keeping ordinary prisoners in place and average dark wizards at bay. They would need significant upgrading, though, to hold out against what Voldemort could bring to bear. He developed a few suggestions on improvements as he waited. Finally, Sirius Black arrived. And boy did he look like hell. Not just thin, but gaunt, his skin stretched over his bones. His eyes, while clear and showing he was paying attention, had a haunted look of terrors never forgotten, nor far from mind. He looked around the room and was surprised to recognize Hagrid in one corner and Madam Bones in front of the warden's desk. Gilderoy immediately greeted the wizard. Ah, Sirius Black. It's good to see you. He gave him a broad smile and walked over to him. The guard stiffened slightly, but didn't interfere. He started shaking the prisoners like a professional politician, that is, much action and not letting go. You may not remember me, I was 4 years behind you at Hogwarts. He pushed magic through his hand into Sirius, giving him quite a boost. I've been looking forward to meeting you since Christmas when I discovered I was Lord Black. Sirius gave him an astonished look, both at the news and at the sudden flood of magic, pushing him to a level he hadn't had for a decade. Can you believe that? Me, Gilderoy Lockhart, not only a member of the famous House Black, but its lord. Better you than me, mumbled the confused wizard. Why, as soon as I found out, I started researching the family. You can imagine my surprise when I discovered you, certainly the most infamous of the family, had never been given a trial, or even interviewed to see if you really were a Death Eater. He finally let go of the wizard's hand. That should give the sickly wizard a jump start on recovering. Sirius shook his hand uncertainly, his fingers still tingling from the magical burst Gilderoy had sent him. That's why we're here, actually, Gilderoy continued, blithely ignoring the others in the room and their attempts to interrupt. We're going to take you back to the ministry where they will finally ask you the questions they should have given you 11 years ago. It's all a formality, really, as they had no evidence to lock you up in the first place. He looked around the room. Well, I've said enough for now. I'll let these fine oars here take care of you for a while. I'll meet you back at the ministry when they release you. Make sure you wait for me, though, there are a lot of things I have to tell you. Did you know I'm famous in the wizarding world? Yes, that's right, famous. I've written 10, can you believe it, 10 best-selling books. And I have 2 more I'm working on right now. People all over the world simply adore me. I'm also the DADA professor at Hogwarts, and let me tell you, Harry Potter is such a fine lad you'll be amazed. Harry, Sirius interrupted, James's son. Yes, of course. James and Lily would be so proud of the young wizard. He'll be living with you starting this summer. You two will have plenty of time to catch up with each other. I know he's just dying to hear all your stories about his father and mother. Gilderoy stopped and nudged the thin wizard with his elbow, and none of those racy ones, you hear. The boy's only 12 and not quite ready to hear what a ladies' wizard his father was. Although he's already quite infatuated with a certain bushy-haired young witch, whom I'm sure he will spend hours telling you about. And there's at least 2 others giving him the eye as well, what with his multiple lordships and all. He stepped back from the confused wizard. I would go with you to the ministry, but being Lord Black means I have one more responsibility, much as I would rather go with you so we could get acquainted. He rubbed his hands together excitedly. The stories I could tell you about myself you simply shan't believe are true, but they are. I have 10 books to show the proof. He sighed contentedly. Well, as I said, I do have another appointment here. I need to see to your cousin, Bellatrix Lestrange. As Lord Black I have to see for myself her condition and situation. He nodded towards Madame Bones, who was watching them with an amazed expression. She tells me that Bella is far too dangerous to allow out of her cell, so I shall have to visit her. As the Muggles say, if Muhammad can't go to the mountain, then the mountain must come to Muhammad. Everyone stared at him as if he were quite barmy. He hoped the wizard was awake enough to catch all the hidden gems he had included in his apparent ramblings. He turned to the witch. Well, I shouldn't hold you back from your investigations. I would most appreciate it if you could personally see to the interrogation of Mr. Hagrid first, so that Mr. Black has time to take a nice hot shower and get a few healing potions so he doesn't pass out in the middle of your interrogation. And then oversee Mr. Black's interrogation as well. You might learn some interesting facts about Mr. Potter if you examine his story carefully. He smiled happily. So, who is the lucky guard who will conduct me safely to see my incarcerated family member? Jack was not happy. He clearly wondered what he had done wrong to be consigned to escort this idiotic airhead dandy to see Bellatrix Lestrange. The man had done nothing but talk about his books and adventures at a breathtaking rate, not even noticing Jack's very unsubtle hints that he didn't care. The only reason he hadn't told the wizard piss off was that he obviously had extraordinary pull to get Madame Bones and the warden hopping to his tune. Here she is, he said tersely, interrupting the prat in mid-sentence in some silliness about curing a werewolf. Hey, he yelled at the woman in the cell, get off your ass. Ya got a visitor. Before he could turn back to Gilderoy, he was hit with a stunner. Before the wizard could start to fall, Lockhart swiftly erected silencing spells and a notice me not. He did not want anyone to see what he was doing. Bella unsteadily stood up. Who the bloody? She started, only to receive a stunner as well. Moving quickly, Gilderoy removed the shrunken corpse from his bottomless bag. He placed it inside the cell. He restored it to full size, then summoned Bella. He compared them side by side. He cast a spell duplicating all of Bella's scars and features. Her own mother wouldn't be able to tell them apart. He swapped Bella's prison attire for the old woman's hospital gown, and then shrunk her to doll size. He summoned her and placed her in his bag, carefully hiding it in his pocket. He took out the golem paper and carefully placed it inside the dead woman's mouth. He touched the paper in her open mouth and poured magic into it, charging its runes. He waited a moment, closed its mouth, and then said, "Stand up." The body climbed to its feet. Instructions. You will stay in the bed as much as possible. When dementors arrive, mow in as if in pain. When guards arrive, turn your back to them. Do not speak to them. Dump any food into the disposal hole in the corner. If anyone suspects you aren't Bellatrix Lestrange, or Bella, or they think something is wrong, whisper the word, dead. Otherwise, after 20 days, whisper the word, dead. Turn around and face the bed. When I enervate the guard, go to the bed and lie down. End instructions. When it said the activation word, dead, the paper would vanish. With the paper gone, the runes that preserved the body and allowed it operate would vanish as well, and the body would appear to have died. His changes to its features would last a year, at least, and by then normal decay would render it extremely difficult to determine that the body wasn't really Bella. Only a Muggle DNA test would prove otherwise. The entire operation had taken less than a minute. He turned to the guard and used magic to lift and place him leaning against the wall. He casted a confundo followed by an enervate. As the guard blinked his eyes, the confundo preventing him from being completely cognizant of his surroundings, Gilderoy dismissing his silencing spells and the notice me not. The golem slowly began walking to the bed. He turned to the guard, saying, "Thank you for your assistance. I see she is alive and as well as can be expected. Let's go back." The golem laid down, with its back to the cell door. The guard was more than happy to leave this level of the prison and the demonters hovering at the far end of the corridor. The walk back was just as boring as the walk in, from the guard's point of view. He was close to strangling the git he was escorting by the time they reached the warden's office. If he never saw or heard of Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, slayer of basilisks, and Hogwarts, beloved defense against the dark arts professor, he could die happy. For his report, he just mentioned they went to the cell, the witch stood up, cursing them, and then they left. He never suspected anything unusual had happened during his escort. Gilderoy caught up with Madame Bones in the Auror department just as they were ending their interrogation of Hagrid. As he had told her, Hagrid was innocent and had provided a memory of his arrest by the minister where the minister admitted he had no reason other than the infamous covering your ass. Madame Bones was furious. "The minister is not an Auror, he has no authority to do what he did," she fumed. "As soon as we finish interrogating Sirius Black, I'll call the Wizengamot for a special session to hear these cases. Once they see that memory, he's history. And if," she turned to look at Gilderoy, "if the case against Sirius Black is as flimsy as you claim, we can get him out of here Saturday." They crossed the corridor to the next cell. If an innocent man's life weren't at stake, Gilderoy would have been laughing at the expressions of the Aurors as at each answer to every question they asked demonstrated just how badly the Ministry had handled things 11 years ago. Bones remanded Sirius, as a Joe blogs, to a Ministry cell pending Wizengamot review of his case, or rather lack of a case. In the meantime, she sent for a healer to help him recover from his ordeal in Azkaban. Gilderoy promised to see him when the Wizenmaggots met or on Saturday, whichever came first. The gaunt woman on the bed looked hideous. Her hair was a rat's nest. Her fingernails were all broken, cracked, and caked with dirt. In fact, dirt caked her most everywhere. If he had found her outside in a field or forest, he would have thought her dead. Her face, even asleep, was a mass of worry lines. Gilderoy sighed and looked around the room. Ever since he conceived his plan, he had been preparing. This room was a combination of the former dungeon cells under Grimmauld Place, accessed through a staircase in the boiler room. He had combined several cells to create an upper-class bedroom. Fine curtains hid a window charm to show a view of the Thames. There was nothing to indicate the room was actually 20 feet underground. A matching carpet and pale white-colored walls brought warmth to the room. A door led to a full bathroom with both shower and bathtub. Beside it was a full closet, currently bare. The furniture, beautifully appointed, was a matching set of drawers, bed, side tables, and plush chairs. The paintings on the walls were Muggle landscapes. Hidden runes inscribed on each piece prevented its transformation into anything else, and made each impervious to breakage or removal, preventing the occupant from fashioning a weapon. The walls, floor, ceiling, and doors were similarly protected from mayhem. The entry door and its wall were transparent from the outside so he could observe where she was before entering the suite. Even if she somehow got her hands on a wand, she couldn't use anything inside the suite to her advantage. Creature. Master calls creature. The house elf stared at the stranger in the room. His brow furrowed. She looked like a black, but he did not recognize her. Creature. That woman is Bellatrix Lestrange, formerly Bellatrix Black, a daughter of House Black. She has been in Azkaban. You are to care for her, but she cannot command you to do anything. If she asks for food, bring it. If she asks for drink, bring either water or butterbeer, nothing stronger. Use only the special plates, cups, and silverware I charmed. Convey to me any requests she may have. Do not bring her anything else without my permission. If she wants something to read, point her to my books. He indicated the stack of books on an end table. She is confined to this suite. You are to prevent her from leaving should she attempt to so without my expressed permission. If she tries to use magic, tell her to stop or you will put magic suppressing cuffs on her. Do not communicate knowledge of her to anyone without my express permission. You are not to convey to anyone that you know anything about Bellatrix except that you believe she is in Azkaban. If someone asks, you haven't seen her, you haven't heard from her, you don't expect to hear from or see her. The last you heard, a decade ago, she was in Azkaban. As far as you know, she still is there. If someone asks you to take her a message, say house elves cannot enter Azkaban. If someone tells you she is dead, acknowledge their statement, and then refer to her in the past tense only. Do you understand? Her presence here is a house black secret. Do not divulge it to anyone without my permission. You are not to divulge my identity as Lord Black to her, nor where she is, except that she has been rescued from Azkaban. Warn her that attempts to discern either of those on her part will result in you not speaking with her entirely. You are not to discuss anything that has happened since she was incarcerated. You are not to tell her you are the House Black house elf. No news about the family, nothing. Whether she stays free of Azkaban depends on her cooperation. Yes, Master. Creature understands, Master. Thank you, Creature. Miss Lestrange, née Black, is a pure blood. Serve her with honor within the constraints I have given you. Creature actually bowed to him, saying, Thank you, Master. Thank you. Having a true pure blood to serve was heaven to him. To start with, prepare a thin soup with crackers and water for her first meal. Wake her when you place the food out for her. Then draw a bath while she is eating. Over the next few days work up to serving her full meals. While she is bathing, go through the black vaults for appropriate day and sleep wear. Resize them to fit her as needed, and remove from them any indications that they came from House Black stores. If there is nothing, let me know. I will provide potions to help her recover. If there are any problems, let me know as soon as possible. Just to see if he could do it, Gilderoy had the castle protective enchantments filter out Hagrid's return from the information flow. Completely confident that the great Dumbledore had engineered his release, Hagrid was puzzled that Albus seemed so surprised when he came through the professor's entrance beside the headmaster's table. Hagrid began to wonder if the headmaster hadn't been working towards his release. Then he heard the headmaster ask, Professor Lockhart, how did your publishing emergency work out? You were gone all day, as you warned me might happen. Ah, yes, it came to a noteworthy conclusion, the smarmy professor answered. The publisher lost an entire chapter's worth of pages out of the manuscript of my newest book, Burrowing with a Basilisk. Somehow, someone accidentally mislaid the pages. They only noticed when the total page count came out much less than projected. Fortunately, I took my copy of the manuscript along with me. We had to compare every page of my manuscript with their layout, page by page, until we found the missing sections. It changed the layout for the rest of the book and we spent hours trying to salvage what they had done so far. My mother has always said that there is something in printer's ink that makes typesetters stupid, and after all the problems I've had with my books over the years, I certainly believe it. Why, one time they put the wrong page header on an entire chapter. Another time they reversed the order of the pages in an entire signature. Hagrid tuned out the rest of what Lockhart was saying, disturbed at what he had heard. He didn't notice the headmaster's pained look at getting far more detail than he ever wanted in reply to his simple question, as Lockhart went on and on with anecdote after anecdote of publisher problems he had encountered over the years. It seemed he had quite a lot of them and he had no problem retelling each one in excruciating detail. Watching from the opposite side of the headmaster, Gilderoy had no problems following what Hagrid was thinking, just from his expressions and where he was looking. Had Professor Lockhart, whom he thought of as a pompous, self-important git, really been the only one interested in helping him in his time of need? Gilderoy knew the Aurors at the Ministry told Hagrid no one from Hogwarts had communicated with them in the slightest about himself. No, that couldn't be right, could it? His frown seemed to say. But then why had the headmaster been surprised to see him? Hagrid gave a worried look to the headmaster, who didn't notice as his attention was on Gilderoy. And why had Lockhart lied to the headmaster about what he had done this day? Hagrid wore his troubled expression although the meal, but most thought it was just an after effect of his stay at that awful prison. Hagrid apparently decided to do as Professor Lockhart had requested and not mention that Sirius Black was also no longer a resident of Azkaban. How Madame Bones managed to keep her agenda a secret Gilderoy never figured out, but on Saturday there was a special Wizengamot meeting. The session started as normal with the chief warlock of the Wizengamot, delightfully not Dumbledore, but unfortunately being Minister Fudge, asking, "Is there any important member business that needs to be conducted before this session begins?" Gilderoy, in the gallery, stood, "If it pleases the court, I have such business." Today was a lilac day, and he knew he looked resplendent. "Speak." Gilderoy then proceeded to stun the membership with his announcement that he was Lord Black and would be assuming the currently unoccupied seat of House Black. It took his magical oath, and Minister Fudge's thorough examination of the lordship ring, to assure them he wasn't lying. The dark-tending ancient and noble House Lords were most upset. Many had extensive financial ties to House Black and could not afford, literally, to have the Lord of House Black unhappy with them. Whichever way he voted, they would have to side with him, no matter their personal preferences, even if the vote was against their own business interests. Minister Fudge repeated the request for member business. This time Professor Sinistra stood and rocked the court again by announcing she was the proxy voter for Lord Slytherin, with a goblin-certified parchment. Professor McGonagall being proxy for Lord Gryffindor followed this, in a move that brought the most outcry from the membership, but that the membership rules did not exclude. Goblin Griphook took the proxy for Lord Gaunt. When they all sat together in a block, everyone knew the political landscape of Wizarding England had just flipped upside down and backwards. The block of dark-tending ancient and noble house tied to House Black would follow him, and if he voted with the lighthouses as his sitting with Gryffindor indicated, then so would they. That put the lighthouses firmly in control of the Wizengamot for the first time in many decades. The surprises did not stop there, though. Madame Bones started the session off by bringing in Sirius Black, looking much better after several days of drinking of healing potions and getting peaceful uninterrupted sleep, and pointed out the facts of his illegal incarceration. Pensive memories and a magically binding oath on his life that Sirius did not betray the Potters nor cause the blast that killed all those Muggles made quick work of the opposition. It wasn't difficult to get a vote releasing him immediately, especially after the Wizengamot saw House Black, Gaunt, Gryffindor, and Slytherin all vote for in his favor. The head of the DMLE's next order of business was to arrest Minister Fudge in full view of the court for doing the exact same thing to Hagrid that the previous administration had done to Sirius Black, and for blatantly abusing his power as a minister, as only Aurors are allowed to arrest people. Gilderoy made a brilliant speech, in his opinion, rehashing what he had told Madame Bones in her office, that if they didn't harshly punish the minister for abusing his authority by tossing a wizard into Azkaban sans trial, evidence, or even an accusation, the precedent would bite them in the ass. He, of course, was much more flamboyant and dramatic in his language. The Wizenmaggots quickly convicted the minister and sentenced him to a year in Azkaban in medium security, to begin immediately, and a 2,000 galleon fine for the mental suffering inflicted on Hagrid. The ministry and Hagrid would split the fine 50-50. Because a sitting minister can't be sent to Azkaban, the Wizenmaggots held a vote of no confidence. The Aurors conducted Mr. Fudge out of the room and on to Azkaban. Madame Bones had warned Madame Professor Griselda Marchbanks of the coming contretemps and prevailed upon her to take the position when it became available. It took only a few moments after Lord Black made the vote of no confidence suggestion to swear the elderly lady in as chief warlock, with her proviso that it be a temporary appointment. Gilderoy, striking while the Wizenmaggots was still disordered, proposed a thorough examination of the former minister's finances, as well as his office and staff, for other improprieties that might need addressing. This would keep Under-Secretary Dolores Umbridge out of the minister's position for the foreseeable future. Without her major patron, she was at a big disadvantage. With any luck, the investigation would come up with evidence to send her to Azkaban as well. Harry Gilderoy could only hope. He also managed to get the anti-werewolf legislation recently passed repealed. He pointed out that if they were going to penalize werewolves for something that happened only once a month, then they should also consider doing the same for witches. He added, somewhat facetiously, that at least the werewolves had the wolfsbane potion to allow them to remain completely in control of themselves. While the witches were outraged at the comparison, most had to admit that if the anti-werewolf legislation were allowed to stand, it would set a precedent for similar legislation regarding witches, as he had pointed out. It was, all told, a very productive session for Gilderoy and the rest of the Wizarding UK. After the session officially closed, he leaned over to Professors Sinistra and McGonagall. "Excuse me, ladies, but I fear I must abandon you to the sharks here. I need to catch Mr. Black before he has a chance to leave the premise. He could very well accidentally cause us problems if he were to roam around on his own. Plus, I need to apprise him of the situation of his home. I'm sure he has no idea that he has a place to stay." He wasn't worried about Griphook. He was a goblin, and the wizard or witch that tried to glad-hand him would lose the hand. At their understanding nods, he quickly vacated his chair and made his way to the main doors, slipping out before most noticed he had left his seat. He quickly ducked into the side room down the hall that Madam Bones had reserved for Mr. Black to wait in after the trial. She had told the wizard of Gilderoy's desire to meet with him after the session concluded. Harry Gilderoy hoped the newly freed wizard would wait. Trying to track him down would be quite difficult if he decided immediately to flee the ministry. "Thank you, Sirius, for waiting," he called as he entered the waiting room. "I know it was difficult for you, but finally we have secured your release." Sirius turned to face him as Gilderoy entered. Sirius, it was clear, was still surprised that he was finally able to go home, and clearly wondered where home was. "Now, Sirius, much as I would like to take you to lunch, I fear we would be trampled by well-wishers and attacked by those who hadn't yet heard the news. That being the case, I think we should adjourn to your home." "Home? Oh, yes, much has changed since you were incarcerated. You did hear, did you not, that both of your parents have passed on?" Sirius gave a slow nod. "Not that I miss them. Based on the stories I heard, I imagine not. Anyway, now that we've taken care of that problem, it's on to the next. First, as I told you, I am Lord of House Black." He held out his hand with the ring and let Sirius give it a good look. The thin wizard nodded warily. "Yes, that's the real one. I can feel the family magic." "Seriously, Sirius, why so serious, you old dog? Although being serious when you are serious can only be expected, right Sirius?" The wizard stared at him a moment, then burst out laughing. Gilderoy gave him a broad smile. "That's much better. We'll be seeing more of that in the future, I dare say. Now, then, I'm sure that wherever you were staying 11 years ago is long gone by now, so I've prepared you a room at your old home, 12 Grimmauld Place." Sirius made a face of disgust. Still smiling broadly, Gilderoy said, "Not to worry, my good wizard. You shan't recognize the place once we get inside." Sirius was not convinced. With the aid of 2 glamours, the 2 pranksters managed to sneak out using the ministry flows without attracting any serious attention. The sitting room they arrived in was nothing like what the former inmate expected. He stood, staring, mouth open in shock. The room was done up entirely in light purple hues. The rug was almost blue, its lighter shading offsetting the lavender drapes, which were wide open to allow in a generous swath of sunlight. The couch was a light purple, with matching plush chairs beside polished dark wood tables. The wallpaper was another shade of light purple with a discreet pattern of slightly darker French fleur-de-lis. A blue enamel vase with a generous bouquet of roses sat on a walnut corner table, the reds complementing the room nicely. A vermilion curio cabinet sat in the opposite corner. Over the fireplace was an enormous painting of Gilderoy wearing his lavender robes. He waved gaily at Sirius. It was as unlike the dismal dark dank room Sirius remembered as a child as you could get. "I hope you like what I've done here," said Gilderoy. "I've tried to make it as homey and welcoming as I can." "Bloody hell," Sirius half whispered. "Is this really 12 Grimmauld Place?" Harry grinned widely. "I'm glad you like it. Let me give you a tour. I've done some remodeling as well." Light blue colors decorated the entry hall and staircase. Underneath the window to the right of the door was a bench. There was a bit of space between that bench and the railing for the staircase landing, in which a hat rack stood. The house elf heads that used to adorn the wall as the staircase headed up to the first floor were gone. A discreet door at the other end of the staircase led to the stairs to the basement. Past the staircase were 2 coat closets and, a bit farther, the ground floor, powder room. Oddly, beside the coat rack was the old troll's foot umbrella stand, although it had been spiffed up somewhat and now sported a manicure with a light purple nail polish on the toes and a matching garter at the top. The staircase was a U-shaped arrangement. 2 steps up from the floor, a landing, then a right turn and along the wall most of the way to the next floor. Then another landing, another right turn, then 4 steps completed the path to the next floor. This created a small stairwell up to the top floor. With the high ceiling on the ground floor, the second landing was well above 10 feet from the floor. On the hall wall between the sitting room and the next room, the dining room, was a portrait of a woman Sirius easily remembered, his mother. They stopped there for a moment, with Harry saying, "Madam Black, may I present the return of your lost son, Sirius?" The figure in the portrait studied her son as he glared at her in hatred. She sighed, then said, "Welcome back home, Sirius." He stared at her in disbelief. "Mother," was all he said before shaking his head and walking on. The dining room was entirely in deep royal purples, making the room look elegant. The candles in the 2 chandeliers reflected off the deep-tone wood table with its 12 matching leather-upholstered chairs. A lush purple shag rug hid most of the dark wood floor. The lighter purple walls were a solid color broken by landscape paintings, as well as a self-updating map of the London Underground, in gold frames. The portraits of former black lords and ladies were all absent. Being in the middle of the row house, there were no windows in this room. Harry explained, "I told your mother about Lord Voldemort being a half-blood only interested in power and that he considered the pure-bloods to be mere cannon fodder in his quest to take over the world. That he had forced the extinction of more pure-blood lines in 10 years than had disappeared in the previous 200. That at the rate he was going there wouldn't be any pure-bloods left in England in another 20 years. I also showed her how the present pure-blood lines would reach extinction in another 200 years without the influx of Muggle-born and half-bloods into their families, even without Voldemort's influence." "He was a half-blood." Harry nodded. "Yes, I have proof positive." The tour continued with the smoking room and ladies' drawing room at the back of the house, opening onto a deck that gave onto a lush garden that filled the backyard. The first floor contained the library and study at the front facing the park across the street. 2 normal bedrooms faced the back garden while 5 magically expanded bedrooms filled the space between the back bedrooms and the library. Each of the magically expanded bedrooms had its own bathroom. By the stairs was a full bathroom with a playroom between it and the back bedroom. The second floor had 2 bedroom suites, one at each end of the house, with 5 more magically expanded bedrooms like the first floor, and a game room. The top floor had the master bedroom and Sirius bedroom. And the attic was the attic. There was a balcony off the master bedroom. The library, sitting room, dining room, Sirius room, the second floor front and rear bedrooms, and the master and heir's bedrooms all had fireplaces, although only the sitting room was hooked up to the public flow network. The color schemes were different for each room, using soft greens, browns, blues, and yellows, but were vibrant welcoming spaces. "When I remodeled I wasn't sure what you wanted to do about your room, so I had house elves carefully pack up your stuff and leave it in the new heir's room on the top floor. Your brother's room I have likewise had everything packed up and left in your room. I think you need to go through his stuff for reasons you will soon find out when you talk with Creature." "That old bastard is still alive," Sirius said venomously. "That he is, and I would thank you to treat him with respect. I know the 2 of you never got along. That's putting it mildly. We hated each other almost from the day I was born," he growled angrily. "Yes, so I gather. But you will treat him with respect, and he will do the same to you." Grumbling, Sirius followed him to the basement. Sirius stopped at the bottom of the stairs. There was no door separating the bottom landing from the kitchen. "Oh, bloody hell," he said, blinking his eyes and squinting. The kitchen was indescribable. The parts of the walls not covered by cupboards or appliances were an eye-bleeding bright fluorescent yellow. The cabinets, at least those parts not drawer fronts or doors, were a fluorescent pink. The doors and drawer fronts were alternating in other fluorescent colors of the rainbow, light blue, light green, orange, and red, and while each drawer front door was a different color, they were randomly arranged and not in any kind of repeating pattern. The floor was a checkerboard pattern of stark black and white tiles. The ceiling looked like a rainbow had exploded on it and seemed to glow with an inner light. The enamel pots and pans hanging from the bright purple utensil rack were all each a different color. Even the kitchen table and its dozen chairs all were different fluorescent colors. Eyes sparkling, Gilderoy looked at Sirius. "If you aren't wide awake in the morning, this will do the job for you." Sirius looked at him, around at the room, then back again. His lips twitched and then he burst out laughing. Harry cryptically added, "And any meetings in this room will be short and quick." Harry turned and pulled out his wand. He tapped Sirius with it, then turned and tapped a discreet emblem just inside the kitchen from the stairs and on the wall at chest height. The walls turned an off-white color while the cabinets became a gentle mellow yellow. The floor became a light pinewood grain pattern. The hanging rack, pots, pans, and other hanging utensils turned a neutral gray with black handles. The entire room just made you want to sit down and relax. In the far corner, between the doors that led to the pantry and the storage room, was a Gilderoy portrait, smirking. In the blaze of colors from before, it had been virtually unnoticeable. There now, you can touch this to change color states. Anyone not keyed in coming down the stairs will set the room to its bright setting until someone keyed into this changes it. Sirius laughed even harder, finally settling to the floor. "Creature," Harry said. The house elf appeared and cast a disapproving eye on Sirius, but said, "Yes, master." "Tea, please." "Yes, master." Moments later, the two were enjoying their tea. "Creature," Harry called again. "Just so you both know," he said to Sirius and Creature, "I expect you two to be cordial to each other. No name-calling or insulting. Sirius, that means no pranks. Creature, that means doing what you should do when asked, without complaint nor under breath mumbling insults." He stared at them for several moments while they glared at each other. "Although, now that I think about it, if the two of you could figure out a way to prank that half-blood twat Professor Snape, I don't think I would object. He has been just beastly towards Harry Potter." "Professor," exclaimed the ex-prisoner, that piece of shite is a professor." "Yes," was the resigned reply. "He is indeed the potions professor at Hogwarts, I regret to say." Sirius was staring at Creature with a speculative gleam in his eyes. Creature shifted uneasily. "I'm sure Creature shan't mind pranking a vile half-blood wizard, will you?" A gleam entered the house elf's eyes and a bit of smirk appeared on his lips. "Nothing that will maim or kill the wizard, nothing that will interfere with his brewing capabilities. He is, after all, one of the few potioneers capable of brewing the Wolfsbane potion for Remus Lupin and the other unfortunates who are werewolves not by choice." "Remus," Sirius said quietly, distracted from the former subject and now losing himself in the past. Gilderoy sighed. It was going to take quite some work to bring the older wizard back into some semblance of normality. "Sirius, I have something to tell you that is very important." The wizard looked up questioningly. "Because you are his godfather, I'm going to be bringing Mr. Harry Potter here this summer. I am hoping that we will be able to convince Mr. Lupin to join us here, as well. Between the three of us, I think we can easily keep an eye on the young wizard." The other wizard interrupted. "How is Harry? What's he like? You said he has a girlfriend. Where's he been staying since I was thrown in Azkaban?" Lockhart smiled. "Harry is doing quite well and has had some rather interesting adventures last year at Hogwarts. Little things like battling a troll, smuggling a dragon out of Hogwarts, being the youngest Quidditch seeker in a century, coming face to face with evil and Lord Voldemort. I'll let him tell you all about those, but to get the whole stories you'll need to talk with his girlfriend, Hermione Granger. He tends to downplay his adventures. As for where he's been staying, I shan't tell you just yet. He has had a rough childhood and I don't want to see you doing something stupid and abandoning Harry by getting yourself thrown into prison again." His voice grew harsher. "And that is what you did 10 years ago. Instead of staying with Harry, as you should have, as you had promised to do, you set off on a vendetta and ended up in Azkaban. As a result, you are directly responsible for Harry's awful childhood." Sirius seemed abashed at the rebuke. "So, before you get a chance to meet the little wizard, you are going to be staying in St. Mungo's until they can take care of your many problems from staying in Azkaban. Is that clear? This is an order from your head of house." The wizard appeared mutinous and Gilderoy could see he was about to object strenuously. "Serious," Gilderoy said quietly, leaning forward and placing his arms on the table. "You cannot sit there and tell me that you are in great health, and that you are just as mentally fit today as you were before Azkaban." Sirius sank back into his chair. "We both know you suffered greatly in that place and it's going to take time for you to recover. The harder you work at fixing those problems, the sooner you get to see Harry. I promise you it will be this summer. At the very least, he'll visit you in St. Mungo's. The other thing to remember is that he knows nothing of you except that you are his godfather. To him you are stranger, and you need to remember that when you meet him. Think of the stories you can tell him about his parents, start concentrating on remembering those." Harry, Gilderoy sat back. Sirius was rubbing his forehead, thinking. "All right, then," Lockhart said, "tomorrow we'll head over to St. Mungo's and get things started. It's Sunday, so they shan't start anything major until the next day. I'm sure the first few days they'll want to keep you there for observation. After that, we'll see about making you an outpatient so you can be here when Harry arrives." The older wizard sat straight and looked hopeful. "Sirius, someday I may tell you the full story, but right now all you need to know is that for various and complicated reasons that defy normal logic, believe it or not, you are responsible for me being the head of House Black. Should you so desire, I will turn the head of House Lordship back to you." Sirius shuddered at the thought. "But not before I deal with a few problems that Lord Voldemort has created. The first of which is that he has created soul anchors, Horcruxes, that have prevented him from dying. Once those are destroyed, I will kill the bastard himself. It is far more complicated than I have described, but that's the gist of the situation." He stopped and took a drink of his tea. "He's not dead." The wizard was appalled. "Seriously, Sirius, no, he isn't. He currently exists as a wraith, waiting for one of his faithful followers to resurrect him. Harry defeated one such attempt last year, and I did so again this year." Sirius sat up straight, horrified at this news. "That's another reason why I want you back in top form as soon as possible. I need you to start teaching Harry and his friends as much as you can about defensive and offensive magic. I fear he's going to need those skills sooner rather than later. There is a dueling room in the former dungeon below. While I'm going after Voldemort, and I intend to win, there is always the outside chance I might be removed from the scene. It doesn't have to be by a dark wizard either. Bloody hell, I could be hit by a bus crossing a Muggle street. In any event, I want Harry and his friends prepared for the worst. Once you get out of St. Mungo's and we get you up to speed on occlumency, I'll tell you the full story." Occlumency. Yes, in case you didn't know it, Voldemort is an expert legilimens, and if you even catch his eye once, he'll know all your secrets. Your only protection is to become an accomplished occlumens. And that would be a disaster of the worst possible magnitude for us. So, that's your first chore after St. Mungo's clears you. When you aren't teaching Harry and his friends, you need to work on that. In the meantime, let me tell you a bit about myself. Leaving Gilderoy in full, aren't I great, form, Harry turned his attention to how he could possibly get Barmy Bella to agree to help him plunder the Lestrange Manor and vaults. It really was too bad that the Potter line hadn't been in the business of setting protective enchantments, because to create a protective enchantment you had to know how to take it down. Or a bunch of chivalrous thieves with copious notes on how to break protective enchantments and rob the evil rich to improve their poor selves. The only guidance he supplied to Gilderoy was to start him off with his adventures so far this year, leaving his fake achievements for last. That this also included many stories of him pranking Harry was merely an accident. Oh, did you know that Harry has his own fan club? He even sells autographed photos to his fellow students. What? A fan club? A fan club? Harry, Gilderoy watched Bella as she paced in her room. It was Sunday and she looked much better. She was still as thin as a rail, and her bones were easy to pick out underneath her skin, but at least she was conscious and aware of her surroundings, and she had begun to fill out slightly. Her hair was clean and brushed and her nails trimmed. He could see the beauty still hidden by her ordeal, but Creature's meals would quickly pack weight on her. In a few weeks, she would be as beautiful as Narcissa or Andromeda. Only if you looked into her eyes would you see the madness lurking beneath the surface. Now would be the time for this, later and she might be too conscious and not nearly as easy to manipulate. He checked himself in the three-way mirror on the wall behind him to make sure everything was in order. He was dressed in his royal purple robes with matching shoes. His hair was perfectly coiffed. He looked every bit the dandy, as he should. He smiled brilliantly at himself, turned around, knocked on the door to her suite, and then entered. She spun to face him, but did nothing except study him cautiously. "I see you are recovering nicely," he said. "I'm sure you have questions, but whatever they are unimportant." She raised an incredulous, and wary, eyebrow at that. "As you know from reading my books on the table there, I am Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, and 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. The books don't do me justice, though I am much more charming and personable in person." He preened as she watched, dumbfounded. He could almost read her mind from her expressions alone. She was the most dangerous witch in 100 years, and not only did he not seem to know this fact, he seemed to think that she would be impressed by those obviously fake stories he told in his books. Why, some of the things he claimed were flatly impossible. Never mind his claim for stopping the werewolf with a non-lethal spell, he said he fought the creature hand to hand. Considering a werewolf was 3 times as strong as a normal wizard, that was unbelievable. They also don't mention my latest accomplishments, of course. I am currently the esteemed and beloved Defense Against the Dark Arts professor at Hogwarts, which has given me 2 more books to publish. In the first one, I tell the story of how I hunted down and killed the basilisk that's been hiding in Salazar Slytherin's lost chamber of secrets underneath Hogwarts. That one is coming along very nicely. It's in the final editing process and I expect the printer get it into stores by next Christmas. Isn't that thrilling? Another exciting true-life adventure from the one and only Gilderoy Lockhart. My fans will be lining up at stores all over the world. He sighed happily. In the second, I tell the story of how I have scoured the castle this last year looking for the lost treasures of the founders, and found them. Lost for 1,000 years, but I, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, and Hogwarts, beloved Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, slayer of basilisks, I'm the first to find and return them to their rightful place at Hogwarts. He started pacing as Bella stared at him wide-eyed in astonishment. So far I have found Slytherin's locket, Gryffindor's sword, and Ravenclaw's diadem. That leaves only Hufflepuff's cup on the loose. I must find it to complete the set. Without the last founder's treasure, my book will be a failure. I can't limit myself to only restoring 3 of the 4 founders' lost treasures. Where's the true fame in that? Sure, I uncovered a hidden dark wizard hiding at Hogwarts for over 5 years and saved 3 students from both a nest of acromantulas and a pack of werewolves, but what about that last treasure? People will say, yes, he found 3, but he couldn't find the 4th. If he were as great as he says he is, he would have found that 4th treasure. He spun to face her, holding up his index finger in triumph. And that's where you come in. I have traced the stories and carefully sifted the evidence. You, yes, you, have the Hufflepuff cup. She looked surprised. Didn't suspect that, did you? Someone in House Lestrange came across the artifact and never realized what the treasure was they found. Whether it is in your vault at Gringotts or at the Lestrange Manor, I know not, but with your help we shall retrieve it. He sighed dramatically. I tried talking with the goblins, first, but they were most unhelpful. They absolutely refused to allow anyone except you or your husband into the vaults. They were quite emphatic about that. Even my extraordinary wiles were unable to move them to cooperate. He shook his head in disappointment. And, naturally, I cannot access the Lestrange Manor without your permission and presence. Hence, the reason you are here. He smiled at her broadly. She stared at him, blinking. You broke me out of Azkaban to retrieve a cup from my manor. She was incredulous. Our vault, he added helpfully. Her eyes narrowed shrewdly, considering her options. He could feel her emotions flicking between hope, suspicion, and surprise before finally settling on a hope. And after, if I help you, what happens to me after? He posed carefully, projecting calm and slight condescension, that should anger her a bit and the anger would cloud her judgment. Perhaps you should ask what will happen if you don't. I got you out of Azkaban without anyone noticing. I can put you back." She snorted in disbelief. "The Aurors are probably scrambling around like the idiotic ants. They are in a total panic that I escaped." "Not at all, my dear. They think you are sleeping in your cell." "Oh, right, I believe that. Creature. Creature comes when Master calls. Creature, tell the truth to Mrs. Lestrange, née Black, here. She's of pure blood." Creature stood a bit taller at hearing that command. "Have you been monitoring the Aurors in Azkaban as I ordered?" "It be's hard, Master, but Creature sneaks into Ministry. Creature can only watch prison shore dock. Creature will slam oven door on hands later as punishment." Harry let that last pass uncommented. The self-centered twit he was portraying Gilderoy as wouldn't notice what a house elf did as long as it didn't directly affect himself. "Creature, does anyone suspect Mrs. Lestrange, née Black, is not in Azkaban?" "No, Master. The only ones who knows are Master, Creature, and Honorable Mrs. Lestrange, née Black," she said, staring intently at Gilderoy. "How?" He snickered. "I left a golem in your place." Her eyes grew wide. "So, you see, it would be a simple matter to just switch you back if I wanted." She scowled. He could feel her anger at her predicament rising. "But, to answer your question, I don't care what you do. With a couple of simple tricks, I can change your appearance and no one will suspect you are the dangerous and deadly Bellatrix Lestrange. You can vanish into the wizarding world. I'll even give you 1,000 galleons to hold you over until you are settled and can access your vault as needed." Half to herself, still scowling and staring at Gilderoy's hands, she said, "I can hunt for my lord, I can feel him. I know he's out there." She considered her options for a while before looking up to meet his eyes. "I'll do it." Gilderoy could feel her intent. She planned to trick him, and escape at the first opportunity. He said, "Excellent." He pulled out his wand with one hand as he pulled a second wand out of his pocket with the other. "As you can feel, there are protection enchantments around this suite, anti-portkey, anti-disapparition, and special intent-based ones that block any magic intended to cause harm." He tossed the extra wand to her. "Go ahead, cast a curse at me." He could decipher her thoughts from her emotions. Shock at recognizing the wand, 12.5-inch walnut with dragon heartstring core. It was like her familiar wand, but not quite. How had he acquired an almost exact duplicate? He grinned at her reaction. "It wasn't as difficult as you imagine. It's just different enough, though, to get people to write it off as mere coincidence. Now, curse me. Uncertainty, distrust, curiosity. If the protective enchantments didn't exist, would he take such a chance as he had requested?" "Go ahead," he goaded. "You know you want to, if only to satisfy your curiosity. If you don't, you'll always wonder, what would have happened?" Far faster than he expected, her hand came up and a reddish light shot from her wand, only to fade to nothing mere inches from the wand tip. She stared at the wand, somewhat surprised that the protective enchantments indeed had blocked the reducto. In truth, they hadn't. The protective enchantments simply drained any spell over a certain strength, taking their power for its own. Low-powered hexes and healing spells would pass through unnoticed. He smiled broadly. "Excellent." He walked over to her and held out his wand. She tentatively held hers out to him. "Do you swear on your life and your magic that your magic shall prevent your attacking me or any in my houses? That would prevent her from dueling Harry or Sirius in the future." Her eyebrows shot up in surprise that he held claim to more than one house. "Unless you are mildly pranking someone." That garnered another surprised look. Hey, he didn't want her to die if she got peeved at him or Sirius and sent him a harmless stinging hex for pranking her. "That your magic shall prevent you from betraying me or any in my houses to others. That you shall assist me in retrieving the Hufflepuff cup and not keep it for yourself. That you will obey all my commands while we are actively involved in getting the cup and returning here to my base of operation, and for 1 month afterward." At each condition, a magical glow wrapped around their wands and hands. "In return, I promise my magic will not let me surrender you to the authorities for any crimes you have committed or have been accused of committing in the past or for any you may commit while carrying out my instructions now and in the future. That it will not let me return you to Azkaban, nor any other prison or official holding facility, for those crimes after we have retrieved the Hufflepuff cup. Any crimes you commit without my orders are your responsibility, as is any punishment you might receive or be assigned for crimes committed after we retrieve and return here with the cup. On my life and my magic I will assist you in creating a new physical identity so you may pass in the wizarding world without being recognized as Bellatrix Lestrange, née Black, unless you reveal that information to others yourself. That I will provide financial assistance in the amount of 1,000 galleons after we retrieve the cup. That I will allow you to leave this base, should you decide to do so, on your own at any time 1 month after we complete the retrieval of the Hufflepuff cup. That you may stay here, if you so chose, under the protection of my houses for as long as you like. That I will do my best to protect you as long as you are under my protection. So mote it be. After several seconds to think through what she was pledging, she said, so mote it be. She was disgruntled at being unable to leave immediately to start her search, but she would be patient. The glowing bands brightened, then sank into their hands. She hadn't noticed the loopholes to his advantage in the oath. Excellent. Now, much as I would like to start immediately, you are in no condition for any strenuous activities. For the next few weeks, you shall stay here and recover from your horrid experience in Azkaban. Creature will provide nutritious meals with an eye towards rebuilding your body. I will acquire potions to help repair any mental or physical damage you may have suffered. She nodded her understanding. Next week I shall open up a training room for you so you can get back into the regular use of your magic without undue strain. To help bring you up to speed on current events, Creature will bring you selected daily profit issues from the last year. A tremendous stack of papers appeared in one corner of the room. If you wish to contact me, Creature can relay your requests. Also, once we have acquired Hufflepuff's cup I will acquaint you with my houses and their significant members so that you don't accidentally violate your oath. In the meantime, I bid you adieu. He turned and left the room. It had been 6 weeks since he visited with the headmaster and it was time to check in again. Dumbledore had yet to mention if he had made any progress regarding the Horcruxes, either in figuring out possible items or where they might be hidden. Harry Gilderoy was more than a little worried about that. Had he determined that the ring was the next logical item? Had the old bastard gone after the ring himself? If not, then it was time for Harry to fetch it. He didn't dare wait any longer. He had to get rid of it before he and Bella went after Hufflepuff's cup. Gilderoy thought he looked rather dashing as he strode through the corridors of the school just after Monday's dinner, his golden locks framing his face perfectly. He wore an azure robe set today that brought out the blue in his eyes. He looked every inch an important and powerful wizard as his cloak billowed dramatically behind him. The witches almost swooned as he went by them. He could practically see the stars in their eyes. There should be just enough time before his first afternoon class started to get the answers he wanted. Soon he was bounding up the escalator to the old fraud's office. Moments later, he burst in, not bothering to knock, and caught Dumbledore off guard. "Albus," he called out cheerily. The headmaster was just pulling his right sleeve down to hide his hand. Harry went ballistic at the sight of the withering curse afflicting the wizard's hand. "Expelliarmus!" he screamed, catching the headmaster completely by surprise. The spell smashed him against the wall behind his desk as the wand in his pocket leapt into Harry's hand. The moment he grabbed it with his right hand he knew it was the death stick. Damn it! Now he owned 1/3 of the Deathly Hallows, 2/3 if magic thought he co-owned Harry's invisibility cloak. "You stupid, pompous, arrogant, ignorant, venal old fool!" Harry raged at the wizard, still sitting on the floor amid the wreckage of his desk's chair, dazedly staring up at him. "Are you completely off your trolley?" Harry loomed over the desk glaring at the stunned wizard. "You're going to die because you are too stupid to ask for the help I was willingly giving you. I can't believe you are so self-centered as to believe you can do no wrong, and are immortal and can't die. Well, now you know you're wrong, don't you? You aren't immortal, you aren't infallible, and you aren't the smartest wizard alive, you aren't even the cleverest wizard alive. No matter your delusions of grandeur, your conceit has killed you. And for what? A stupid cursed ring, that you knew was cursed. Tell me, was it worth it? Trading all your plans, all your schemes, the fate of the entire wizarding world, just so you could talk with your sister for 5 minutes. The wizard stared up at him, shocked. Well, was it? Harry screamed. The old wizard blinked and slowly shook his head. If anything proves you are incapable of being in charge, this does it. Give me that bedamned thing before you cause any more trouble. Harry held out his hand as Dumbledore pulled his right hand closer to his body in reflex. Give it to me or I'll accio it, and your finger, right off your hand. Dumbledore stared up at the irate wizard. He had never suspected that Lockhart had such power, his magic glaring brightly around him and his eyes glowing a menacing bright green. With his magic battling the curse, the old wizard knew he could not win a battle against the younger wizard, especially without the death stick. But the ring. He saw Lockhart pointing the death stick at him and he knew he had lost already. Even at his most powerful, he couldn't defeat the younger wizard as long as the other held the undefeatable Deathly Hallows wand in his hand ready to use. Slowly, mournfully, he pulled the ring off his hand. It had no sooner cleared the end of his fingernail when it jerked out of his hands and flew to the other wizard. The bee-haired wizard stared at the ring a moment. Well, at least you got rid of the Horcrux. Thank God for small favors, at least I don't have to do that as well. Almost as an afterthought, he casted Incarcerus, and ropes appeared wrapping themselves around the old headmaster. A quick stupefy followed. He didn't want any sneak attacks while he was distracted. Fox, called out Harry, I need your help, please. The safety of the school is at risk. He waited a beat, then called again, Fox. Just when he was about to conclude the bird wasn't coming, a flash of flames burst into the room and the phoenix glided to his perch. Harry smiled broadly, genuinely happy to see the bird. He walked over and started petting Fox's head. I am so sorry to disturb you, but that stupid senile flipping idiot of an old wizard over there has killed himself, although he shan't die for months, and now we must make arrangements for his replacement. The phoenix turned his head to look at the headmaster and then trilled a short melancholy tune. Harry pulled a quill and parchment out of his pocket and wrote something quickly. Would you be so kind as to take this to Professor McGonagall and bring her back, please? The bird turned and stared at him. He hung his head. Yeah, I know, you're not a bleeding male owl. He looked back up, but a male owl can't bring the fine professor back, now can he? Please. He held the parchment up to the bird. We need to make sure someone is watching this old duffing wizard so he doesn't kill everyone in the school by doing something incredibly stupid, for the greater good, of course. He stared angrily at the unconscious wizard. The phoenix huffed, then grabbed the parchment and vanished in a burst of flames. 10 seconds later, he returned with a frantic Professor McGonagall holding to his tail feathers. Gil, what's wrong? She called out and then gasped as she saw the bound headmaster lying in the ruins of his chair. Harry gritted his teeth as his anger returned in full force. He tried to explain calmly. This gormless arsehole ignored all notions of common sense and decided to go after a deeply cursed and dark item without backup and has succeeded in killing himself. Unfortunately, he gave the wizard a scathing look. It wasn't immediate, so we're stuck with the barmy bastard for another 9 months. She gasped again, eyes wide open, one hand over her mouth in shock. And that was after I told him to tell me what was going on and to take me with him before he did anything stupid. Gilderoy couldn't resist adding sarcastically, but he is the great infallible and never makes mistakes Dumbledore. He shook his head angrily, so he blundered on ahead and look where it got him. If he had asked me, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, Hogwarts' beloved defense against the dark arts professor, and slayer of basilisks to accompany him, this wouldn't have happened. I have safely disposed of 3 of those dangerous dark items, but, hey, what do I know that he doesn't? Arsehole. Gilderoy growled crossly, so he stupidly picked up a cursed item that had a powerful compulsion charm on it. Gee, he's searching for a cursed dark artifact. Who would have expected it to have a dark curse on it? And now he has the withering curse, as you can see from looking at his hand. Harry did a dramatic face palm and pulled his hand down to his neck. I expect that he shan't last more than 9 months, even with the special potions I'm sure that Professor Snape is supplying him. He paused and looked at the witch to see how she was reacting. Her emotions were in too much turmoil to give him a consistent reading. This terrible lack of common sense is just part of a pattern of ignoring the safety of the students and the quality of their education in the asinine pursuit of some phantom, greater good, that he thinks takes precedence over his duties as headmaster. Harry turned and casted a quick enervate on the headmaster, followed by a silencing spell. The only responsibility he has as headmaster is to provide a quality education and to keep the students safe. No headmaster should put the political concerns of the wizarding world ahead of his students. His actions show he simply doesn't care about the students, their safety, or the school itself. Based on what happened last year, and with Hagrid 50 years ago, I wonder if he ever did. Therefore he is lacking in any aptitude to be headmaster of this facility. Harry took a deep breath and tried to calm down. The reason I asked you to come here, Professor McGonagall, is that I have to act preemptively. This nitwit, he pointed dismissively at the headmaster, would not tell anyone of the seriousness of his affliction until the day he croaked, causing all sorts of panic and upset for no reason. And, he said sighing heavily, if I leave it to the Board of Governors, the headmaster's position will become another political quaffle and it will sit empty for months on end. He ignored the red-faced older wizard, whether red from embarrassment or rage, he didn't care. He looked up her. I am invoking my rights as Lord Slytherin. He held up his hand, allowing the ring to become visible, and showed it to the other two. And my rights as Lord Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall already knew because she was the proxy vote on the Wizenmaggots for Gryffindor. To appoint you, Professor McGonagall, as headmistress effective the day after the current term ends. The Board of Governors will continue to handle the rest of the school's affairs as usual. So mote it be. There was a flash of light in the office. He turned to the headmaster, finitting the incarceress. I expect you to teach her what she needs to know about actually controlling the protective enchantments and other aspects of Hogwarts that she has not yet experienced in her role as depute, as well as anything else you know or suspect about the castle and its environs. Is that clear? The old wizard had felt control of the protective enchantments shift as they accommodated Professor McGonagall's new status as headmistress in training. He could do nothing to the protective enchantments without her permission, now, limiting him to only the most basic levels of control. Any warning they sent, she would sense as well. He nodded slowly, wondering how things had spiraled so far out of his control simply because he had hired a fraud with the intent of exposing him to the public. I expect the two of you to come up with an announcement, Albus, and soon, that you are retiring to pursue other interests. Preferably this week. He turned to the witch. You may choose your replacement depute from the staff or from farther afield, as you desire. For the coming year you also will need to choose a replacement for yourself as Transfiguration Professor as well as for the DADA. Professor, I suggest you ask Remus Lupin if he would like to take a turn as the DADA. Professor, he is a werewolf, as you know, but I feel he is the best qualified to follow me when I leave next month. He paused and thought. You might also see about replacing Professor Binns. He doesn't even mention anything that has happened since the 1900s. And the Wizarding War of the later 1970s is quite important. Similarly, Professor Trelawney's class should be a one-year elective. Students who show actual talent in divination may take advanced classes if they desire. The Muggle Studies professor is a joke. The Muggle-born tell me he is hopelessly out of date and doesn't even know what a computer is, or that the Muggles have put men on the moon, repeatedly, and are now considering a run at Mars. I suggest a Muggle-born graduate be hired with the understanding that every summer vacation they will spend it with their Muggle family reacquainting themselves with the advances Muggles have made since the previous summer, at full pay. He stood thinking a bit more. We need a Wizard Studies class, mandatory for all half-blood and Muggle-born students. Pure bloods may attend if they want. I suggest you contact Andromeda Tonks about the position. She is a house black daughter and was rigorously trained in the old ways by her parents. If she turns it down, then maybe Madame Dowager Longbottom would agree to share her expertise. Professor McGonagall still seemed in shock over what had happened. Well, Harry said, finally, I think that's it. I'll leave you two to it. With a negligent wave of his wand he released the silencing spell. And while the wily old wizard could do wandless magic, he was limited in magic to what amounted to mere palaver tricks until he dug out his old wand. Blast it all, he thought as he stalked out into the corridor. Now he had two of the Deathly Hallows. He bloody well hoped that Harry the student didn't count as him having the invisibility cloak. He had only borrowed the cloak that one time, and then promptly returned it. He did not want to be the master of death again. Once was enough, thank you very much. Bollocks. What a cock-up. It was going to take some serious work to get this sorted. He had truly expected Dumbledore asked for his help when going after the ring. That the fool had thrown away his life and all his plans was still a great shock. Just thinking about the stupidity involved in Dumbledore's decision made his blood boil. He stormed down the corridors to his office, students ducking for cover as they stared at him in the visible glow of magic swirling around him. They had never seen him angry and scowling before, and more than just a few were terrified at the thought of what could make the perennially cheerful and pleasant professor that angry. Next year was a pass, what with Sirius already being out of Azkaban, legally. The Tri-Wizard, though, was an issue. Bollocks. He had forgotten about Barty Crouch, both of them. Good afternoon, Madam Bones, Harry Gilderoy said, his smile as dazzling as ever. His last class had ended at 4, giving him sufficient time to visit his second favorite law enforcement official. Tonks, of course, was first. I was hoping I would find you in. The head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement met him halfway. I'm always in for you, Lord Lockhart Black, she said warmly. They shook hands before seating themselves on the couch and comfy chair at one end of the office. She waved her wand over the end table and a tea set appeared. Tea. Gilderoy sat back, pleased, sipping at his steaming tea. This was what he had been trying for all his life, important people recognizing him as one of their own. No more getting the brush off because he was a powerless unknown. He knew she suspected he had more than just the 2 lordships. His little stunt last Saturday wouldn't fool the more astute political experts. The Wizengamot had not seen Gaunt, Slytherin, or Gryffindor for decades. That all should appear with him as Lord Black implied more than just a casual connection between them. Especially when 2 of the 3 were professors from Hogwarts, as he was. Speaking of which, the 2 witches in question had been most appreciative of his appointing them as proxies. Sinistra had even hinted at being interested in making the arrangement permanent as Lady Slytherin. She was, after all, only a year or 2 younger than himself. With all of her classes being at night, she wouldn't have any conflicts with attending regular Wizengamot sessions, she had informed him. Professor McGonagall had no interest in becoming Lady Gryffindor, but she happily would hold the proxy until he had found a full-time replacement, which was a good thing as Gilderoy knew he would never talk Harry the student into officially marrying the stern professor to bestow the title upon her. In the meantime, Harry Potter's secrets were safe. But while Madam Bones might suspect he had those lordships, that's all they were, suspicions. Well, on to business. Things have been happening at Hogwarts that you should know, Madam Bones, he started. She straightened in her chair. But before I reveal those to you, may I set a few protective enchantments? My office is regularly checked for listening spells, my lord, she said, somewhat offended that he thought her lax in her security. I'm sure you have one of the unspeakables do that chore, however, one has to wonder, who checks the unspeakables? As I recall, one of them was a Death Eater in the last war. She frowned, but made a gesture to go ahead. He gave her a broad smile and stood. The spell he cast was complex and surrounded the 2 of them with a visible glow, only to the participants, until the caster dismissed it. An American Indian wizard had taught it to him in the waning days of the war when operational security was an obsession. There, anything we say cannot be understood by anyone other than us. Simply removing listening spells, you know, doesn't prevent someone from inserting a physical probe into the room, nor sneaking in as a bug animagus. He pulled out a parchment from his robes and gave it to her. The spell I just used and its parameters, he said by way of explanation. Please keep it as a DMLE secret. She took the parchment, nodding her agreement. He sat again. As you know, from the memories you've seen from Mr. Potter, Voldemort is a wraith currently trying to invest himself into a living body. He has, as yet, not found another follower to possess, but he is trying. I'm sure your unspeakables have given you clues on how he has managed to escape death. I will confirm it for you. he is using Horcruxes, soul anchors, to stay on this plane even though he has died and is not a ghost or poltergeist. And that is Horcruxes, plural, as in more than one. Merlin, she whispered, nodding. We had suspected a Horcrux, but several. She shuddered. The unspeakables didn't think he had more than one. More than one would drive the wizard insane, they said. He made 5. 5, she said weakly, blinking. Quite so. I believe he intended, 11 years ago, to use Harry Potter's death to create his 6th and last one. Should he return to life, I'm sure the first thing he will do is create that last Horcrux. So far I have destroyed 3. His diary from when he was a Hogwarts student, Slytherin's locket, and Ravenclaw's diadem. That's how I discovered he was using Horcruxes, you see. When I first found Ravenclaw's diadem, the magic on it was so foul it was almost visible. I quickly determined what it was and destroyed the soul that was stored in it while preserving the original enchantments. It really wasn't that difficult. I am Gilderoy Lockhart, after all. He grinned widely as she flinched slightly, expecting his long-winded self-aggrandizing list of titles to come flying forth. When I found his diary, well, that confirmed he had made more than one. Then I found Slytherin's locket, also infested. Now it was a matter of establishing how many he had made. Notice the proclivity for items of importance. I predict that Hufflepuff's cup is also a Horcrux. Gilderoy then explained his conversation with Dumbledore, in excruciating detail. So, it was either 5 or 7 soul splits. Unfortunately, and the reason I am revealing this to you now, is that Headmaster Dumbledore found and destroyed a 4th Horcrux, and it wasn't Hufflepuff's cup. That 4th Horcrux, plus the one I feel wandering around Hogwarts, which is probably Hufflepuff's cup, totals 5. When you add Voldemort, that makes 6, which means he was trying for the magic number 7. Anyway, stupidly, the barmy idiot headmaster went after that 4th Horcrux without me, Gilderoy Lockhart, as backup. After all, I've only found and safely destroyed 3 soul anchors without any injury whatsoever, so why should he have need of my expertise? He added, sarcastically, he is, naturally, the great Albus Dumbledore, the wizard who knows everything, never makes mistakes, and never overestimates his own intelligence and capabilities. He shook his head ruefully. He has contracted a fatal withering curse. He will be lucky to make it to Christmas, and will definitely be dead by this time next year. Which is why I am here. Dying, Madame Bones said, shocked that such a powerful wizard was laid low. Yes, Lords Slytherin and Gryffindor have appointed Professor McGonagall as headmistress, effective after the end of this year's term. Albus will be showing her what she needs to know regarding that position over the summer. Fortunately, she was depute and is well versed with most of the responsibilities. They will be making a joint announcement later this week that Albus is retiring to pursue other interests and that she is assuming his position as headmistress. I wanted you to know the real reason and to be prepared for his eventual death. She sat back in her chair, mulling over everything he had told her. He sat quietly drinking tea, and going for a refill while she thought. Finally, she looked up. Thank you, my lord. Both bits of news are disturbing. He smiled contentedly. Please keep the information regarding the Horcruxes to yourself. I fear that the unspeakables might want to recover the remaining one for study rather than destroy it to rid us forever of Lord Voldemort. He stood and rubbed his hands together. This will make the biggest bestseller in history when I finally publish the full story of my quest to destroy the Dark Lord Riddle. He sighed, but that shan't be for a few years. Even after dealing with the Horcruxes we will have to deal with the Wraith itself. I fear that with the demise of Albus the populace will be disheartened should the dark idiot succeed in returning in 2 years. She stood, slowly, as he headed for the door. He had his hand on the door when he suddenly turned. Ah, I almost forgot. She looked up at him, dragged from her thoughts. She quirked an eyebrow. I was perusing the records at Azkaban when I was researching Sirius Black's incarceration. In doing so, I noticed that shortly before Barty Crouch, Jr., died, his mother and father visited him. His mother was dying and wanted to see her son one last time. Within a week, she died and Mr. Crouch buried his wife in a private ceremony. Barty Crouch, Jr., while not in great health, was at least as healthy as any other inmate, but he died within 5 days of their visit. How odd that mother and child should die so soon together, and just after their last meeting. My house elf tells me that Winky, the Crouch family house elf, is caring for an invalid that never leaves his room. Odd, isn't it, that a man with no living relatives has his house elf caring for a sick relative in what used to be his son's room? Is it beyond the realm of possibility that the use of polyjuice allowed Mrs. Crouch to replace her son in Azkaban and that the private burial was a sham? He smiled at her brilliantly. Well, I'm not one to tell another how to run their department, but perhaps you should check and see if there is a body in Mrs. Crouch's grave. And if so, is it really Mrs. Crouch? He pulled out his wand and cancelled his privacy spell. Good day to you, madam, he said, leaving the office with a jaunty stride. The witch stared at him, completely flummoxed by his seemingly capricious parting comments that turned her world on its side. Again. The wizarding world had taken Dumbledore's retirement quite calmly, with many "thanks for a job well done" letters to the editor and editorials. There were also a few congratulatory letters and editorials addressed to Headmistress McGonagall. And the search was on for replacement Transfiguration and DADA professors. In her interview in the Daily Prophet, she mentioned her intention to introduce a few changes to the school. Most, Harry Gilderoy noticed, were his suggestions from that afternoon in the headmaster's office. Before Harry Gilderoy knew it, it was June, and he was running out of time to retrieve Hufflepuff's cup. Wednesday evening, after supper, he headed to Grimmauld Place. Bella was looking good. 2 weeks of daily health potions had re-established her physically. Once more she was a beautiful woman who commanded the attention of any males who might see her. That, of course, presented a problem. It wouldn't do for someone to see Bellatrix Lestrange after she had been declared dead in Azkaban. Yesterday evening, he had introduced the pureblood to something most half and pureblood wizards and witches had no idea existed: hair dyes. Bella was now a blonde with shoulder-length wavy hair. Even her eyebrows were beyond. Most women forget to do that, giving away that they aren't natural beyond. Contacts had changed her eyes to blue. A mild pain-relieving spell had quickly acclimated her to their presence. She could wear them for a week before she would have to remove them. No one seeing her would ever suspect she was a daughter of House Black. And a wizard couldn't accidentally, or on purpose, terminate the Muggle disguise methods with a finite spell. Not even the Goblin's Thief's Falls would disclose the disguise. Her practice with her new wand had paid off. She was as good with the new one as she had ever been with her old one. Okay, Belle. After much discussion, and a few hexes both ways, they had decided that Belle was an acceptable derivative of Bellatrix. It wouldn't immediately trip people to the fact that her original name was Bellatrix and that she would instinctively respond to instead of ignoring the caller. If anyone asked specifically, her full name was Belladonna. I'm ready. At that declaration they disapparated from the sitting room at Grimmauld Place, not that she recognized it after all his changes, and reappeared in front of an empty field. The flow connection to the Lestrange Manor would not admit anyone not already keyed into the protective enchantments. Of course, the Ministry also had disconnected the Lestrange flow from the network for non-use after years of idleness. She held onto his arm, as if they were a couple, and walked towards what appeared to be a waist-high stone wall. Like platform 9 3/4, they walked straight through it and a carriage-wide path appeared before them leading to a tall privacy wall interrupted by a closed gate. Belle walked up to the gate and placed her hand on the Lestrange crest centered on it. The gates swung open. A short 5-minute walk later and they were standing on the porch. As she had instructed him, he did not let go of her arm. If he did, the protective enchantments and traps built into the grounds and porch would activate and immediately attack him as an intruder. Moments later, they were inside. She turned to him. All right, now what does it look like? You've avoided mentioning it so far. She stared at him suspiciously. He smiled, showing off his brilliant and perfect smile. Well, it's a golden cup with 2 handles. He held his hands up as if he were about to indicate its size. It's about stupefy. With his hand only inches from her, she had no time to react and collapsed to the floor. A nearby portrait said, "How dare you?" His wand now in his hand, he swung it while casting a special version of the incendio spell targeted at portraits. He had learned that lesson in the war, leave no evidence. An instant later, every portrait in sight was nothing more than ashes drifting to the floor, the occupants having had no time to flee. Creature, Dobby, Twin Pops, answered his call. Take everything of value, including fixtures. Leave only the structure itself. Walls, floors, ceilings, doors, windows, and so forth. Destroy all the portraits before you enter any room. Find every nook and cranny. Look for hidden rooms and compartments. Use your magic to look for dangerous spells so you don't get hurt. Put everything in the new vault I opened at Gringotts, you have the key. Shrink what you can and make as few trips as possible. Put dark artifacts and cursed items in the appropriate storage area in the vault. If you find any goblin items, cursed or not, and bring them to me. And find me the Lestrange vault key. If there is anything you think I should see, come get me. Both house elves stood silent for a moment, looking around, before Dobby sadly said, "Wes can't. Wes has no permission from lords or ladies." Ah, he should have expected that. He turned to Belle and floated her to a nearby chair. Enervate. Confundo. Imperio. Give these two house elves permission to do anything they need to do in the Lestrange house and vault. Seconds later the two house elves blurred into action. Obliviate. Stupefy, he said to Belle. It was a rather boring wait. Occasionally, Creature or Dobby would appear and hand a goblin blade or piece of jewelry to Harry. He shrunk each item and placed it in his pockets. Creature was the one who found the vault key and brought it to Harry. Finally, Dobby declared, "We's done. Excellent. Return home, take a break and make sure you eat. Rest if you need it." Harry Gilderoy floated Belle to the front door, opened it, and leant her against it. Enervate. Confundo, he said quietly. Well, he continued in a conversational tone, it took a while, but we found it. He held up a rather elegant-looking golden cup. She blinked at it blearily. It reminded her of the cup given to her by her Dark Lord, but this cup was much larger and more ornate, with a series of small emeralds decorating the base. She looked back at him, her eyes narrowed. She had fulfilled her part of the bargain, now it was his turn. Knowing what she was thinking, he took her arm and they walked back down to the gates. Friday night would be a full moon, so there was more than sufficient light tonight for them to see past even though it was almost midnight. She never looked back to notice the entry hall was bare before the door closed behind them. Neither did she notice the lack of curtains at the windows. As far as she knew, the manor was as it had been when they arrived. Never fear, Belle, I will keep my part of the bargain. After a month has passed, I will not stop you from leaving my manor. You know how to disguise yourself without magic, you have a new wand, and, when you leave, you will have a purse with 1,000 galleons in it. You can return here to plan your next moves. Their trip back to Grimmauld Place was as quick as their leaving. He had adjusted the protective enchantments to allow them to return directly to the sitting room, so Belle never realized she was returning home to 12 Grimmauld Place and not a nondescript flat somewhere in London. Once they were back in her suite, which a mild confundo ensured that she thought was on the second floor and not under the kitchen, Harry bade the witch good night. He then hit her with another Imperio and handed her a potion bottle of the draught of sleeping death with the orders to drink it. That removed her from being a possible problem in the short term. Creature is here, Master Black. Take good care of our little Belle, here. Creature will take care of pureblood daughter of House Black. Excellent. Harry headed back upstairs. Dobby, he called from the kitchen. Dobby is here, Master Lockhart. Excellent. Can you still access the Lestrange manor? Dobby popped away and returned almost immediately. He was bouncing on his heels in happiness. Yes, Master Lockhart, yes. Dobbies can still go to Wicked Wizard's manor. Excellent. He looked down on the diminutive house elf. Dobby, he said gravely, the Lestrange brothers are as evil and cruel to house elves as your previous master. They would kill Harry Potter without pause if they could. Dobby's face grew dark in anger and he opened and closed his hands repeatedly. So, I want you to burn the place to the ground. If there are any other buildings there on their property, loot them as you did the manor itself, and then burn them. If they are occupied, come back and we'll do something different. Dobby declared angrily, Dobby does as Master Lockhart says. He PO'd away again. Harry Gilderoy rubbed his hands together happily. On Saturday, he would visit Gringotts and loot the Lestrange vault after retrieving Hufflepuff's cup. Dobby could move everything without touching anything, thus escaping the burning and duplication charms Bellatrix had set on everything. Then Gilderoy could pay the goblins to remove the curses on everything. That meant 3 major sources of Death Eater funds, Houses Malfoy, Black, and Lestrange, were forever gone. And Gilderoy was that much richer. "Good day, Ragnar," Gilderoy called out cheerily as he entered his account manager's office lounge. The goblin grunted, clearly unimpressed with the wizard's greeting. The bee-owned-haired dandy pulled a cloth bag from his pocket, opened it, and proceeded to set out, one at a time, the goblin-made items he had liberated from the Lestrange manor. "These," he said jauntily, "rightfully belong to your people, I believe." He stepped back and put his hands dashingly on his hips, awaiting the goblin's reaction. Ragnar stared at the assorted knives, bracelets, earrings, and necklaces. He carefully picked up each one, inspected it, smelled it, licked it, and placed it back on the desk. He leaned back in his chair and stared at Gilderoy. "Why?" Harry Gilderoy pretended to be puzzled. "Because they are yours. I know that wizards only rent goblin-made items with the understanding that when the renter dies the items are to be returned. I found these and know that the current owners are not the renters, so I thought to return them." He sighed, and made as if to retrieve the items from the desk. "Well, if you don't want them I'm sure I can find a use for them." Ragnar lunged forward. "No." Harry looked at him grinning. After a long moment, Ragnar slowly smiled, a generous showing of teeth that would intimidate most wizards and witches. He nodded. "The Goblin Nation thanks you for the return of these long-lost items." Harry Gilderoy sat in the chair provided, and said, "It occurs to me that the House Black vaults probably contain a few such items as well. I would like you to initiate a search through the vaults for goblin-made blades, armor, or jewelry and remove them. After all, as your largest vault holder it wouldn't do for me to abuse your trust by withholding things that properly belong to the Goblin Nation, now would it?" Without taking his eyes off of Harry, Ragnar opened a drawer in the desk beside them and pulled out a parchment and quill. He quickly wrote out an agreement. "Sign at the bottom giving us your permission as Lord of House Black to enter your vault and remove any goblin-made blades, armor, or jewelry." Harry smiled at the goblin. "Certainly, as long as we both understand that that doesn't include galleons, sickles, nuts, or other items made by the goblins for unrestricted use by wizards, witches, muggle-born, muggles, or other magical creatures." Ragnar gave him another enormous smile, added a line to the document, and then handed it to the wizard. Harry read the document, which did indeed have a clause exempting wizard money and selected other items from the list of goblin-made items for removal. He signed it with a flourish and gave it back to the goblin. Ragnar dropped it on the desk and snapped his fingers. The parchment disappeared. "We will begin the sweep immediately." Harry nodded his understanding. "I'm sure he will agree, but I will have to check with Mr. Potter before authorizing such a sweep in the Potter vaults. Now then, on to the next order of business. I opened a new vault recently, the Gilderoy Lockhart Investment Fund. Here is the key." He brandished a golden key. "Unfortunately, the items I have moved into the vault have spells cast on them that I need broken. Please have some curse breakers sweep through the vault and remove all dangerous enchantments they might find. I would also like you to check that vault for any goblin-made items. And produce an inventory." 2 minutes later, those contracts were signed and on their way to the respective teams responsible for those things. 3 minutes later, Gilderoy Lockhart was out of the bank and headed to Florine Fortescue's ice cream parlor for a reward to himself. Finals were over and everyone was at the leaving feast. And once again, Lockhart had a trophy to present. Rita sat at the head of the Hufflepuff, and both Professor Sprout and her house were practically bouncing in their chairs in excitement. They knew this could mean only one thing. The headmaster had a sour expression, as if he couldn't believe Lockhart had once more succeeded. Or maybe it was because he knew that the day after tomorrow was his last official day as headmaster. This time Gilderoy waited until after most students were working on their desserts before standing. "I have an announcement to make," he stated majestically, projecting his voice across the hall. He walked over to Professor Sprout. "Professor Sprout, If you please, he waved an invitation to the herbologist to join him. She leapt to her feet. He held out his arm and conducted her to the front of the headmaster's table. The witches at the headmaster's table, and almost all the students were all eagerly awaiting what new discovery their favorite professor was about to unveil. Gilderoy, resplendent in his mauve robe set, conjured a tray and placed something covered in cloth on it. He bent forward slightly as he offered the tray to Professor Sprout. Once again, I, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, Hogwarts' beloved defense against the dark arts professor, and slayer of basilisks, have recovered a priceless treasure long thought to be lost to Hogwarts and Wizardkind. It took much effort and long hours, but it is with great joy and pride that I present to you, Professor Sprout, head of the Hufflepuff house here at Hogwarts, this long-lost founder's artifact, Lady Hufflepuff's cup. He vanished the bag, leaving the gleaming golden cup with a badger design out for all to see. It can now join its fellows, Ravenclaw's diadem, Gryffindor's sword, and Slytherin's locket in the founder's display case in the entryway. For the first time in 1,000 years, all 4 founders' treasures are united at Hogwarts for all to see and admire. With appropriate placards describing how the great wizard Gilderoy Lockhart was responsible for finding and returning them, naturally. After a moment's surprise, wild applause flooded the great hall, punctuated periodically by Bozo's non-stop photography. Professor Sprout was grinning like a madwoman, and holding the tray up so that all could see the priceless treasure on it. Good thing he had put a sticking charm on the tray earlier. It was, Harry Gilderoy thought, a magnificent way to end his year at Hogwarts. Gilderoy had hit all his goals. The country revered him as an accomplished wizard of considerable talent, second only to Dumbledore. He was the richest wizard in the world, according to the goblins, and witches everywhere dreamed of being with him. He had an entire generation of young wizards and witches extolling his skills and talents. Based on a preliminary look at the Owl and Newt test scores, he was without a doubt the best DADA professor ever to teach at Hogwarts. In short, in England he was as famous as Harry Potter. Harry had hit his goals, as well. The Horcruxes, those that were available to him, had all been destroyed. He had significantly reduced Death Eater funding and eliminated a few of the Inner Circle members. Every DADA class was up to snuff with the upper years all caught up and the lower years slightly advanced. As bonus, he had unmangled Gilderoy's Homorphous Reparifarge werewolf charm and named it after himself, of course, and delivered the working spell to the Ministry. He had also taught it to all the students. Now any werewolf could be returned to human immediately after his or her change. It wasn't a cure, that was next, but it was a step in the right direction. And, most importantly, Harry Potter was safe and considered Hermione his girlfriend. Susan Bones and Hannah Abbott were vying for his second and third wife positions. For the next year, Lockhart would be out of the limelight as he sought to find and contain the Dark Lord for once and all. Except, maybe, for a book signing or two, Gilderoy whispered. Mr. Potter, called Lockhart. Slowly pushing the trolley with his trunk and Hedwig's cage was Harry, with Hermione right beside him. The two were almost to the gateway that separated the wizard world from the Muggle on platform 9 3/4 at King's Cross Station. He was pleased to note that both were wearing the clothes he had purchased for them at Christmas, which meant that Harry looked quite spiffy and Hermione's clothes made her very pretty. Her skirt swayed rather nicely as her high heels emphasized her gait. Hermione had apparently taken his advice on how to walk to heart. And she had transformed into a very attractive young witch over this last year. Apparently she liked looking nice for Harry. And vice versa. It helped that she had taken his advice to heart and now regularly flew with Harry. Buying them new brooms to use instead of the school brooms had done a lot to calm her fears. The school broom's erratic behavior had been a major cause of her fear of flying. Based on the looks she was getting from many at the station, he wasn't the only one to notice the new and improved Hermione. He could hardly wait to see the look of shock on her father's face when he realized his little girl was growing up, and not just mentally. Their other friends had said their goodbyes after locating their parents. The two weren't holding hands, unfortunately, as they had their hands full pushing the trolleys. Well, that wouldn't do. No, not at all. Hadn't they remembered the shrinking charms on their new trunks? Most of the people still on the platform were watching Gilderoy as he strode confidently over to the young couple. Rita, and the Daily Prophet, had done a splendid job of broadcasting yesterday's event, and Lockhart had quite a few additional admirers. Even the wizards were beginning to become his fans. Those in the school certainly were. Everywhere he went today people had murmured, "Hello, Lord Lockhart Slytherin," respect and admiration in their every word and gesture. People respected him, not just for his adventures in his books but also for his deeds at Hogwarts this year. As he had waited for Harry to disembark, he had heard many complimentary things said about himself. "He's my DADA professor and he fought and killed a basilisk. He found all 4 founders' artifacts. I was so worried about my owl DADA until this year when. After his class the test just seemed so easy. He's the best DADA professor I've ever had," he heard one Slytherin 7th year brag. His friend had loudly agreed. All music to his ears. Gilderoy would have done a little happy dance right there on the platform if Harry had let him. He was practically delirious with joy, leaving Harry to handle things today. "Here," he said to the 2 students when they stopped in front of him. "Tap your wand right there and think, shrink," he pointed at the lock on Hermione's trunk. She watched, surprised as it shrank to card pack size. He handed it to her. "There, slip that into your pocket. When you get home, just tap it with your wand and think, full size, and it will restore itself. As long as you don't do it where muggles can see, the ministry will never notice. And it won't trigger any magic detection spells, either. The wand is merely your identification as the owner." Harry quickly followed suit. He picked up Hedwig's cage and brought it close. He set up a silencing spell around them and whispered to the bird, "Harry Potter lives at 12 Grimmauld Place, London." He removed the spell and opened the cage. "There you go, Hedwig. You can meet us at home. I'm sure you'd rather fly than be subjected to apparition, wouldn't you?" The owl stared at him a moment, hooted, then flew out the cage and rapidly disappeared overhead. He shrunk the cage and gave it to Harry. He turned and made hand motions for them to accompany him. "Don't dawdle now, children, others await you." Hermione grabbed Harry's hand and they again started towards the platform's exit. "Harry," he said confidentially to the young wizard, "I know that the headmaster told you that you had to return to the Dursleys. But as I told you before, that isn't strictly true. You see, as long as you live with them, they do not have to fear Death Eaters, Voldemort's followers, finding their home and killing them for being your relatives. That is the reason he sent you home last summer, to protect them. Now that you are 12 it only takes 2 weeks to renew the spell for another year." Hermione and Harry shot him a surprised glance. "Now, then, you have a choice. Do you want to go home with me and stay at the House Black London residence, and meet your godfather? Or do you want to go stay with the Dursleys for 2 weeks and provide them with that protection for another year? At the end of the 2 weeks you would join me at the Black residence." Harry looked conflicted. On the one hand, if he never saw the Dursleys again it would be too soon. On the other, could he really leave them defenseless? "Tell you what, Harry, I'll put a listening charm on your trunk. If you want to leave, just call my name and tell me that. I'll be there as soon as I can. Does that sound good?" Hesitantly, reluctantly, Harry nodded his agreement. By that time, they had passed through the barrier and Hermione had flung herself into her parents' arms, babbling non-stop. Harry looked around for his uncle. Uncle Vernon stood not far away. "Harry, my boy, it's good to see you," he said, glancing nervously at the tall blonde-haired wizard standing beside the boy who lived. That the rotten bastard remembered their last meeting so well delighted Gilderoy. "Come along, Harry, your Aunt Petunia is waiting to see you at home." Harry stared at his uncle, the thought clear in his mind, who was this man and what had they done with his uncle? "Do you have your trunk? What of your bird's cage?" the morbidly obese man asked solicitously. Dazed at the civil tone in his uncle's voice, Harry absently patted his pocket. "Shrunken." His uncle grimaced, but nodded understandingly. "Convenient, that." He paused a moment as if unsure what to say or do next. Gilderoy stepped into the gap. "Ah, Mr. Dursley," he said softly. "So good to see you again. And in such good health. The look he gave the man told him clearly that that condition could easily change if he wasn't careful. The dandy turned slightly towards the Grangers. "Oh, Miss Granger," he called. She paused in mid-word and looked over to him. He waved her over. As she came closer, he said to Vernon, "I'd like you to meet Miss Hermione Granger, one of Mr. Potter's classmates and his best friend. And those two adults with her are her parents. Mr. Granger, Mrs. Granger, Miss Granger, this is Mr. Vernon Dursley. He's one of the top salesmen at Grunning's Drills, and is even in line for a vice presidency." That last bit had Dursley sweating as he wondered how the wizard had learned something he had only that week found out himself. "The Grangers," he explained to Vernon, "are both professionals in London, dentists. Harry lives with the Dursleys. Vernon's wife, Petunia, is Mr. Potter's aunt, his mother's sister," Gilderoy explained. "Harry is going to stay with the Dursleys for a couple of weeks, and then he'll be staying with his godfather for the rest of the summer." Vernon looked surprised at hearing this, and then pleased as he realized he wasn't going to be stuck with the boy the entire summer. A few moments later Harry, Gilderoy watched as both groups left the building for their respective vehicles. Hedwig was waiting in the entryway on the staircase balustrade when Gilderoy walked in at Grimmauld Place. "Ah, Hedwig," he said gently rubbing the owl's head. "I can't tell you how happy I am to see again. I envy Harry that he has you and I don't. I do miss you." The owl gave him an uncertain look, blinking. "Well," he continued, "you needn't worry about that. Harry is staying at Privet Drive for the next 2 weeks, and then he will be here." The owl gave him an angry look. "Now don't be that way, Hedwig, this was the easiest way to let you in on the secret. Besides, it will be another hour before he is home. In the meantime, could you deliver a message for me to Miss Granger? I'm sure she in turn will have a message for you to deliver to Harry. And he will have one for you to return to her." The owl looked pleased at the prospect of some deliveries in the works. "Miss Granger, as I mentioned, Harry will be at Privet Drive for the next 2 weeks, then he will move to another address. I will advise you and your parents of the new address at the appropriate time. I expect you will spend a lot of time here with Harry during the day while your parents are at work when that happens. I am sure you both will enjoy playing with each other all summer. You can tell you parents to expect many invitations to come over for dinner, and to watch you demonstrate the magic you have learned. That's right, once you are here you can perform magic without fear that the ministry will detect what you are doing and cause problems. The house is extremely well hidden from magical detection of most any kind. You can certainly help Harry improve how he handles his wand without fear of detection by adults. Perhaps you should tell Harry about this, as well, and give him something to look forward to doing with you. Sincerely, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, blah, 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 you know the rest. And with any kind of luck, his surprise would be ready when Street Mungo's released Sirius, and for the rest of the summer there were a couple of projects he needed to finish, including making sure Grimmauld Place survived Harry, Remus, Sirius, and Belle. But right now, he had a few things to finish downstairs. Belle's suite had become Harry Gilderoy's potions workshop after his successful heist regarding the Lestranges. The goblins had been extremely happy with him at the return of their lost items. Apparently quite a few had been in the vaults, but it took a sharp eye to see so. Later he would see if he could turn that to his advantage in looting a few other Death Eater vaults. Much had happened in Belle's suite over the 3 weeks since then. He had spent every evening with Belle, not that she was awake to notice. He was still somewhat amazed that his scheme had worked as well as it did. 10 points to Lockhart for excellent planning and execution. The witch had remained asleep on her bed. The draught of the living dead was such a useful potion, curtained off from the rest of the room the entire time. Creature had done a marvelous job of watching her, checking periodically that her condition was unchanged and dusting her as needed during the day. Gilderoy had spent the 3 days after the heist studying her left arm closely. Voldemort's brand, he had determined, was a form of the protean charm linking her to all the other Death Eaters, with a connection to her magical core. Plus, it linked directly to her nervous system. It provided a way for Evil Bastard to punish and communicate with his followers. He would always be able to find a follower anywhere. It was also a drain on the witch's magic. A minute drain, but a drain. For his plan for the witch to work, he had to get rid of the brand. So far, everything he had tried had failed. He had stood to one side, the deathly Hallows stone in hand, and spun it 3 times. After a pause, a ghostly image had appeared. "Why did you call me?" Merlin had said. Harry had smiled grimly. "I had little choice. I need the help of those much better versed than I am in this sort of thing." He had pointed at the witch's arm and the brand on it. "I need to remove that brand, but no spell or potion I can find will do the trick. Examine it and advise me. It is related to the Protean charm. A similar mark is created in the sky with the spell Mors Mordra." The ghost had drifted over to the woman and studied her arm. "You cannot use magic alone. You must use a potion as well." A long conversation had ensued and involved several more ghosts responding to Death's ring. The result had Harry saying, "Fox, can you help me?" He had tried several times and had been about to give up when the phoenix had appeared in burst of flames and a trilling song. Harry grinned broadly. He had always enjoyed talking to the exotic creature. "Thank you so much for coming," he had said, reaching over and stroking the bird now perched on the back of his chair. "I am trying to remove the Death Eater tattoo from Belle, here." He had pointed at her arm. "The advice I've been given is a combination of magic and potion, but for the potion I need phoenix tears. I have some of your favorite treats, those drops Dumbledore kept at his desk." He had pointed to a small bowl piled high with the sweets and sitting on the table beside Belle's bed. He had managed to coax the brilliant bird into filling most of a 10th-ounce potion bottle, almost 40 drops of the precious liquid. "Again, I thank you, Fox," Harry had said. "I hope to accomplish much good with these tears." He had paused a moment thinking as the bird downed a few more of the drops it loved. "Fox, if I need more tears to save others, would you be willing to help me? Perhaps as a remembrance to your friend Dumbledore." The bird had looked at him for a long moment, and then bobbed its head. Harry had grinned. "Bless you, Fox. If this works, I shall tell everyone that the great Dumbledore discovered the method for removing the Death Eater mark. It will provide an extra incentive for Death Eaters to repent their evil ways. Perhaps Madame Bones can use it as leverage into getting spies into the Death Eater camp by promising her spies that she will remove the mark in exchange when the fight is over." Fox had seemed to think that was a splendid idea. He flamed out after finishing off the entire bowl of treats. Harry had shaken his head. He had read phoenixes lived off spices and morning dew, but still, an entire bowl at once. He would have to keep a barrel on hand. He had wondered if the bird might like cinnamon and curry, as well. Next, Harry had carefully put 3 drops of phoenix tears into a small clear glass bowl on his potions table and mixed it with water purified 3 times and containing a dissolved freely given unicorn hair. He had dipped a quill into the mixture and had carefully drawn the rune of isolation and separation, Ingus, 7 times in a ring around the Death Eater mark on Belle's arm. It hadn't been easy spacing the runes correctly as the clear mixture had been almost impossible to see and judge the distance to the next rune to draw. He couldn't use magic to help. "Creature," he had called out after finishing that portion of the cure. "Creature is here. Excellent. Take this brush, dip it into this mixture." He had handed the house elf a small brush and the small bowl. "And carefully brush it all over this Death Eater mark. Continue until I say stop or you run out. If the mark lifts, as it should, coax it into the bowl using the brush. No magic." Creature had nodded and started to brush the liquid on the tattoo as Harry, Gilderoy had started casting Tergeo Mors Mordra repeatedly, pushing as much magic as he could into the incantation. The 7 runes on her arm had glowed an ominous red. At first, nothing had happened, and then the tattoo had begun to bubble and steam. Even under the draft of living death, Belle's face twisted in pain. Slowly, though, the dark red mark on her arm had gently bubbled itself into the air. Finally, it had lifted entirely off her arm, although only by a scant millimeter or 2. Creature had reacted quickly and a few seconds later that seemed hours long the bowl had held a puddle of red ink. Belle settled back into the deathly still aspect that the draft gives the drinker, her arm bright pink where the tattoo had rested. Harry had quickly picked up the other potion bottle on his table and had dripped a single drop of basilisk poison into the glass bowl. The red ink had started to hiss and spit as smoke rose from it. Seconds later only a slightly smaller pinkish drop of basilisk poison had remained. He had carefully decanted it into another potion bottle and labeled it. The basilisk drop was useful until completely consumed. Thank you, creature. Be proud, you have just saved the life of a pureblood daughter of House Black. Take a break to celebrate your success before you return to doing whatever it was you were doing, he had told the old elf. Creature had had a big smile as he PO'd away. Harry had turned to his table, pulled out a fresh sheet of parchment and carefully recorded everything he and Creature had done, with a note at the bottom crediting Albus Dumbledore with the cure's creation and that the old wizard hoped the cure would give those lost souls a second chance. It was a small thing, really. And Harry didn't want to be known as the wizard who figured out how to remove the Death Eater mark from the worst sort of people possible. While removing the mark was quite an achievement, allowing criminals to conceal their complicity in crimes was nothing to be proud of doing. They were, to his mind, still little more than pond scum. He would give the parchment to Madame Bones later, he had decided. Since that momentous moment, he had spent every night with Belle. He had used a mild pepper-up potion to bring the witch to a sleeping state, then used his extensive Obliviate experience to carefully excise all memories related to the wizard she called her Dark Lord. That meant completely erasing everything she remembered since 1957, 36 years, entailed taking things in stages, spending several hours laboring to remove a mere 2 years of memories per night. It had been quite exhausting work, struggling to disentangle past memories that had become associated with more recent memories. He didn't want to accidentally wipe out everything and leave her as a memoryless baby. Or leave holes she might discover later and unravel his work by researching her history. When she finally woke from her sleep, she would be a child with no knowledge of Voldemort and his Death Eaters. Her only memories would be of her father and mother. Excising her sisters from her memory while leaving what she had learned with them from her parents and tutors had been the hardest thing to do of all, and took the most time. He had had to substitute various house elves, and occasionally her mother, in the blank spots occupied by the presence of her sisters. A confundus embedded in her memories to prevent her from examining them too closely was an integral part of his treatment. That she had been a bit of a loner compared to the other two had helped. That she would still be well steeped in pure-blood nonsense was problematic, but Harry was sure that after a few years around Sirius and Harry she would lose those attitudes. He hoped. In any case, he would have fulfilled his oath to her. Especially after he had dosed her with the de-aging potion just the other night. Normally, a de-aging potion erases memories that corresponded to being created after the apparent physical age given by the potion. Harry hadn't wanted to take any chances that those memories might be recoverable, so he had gone the extra step of obliviating those memories as well. Between the two, the memories should well and truly be lost beyond recoverability. And it seemed a suitable punishment for the criminal Bellatrix, erasing her from existence as if she had never existed in the first place. Not quite as final as throwing her through the veil in the Ministry, but Bellatrix as everyone remembered her had been thoroughly destroyed. It was up to the new Belle to live a life that redeemed her predecessor. With his and Sirius' help, that shouldn't be too difficult. And no one would ever suspect a 6-year-old girl of being the infamous Bellatrix Lestrange née Black. If she wanted, she could walk out of 12 Grimmauld Place without fear, or at least only the fear a sheltered child normally would feel when outside by herself for the first time. On her bedside table was a bottomless bag with 1,000 galleons in it. He would create a trust vault for her later. He would have no qualms defending this innocent child from his and her enemies. He had fulfilled the terms of their vow to the letter. And when she reached Hogwarts he would release her from her vow, which would free him from his. And eliminate the possibility of accidents in judgment harming either of them once she was out in the world on her own. He could hardly wait to see Sirius' face when he learned he had a 6-year-old cousin. And that Gilderoy expected Sirius to be the father figure for the girl. Fun times indeed. He levitated her to the sitting room and used the flow to take her to Cygnus Black's manor. Creature, Dobby, and Bipsy, Cygnus Black's house elf, had spent the previous day preparing the abandoned building for its brief occupancy by Little Miss Black. Gone were the belongings left behind by the older Bellatrix. Instead her bedroom looked like a typical little girl's room, with age-appropriate toys, clothes, and other furniture. For the next week, she would be living there with only Bipsy as a companion. Next Monday he would accidentally discover her and bring her back to Grimmauld Place. He had made sure that Bipsy remembered only the little girl Bellatrix, and obliterated her memories of the older girl. That and a few carefully planned out orders would keep Belle's secret from both Belle and anyone else. "May I say congratulations, Minister Bones," Gilderoy said as he walked into her new office, escorted by her secretary. Today, in his opinion, he was stunning in his sky-blue robe set. She gave him a severe look. "It's your fault I'm in here," she said dryly. He grinned happily. "It couldn't have happened to a better person, especially in view of those items you know I am searching for." She harumphed as they settled onto the two chairs in one corner of her new office, and now permanent for the next 6 years, as her secretary brought over a tea set with scones. "Oh, before I forget," he reached inside his robe pocket and pulled out a parchment. "Albus asked me to give this to you." He handed it to her. "It's something he's been working on for several years, apparently, and he claims it works." He smiled at her. He just had to put those award-winning teeth on display. He pulled a small vial out of another pocket and placed it on the table. As the label indicated, it held 20 drops worth of phoenix tears. "It is truly a remarkable achievement. When he explained what it did, my first thought was of the advantage it would give you here at the ministry. Just imagine the leverage it will give you with Death Eaters if you can offer it to some of the lower echelons in exchange for ratting out their bosses. You could even use it to put an Auror undercover in his organization." She took a few minutes to read the parchment in detail before looking up. "Yes, this might prove quite useful." They sat sipping their teas for a moment. "I was surprised to read in the Daily Prophet that Barty Crouch, Sr., had been hiding his son under an Imperio all these years." He shook his head ruefully. "Amazing, isn't it? The wizard responsible for putting Sirius unjustly in Azkaban also successfully snuck his own son out after putting him there in the first place. And then kept him hidden under an unforgivable for years. What a hypocrite." He took a sip of tea. "Junior has already been given the key asterisk, I've been led to believe." He raised an eyebrow inquiringly. The new minister for magic nodded, adding, "A week after we raided the manor, and only a day after we confirmed it really was Barty Crouch, Jr., and not someone under a glamour or polyjuiced. Veritaserum also proved it, and that he had done nothing additional in the years after his father retrieved him. The Wizengame's trial for Barty, Sr., is this Thursday, is it not?" At Madame Bones' acknowledgement, he continued, "Just so you know, I intend to name Sirius Black as the proxy for House Black. The healers at St. Mungo's tell me he is much better now, and that only time is needed for farther improvement." He chuckled. "Just imagine, that prankster in the Wizenmaggots leading House Black. Oh, yes, that lot will love having him in. And the irony of having Sirius sit judgment on Barty is just delicious." And Sirius had just loved hearing Harry calling the Wizengamot, Wizenmaggots, and adopted the word for his own use. He set his cup back down before leaning back. "You should know that an increase in the DMLE budget will be looked on favorably by Houses Black, Potter, Slytherin, Gryffindor, and Gaunt, so long as the extra funds go to better training and armor for the Aurors. And bringing the staffing up to a more reasonable level. Just because it's quiet right now doesn't mean it will last forever." She silently refilled his cup and handed it to him. "You should also see about increasing the staff in the misuse of Muggle artifacts office with a few Muggle-born. Arthur Weasley is an excellent wizard, but he is a pureblood and for all his enthusiasm he misses things simply because he doesn't understand Muggle society today. Perhaps hire a few more Obliviators, as well. And give the poor man a raise to bring his position in line with the rest." They sat a moment longer. Gilderoy reached into a different pocket, pulled out 2 envelopes, and handed them to her. "These are invites to Harry Potter's birthday party on July 31st. One is for your niece, Susan, and the other is for Hannah Abbott. They are charmed so that only the intended recipient can read the actual address, as it is under a Fidelius charm. I give them to you so that their parents, and your brother, will know it is all correct and above board. Also attending will be Hermione Granger, Neville Longbottom, Luna Lovegood, and Ginny, Ron, Fred, and George Weasley. Part of the festivities will include attending a Muggle-themed park during the day and then a cinema in the evening. As it will be quite late when they finish, they will stay overnight, chaperoned, of course, be served breakfast, and then return to their homes. One of your Auror trainees is a metamorphagus. With your permission, I would like to avail myself of her services for those 2 days, as your other Aurors tend to stand out in a Muggle setting. If you would like to bring an Auror class as a stealth training exercise, I will happily pay for their attendance. This is Harry's very first birthday party ever, and I intend it to come off without a hitch. Theme park, cinema. He knew she hadn't missed the fact that this would be the little wizard's first birthday party even though he was 12. I thought you might have a few questions. Here is a dodger on the theme park. He pulled a folded slick paper out of his pocket and handed it to her. A cinema is a theater where they show a story using moving pictures with sound instead of actors on a stage. You'll have to see one to understand. I'm planning to take them to see one called Jurassic Park. I'm sure any of your Muggle-born employees can help you find a local cinema for research. He sat back and sipped at his tea while Madame Bones considered all he had told her. Well, Minister Bones, thank you for your time, he said, standing. She quickly stood as well. And I've taken enough of it already. I'm sure there are many things you need to do, so I'll take my leave. He headed for the door to her office, only to turn at the last minute. By the way, I remember reading and hearing about Death Eater attacks in 1980 and 1981 where the victims inexplicably failed to use their flows to escape. Did it ever occur to anyone that maybe one of the flow network regulators might have been a Death Eater or a sympathizer, and that this person illegally shut off the flow access to the target so the victims could not escape? By the time the Aurors heard there was a problem, access had already been restored. That would make them an accessory to murder, which is a more than sufficient reason to interrogate the staff from that time. Perhaps a truth compulsion on their chair when you call them in to clear up some details from that time. In any case, perhaps you should include a magical oath for the regulators that they will not shut down flow access without a written order from either the Wizengamot, the head of the DMLE, or the minister. He smiled broadly at her startled expression, and then exited her office. As he was walking away, he heard her mutter, Every time that wizard comes here, he oh so innocently leaves me with an exploding cauldron." And she sighed deeply. How he loved to hear the sound of chaos in his wake. It wasn't much chaos this time, but still. He was developing a reputation. "Thank you all for coming today." Harry Gilderoy looked round the sitting room. The Tonks, Andromeda, Ted, and Nymphadora were sitting on the couch. Sirius was in one chair and Remus was in another, and Narcissa and Draco were sitting rigidly on the love seat. "I realize things in House Black have changed dramatically over the last 6 months, and they are continuing to change." Sirius was glaring at Narcissa while Andromeda glanced from person to person. Narcissa was staring at Gilderoy, and Draco at the floor. "I am, as you all know, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, Hogwarts' beloved defense against the Dark Arts professor, and slayer of basilisks. I am also Lord Black, head of the House Black, through circumstances I am not going to explain, but the results of which the goblins tell me are incontrovertible." He displayed the house ring on his finger. "As farther evidence, Creature, Bipsy. Creature is here, Master. Bipsy is here, Master. I am sure you recognize Creature, Sirius. Narcissa, Andromeda, you remember Bipsy from your father's manor, don't you?" They all nodded. Draco and Tonks both stared, amazed. "Creature, Bipsy, tell the truth in answer to my questions right now. Am I Lord of House Black?" "Yes, Master. Yes, Master. And you both are House Elves to House Black?" "Yes, Master. Yes, Master. And you obey my orders without question?" "Yes, Master. Yes, Master. Anyone have any questions?" Silence. "Excellent. You may return to your other duties," he said to the 2 elves. "First business, I would like to officially welcome back to House Black Andromeda Tonks and her family. I reinstated her and her family a few months ago, but this is the first chance we've had as a family to welcome her." He turned a warm, and toothy, smile on the family. "That Nimmy here as a metamorphagus shows that the family traits run strong in her blood, strengthened, no doubt, by the addition of her father's blood as well. Draco looked like he had swallowed something distasteful, but kept his mouth shut. His mother watched calmly. The Tonks family merely looked happy and proud at his acknowledgement. Sirius and Remus looked amused. Tonks's hair was cycling through a variety of shades, which probably indicated pride, embarrassment, happiness, and several other emotions. Second business. Welcome home, Sirius. Sirius raised his glass of fire whiskey in salute, accepting the words of welcome from the rest of his family. Sirius is still recovering from his experiences in Azkaban. He is still seeing the healers on a weekly basis for any concerns that crop up. He will be assuming the House Black chair at the Wizenmaggots and handling all the family's business. Even after being absent for 10 years, he knows far more about House Black interests than I do. Sirius made a face at the thought of being in the Wizengamot. He has agreed to keep his pranking down to a minimum while in that august body's chambers. Harry smirked. The pranks are going to be a bit more cerebral as we rebuild the ministry into something that is actually helpful to most wizards and witches. He turned to face the Malfoys. Narcissa, if you know anything about your late husband's schemes, I expect you to inform Sirius in as much detail as you can. She nodded. Family loyalty will be rewarded, he added. The White Cottage on the Isle of Wight is available if you'd like to have it as a domicile. Gilderoy picked up Narcissa's carefully hidden surprise at the offer, and relief. He knew their budget was at the breaking point renting the house they currently lived in. Having a rent-free home would go a long ways towards providing stability. Yes, my lord, she said, that would be most helpful if we could. He nodded. Creature, help them move when called. Yes, master. If this works out, Narcissa, perhaps we can assign Creature to your residence. Both Creature and Narcissa looked intrigued at the offer. Third business. House Black has a reputation of being dark. That is going to change. House Black is going to be gray, neither light nor dark. We use magic according to our needs, pushing neither light nor dark on anyone. We will not use any magic whose sole intent is to harm others except as defense in dire circumstances. Every sentient creature deserves our respect, no matter how lowly they may seem. Even ants can kill a wizard if they attack in sufficient number. And all are welcome here in this house as long as they agree with these tenets. Pureblood beliefs are a fraud. Anyone with basic math skills can show that if the purebloods marry only purebloods, then in 200 years there won't be any purebloods. Draco looked mutinous at that statement. He sighed and turned to the boy. Draco, let's say there are 200 pureblood witches and wizards graduating today from Hogwarts, they marry. You now have 100 families. They each have one child, which seems the normal in pure-blood families. In 25 years, those 100 children marry and each have one child. 25 years later, those 50 children marry and have one child. Then those 24 children marry and have one child. Draco, it hasn't been 100 years and the pureblood lines have fallen from 200 to 12 pureblood children. Without half-bloods to replenish the lines, the purebloods will die out. And the half-bloods have the same problem, it would just take longer. We need Muggle-borns coming into our marriage pool or our society is doomed. It's simple math. If you don't believe me, then do a bit of research yourself and you'll prove my point. Draco looked stunned. In fact, so did Andromeda, Nymphadora, and Narcissa. Sirius and Remus had probably heard Lily rant on this topic herself. So, the philosophy of pure bloods above all is a disaster waiting to happen. We will not support it. That said, there is no reason not to be proud of your house's ancient roots in the magical world. That, however, does not mean you are better than anyone else, just that you are proud of your heritage. If you want ancient, the Pottles can trace their line back 2,000 years. By pure blood logic they should be top dogs in England, yet you, Draco, have looked down on them as inferiors at Hogwarts. He stared at the boy waiting for his acknowledgement, which came as a reluctant small nod and a look away. And the final family business is someone I'd like you all to meet. Wait here a moment. Harry hurried out of the room. A minute later, he returned holding the hand of a little 6-year-old black-haired girl. It is my great honor, he said, to introduce to you Belladonna Bellatrix Black, the youngest daughter of Cygnus Black III and Druella Black, née Rosier, and sister to Andromeda and Narcissa. The entire room broke into gasps and exclamations. The little girl took a step back and half hid behind Harry Gilderoy. The youngest Tonks' hair cycling through every color in the rainbow. Cygnus and Druella kept her birth a secret for reasons unknown. Sirius, you may not know it, but both Cygnus and Druella died last year spring. Miss Black, here, has been living alone since then with only a house elf, Bipsy, taking care of her. Last week, after Hogwarts let out, I started inventorying the Black estate. Imagine my surprise when I discovered her at Cygnus Manor, in the private wing. He smiled down at the girl who was uncertainly staring at the two witches now in front of her on their knees. Belle, these two pretty witches are your sisters. The one on your left is Narcissa and the other is Andromeda. Shyly, the girl said, hello. He pointed at Sirius, that cad. Oi, over there in the chair is Sirius, your cousin on your father's side. He pointed at Remus, and that is Remus Lupin. Once a month, on the night of the full moon, he turns into a werewolf and is very dangerous. The rest of the time he's a pushover for little girls like you. Remus stiffened while most everyone else stared or reached for a wand. Oh, come on, Gilderoy said exasperatedly, it's only one night a month. If you're going to get worked up about how dangerous he is once a month, then you ladies should also be looked on with fear because once a month you are real terrors for a whole week, even if your husbands never mention it to you. Harry was lucky to escape the sitting room intact in the storm of hexes that flew at him. He yelled down the stairs, see, I told you women were more dangerous than werewolves. He could hear Sirius' laughter suddenly change to yelps as he became a target. The little girl's giggling laughter made him smile. Gilderoy walked up to the Dursley front door and knocked. Today was Saturday and he looked positively dashing in his khaki robe set. He usually reserved this outfit for when he had to travel in rough country. The vest had a few more pockets, as did the trousers. Today, he simply felt adventurous. He had carefully concealed his wands, of course. He ignored as trivial that he was dreadfully overdressed for the neighborhood. He knew every eye of the snoopy neighbors was on him. He was about to knock a second time when Harry opened the door. Harry, my boy, so good to see you, Gilderoy said jovially. Your 2-week sentence is over. I hope things went well. Harry stood staring a moment, then said, yes, very well. Please come in while I get my things. Petunia was standing at the kitchen doorway looking at him as he came in. Ah, Petunia, I hope I find you well today. I presume Dudley is off carousing with his friends and your dear husband is golfing. Which Harry Gilderoy knew was true. It was why he had shown up when he did. She nodded, a sour expression on her face. Harry, Gilderoy said as the boy reached the top of the stairs, leave nothing behind, Harry nodded and disappeared down the hall to his room. He smiled broadly, showing off his perfect teeth. Rejoice, Petunia. I think that I can safely say that this is the last time you will see Mr. Potter, barring unforeseen disastrous for all concerned circumstances, he said as Harry came down the stairs. Gilderoy assumed he had placed everything in his trunk, shrunk it, and put it in his pocket. By your leave, Gilderoy said as Harry opened the front door and stepped out. Gilderoy quickly casted a disillusionment charm on himself before he went outside. Harry smirked to himself. Petunia probably approved of his hiding himself from view. If she only knew. They headed for the nearby park. Moments later, they were on the deck in the backyard at Grimmauld Place, the normal appartition point for those acceptable to the protective enchantments. Only Gilderoy could apparate into the house itself. Harry, both of them, grinned happily, though for very different reasons. Harry Potter because he was shot of the Dursleys, and Harry Gilderoy because those snoopy neighbors were going to have a field day about the well-dressed man who entered the Dursley house and then, as far as they knew, spent the entire day with Petunia, unchaperoned. After all, they had seen Harry leave the house unaccompanied. The gossip about her cheating on Vernon would run rampant, he knew. And she wouldn't be able to explain how he had managed to leave undetected. The gossip mongers would have a field day. She would be known as a woman by the end of the week. And unable to ever recover. Good riddance to bad rubbish, said Gilderoy as he conducted the boy into the smoking room and then down the hall towards the front of the house. Harry, I am happy to tell you that I don't think you need to worry about ever seeing those obscene parodies of human beings ever again. This is your new home, according to the Wizenmaggots, until you reach your majority. Seriously? No, he's serious, Gilderoy said as they walked into the sitting room, pointing at the thin man pretending to read the Daily Prophet. Said man grinned. Did someone just make a joke of my name? Seriously, serious, can't you just be serious for once? Wait, you're always serious, right? By the way, this is your godson, Harry James Potter. He pushed the boy forward. And Harry, this unrepentant reprobate is your godfather, Sirius Orion Black. He was your father's best friend and fellow marauder in Hogwarts. You might have a memory of someone called Padfoot, that is his animagus name. He is a grim. Harry stared at the man wide-eyed. You knew my father. Sirius was torn between laughing at the way Gilderoy had played with his name, being shocked that he not only knew he was an animagus, but also knew what kind and what his nickname was, or drinking in the sight of his godson and answering his question. With a wary eye towards the smirking Gilderoy, he turned his attention to the boy and started telling him about how he had met the boy's father. Somewhere in the afternoon Remus showed up and contributed his share of stories. At supper that evening, Harry was more than a little startled to learn that in addition to living with Sirius and Gilderoy, he shared the house with Remus Lupin, a little girl named Belle, and the Tonks family. And all, except Remus, were related to him. He had inherited, it seemed, an entire family of wizards and witches. After dessert, they adjourned to the sitting room for an evening of getting to know one another, which had surprises for everyone except Gilderoy. He quite enjoyed dropping leading statements and watching the others scramble as they tried to recover and figure out how he knew about those things. Remus made an early night of it, heading to the dungeon at 9 o'clock. Moonrise was at 7:50 p.m. but sunset was 9:15, so he would transform as soon as the sunlight stopped interfering with the moon's influence. That was when Harry got the tour of the house and discovered Andromeda and Ted had the master bedroom suite while Sirius was in the heirs suite, both on the top floor. Harry had the front bedroom suite overlooking the park in front of Grimmauld Place on the second floor while Belle took the rear bedroom suite overlooking the backyard garden and Tonks was in one of the second floor magically expanded middle bedroom suites. All 7 rooms had private full bathrooms. As a non-family visitor, Remus had one of the 7 bedrooms on the first floor for stay-over guests. Gilderoy expected the Grangers to be using those rooms the most. Gilderoy had taken over the study on the first floor. His 5-room walk-in trunk bedroom suite in one corner provided his sleeping accommodations. Andromeda and Narcissa had shot down his original plan to have Sirius as the little girl's parent. Instead, they insisted that the girl needed an adult which to raise her properly. Hence their usurping of the master suite, at Gilderoy's insistence after they browbeat him into accepting that Sirius was an unfit parent at the present time. While the others prepared for bed, Gilderoy headed to the dungeon with Sirius. The two of them had transformed the dueling room there into a giant werewolf-proof cage for Remus. Gilderoy's had insisted Sirius and Remus stay at Grimmauld Place instead of out in the wilds. "What the bloody hell did you do, Gil?" yelled Remus. "Yeah, what he said," said Sirius after transforming back from his grim. Remus had transformed just moments before into a werewolf. He had been taking the Wolfsbane potion all week and so had expected to maintain control of his mind while having the appearance of the wolf. Instead, not more than a minute after the transformation was complete, Gilderoy, outside the cage, had hit him with an unknown spell. And now he was human, again. The fur had disappeared, the teeth and snout had retreated, and he looked normal. Upset, but normal. Harry laughed. "That, my friends, is a little spell I discovered. I wrote it all up in my book Wanderings with Werewolves. Didn't you bother reading it?" He laughed again at their stupefied expressions. "There you go again, underestimating the great Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class. Honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, Hogwarts' beloved defense against the dark arts professor, and slayer of basilisks," the other two finished in chorus for him, exasperated. He continued laughing. Gentlewizards, I present to you Gilderoy Lockhart's Homorphous Reparafarge Charm. He bowed. Thanks to me, Gilderoy Lockhart, never again shall you have to taste that vile concoction known as wolfsbane. My new spell can change any werewolf back to human form. It is a mite bit tricky and does require a powerful magical core, but the average wizard should be able to pull it off without completely exhausting themselves. He laughed again at their dumbfounded faces. Here, let me teach you. They spent the rest of the evening practicing the spell. Remus decided to stay inside the cage until morning, in case the werewolf somehow managed to reassert itself. This was his first time experiencing that spell. Just before he headed upstairs for bed, Gilderoy said, "By the way, I opened a new vault recently, the Gilderoy Lockhart Investment Fund. Here is the key." He held it up. With all those stolen galleons in that vault, he couldn't just let them sit there. Not when he could put them to good use and stimulate the wizarding economy. It is much harder to find malcontents in an expanding economy with many available employment opportunities to keep the citizens happy. I want you two to get the word out that the fund is in business and willing to loan money to anyone who wants to start a new business, either muggle or wizardly. They will have to have a firm business plan, of course. He tossed the key to a surprised Remus. "Here, you're in charge of it." He grinned at their stunned expressions. "Gringotts has the details on your salaries. Try not to lose too much money." He left Sirius sputtering that he didn't know anything about running a business. Gilderoy called down the stairs, "Then hire someone who does." "That's what I just did." At the next full moon, August 2nd, Harry intended to have Rita here, and have her cast the spell herself. That would make for an interesting headline article, now wouldn't it? And yet another notch on his broomstick of accomplishments that would keep his name in front of an adoring public. The next day Gilderoy gave Hermione a frisbee he had made into a repeating two-way portkey, with the permission of Minister Bones, naturally. Gilderoy thought the minister had looked slightly disappointed when he left without dropping any exploding cauldrons into her lap. A mild reverse prank, but amusing. He didn't want to become too predictable, did he? The portkey would let Hermione visit Grimmauld Place and return home anytime she wanted. It would lock on September 2nd and become unusable until the Christmas break. Then lock again until next summer. Hermione spent most of the day grilling Sirius on how he became an animagus. Sirius spent most of the day glaring at Gilderoy for revealing his secret, again. Unbeknownst to Sirius, Lockhart had arranged with Minister Bones to keep the wizard's second form a secret as a goodwill gesture and part of the ministry's repayment for his illegal incarceration. Watching him struggle to keep his secret, when he didn't have to, was going to be just so amusing, especially when Gilderoy was telling everyone Sirius knew about it. And Sirius' expression when he finally discovered he didn't need to hide his animagus form would be just priceless. The following weekend the Grangers stayed over. They were suitably impressed with the manor. Hermione spent almost that entire weekend showing off all the spells she knew. Watching an exasperated Sirius change back and forth between his grim form, after Harry gleefully revealed his expertise to the surprised Grangers, left them speechless. They were still unsure about moving into the Dagworth Granger manor, primarily because of the rest of their family. Trying to hide the magic would be extremely difficult. Not to mention the difficulty in explaining how they could afford what was clearly a very expensive estate, well beyond their incomes as dentists. Hermione would probably use it after she graduated. They were just as speechless when he handed over to Hermione the veritable fortune of 100,000 galleons as her part of the haul from the Basilisk Ingredients. The Weasleys didn't know it yet, but Ginny was going to get a vault with 200,000 galleons. Ginny was now in the top 100 richest witches in the country. Hermione was in the top 500. Gilderoy thought it hilarious that Hermione's net worth was now almost double that of her parents, as he delightedly told them. And she was only 13. The days passed quickly for Harry Gilderoy. He split his time between the potions workshop and his books. While Harry knew he would derive the most satisfaction from what he planned to do this summer, for Gilderoy it was all a yawn as the headlines would not be anything that great. So, Gilderoy was kept busy with his writing and editing, had to make sure those stories were absolutely captivating while always showing off Gilderoy and his talents in the best possible light, not to mention his perfect fashion sense. The occasional book signing helped control his restlessness. Since Hogwarts' term had ended, Harry Lockhart had spent most of his time working on a werewolf cure. The Deathly Hallows ring proved invaluable in that respect. He now had what he hoped was a workable cure. Unfortunately, the earliest opportunity to test it would be August 2nd. But that date was already booked with Rita for a headline featuring Gilderoy Lockhart's Homorphous Reparifarge charm, and Harry knew he wouldn't be able to convince the wizard to abandon the publicity. In any event, it used phoenix tears, basilisk venom, wolfsbane, and several other rare ingredients. That made it very expensive, much more so than the 7 days of wolfsbane potion. He would have to put off testing the cure until August 31st. If it worked, he would set up a priority list, starting with the youngest and going to the oldest. Between the fortunes of House Potter and House Black, they should be able to put together a fund to provide the potion and eliminate lycanthropy within the next 10 years. Sooner if he could get the ministry to fund the potion supply. Lockhart walked past the St. Mungo's receptionist and headed straight for the elevators. He was dressed in conservative nondescript gray robes and used a subtle notice me not spell to avoid attracting attention. People could see him, but would be inclined to ignore him. Gilderoy hated being invisible, but for Harry's research and work to be effective, he couldn't be seen where he was going to be working. He had no legitimate reason to be in the long-term spell damage ward. And while he might have been able to get permission, this was one situation where it was better to ask forgiveness than permission. It was while he was working on Bipsy and Belladonna that he first had the idea. With Belle, he had noted that her personality changed the farther back he went in her memories. That was, of course, what he had wanted. It had struck him, though, as he worked through her teenage years and noticed how certain events had shaped her outlook on life, to wonder if he could apply what he was doing to the Longbottoms. Neville Longbottom's parents had been tortured into insanity via the Cruciatus curse. Actually, they weren't insane, instead they were nearly comatose. To escape the pain, their minds had shattered and now nothing was left. Or had their consciousnesses retreated so far from the body that they never realized the pain had stopped. In either case, even though the hospital healers had cured the physical damage done to their nerves and bodies long ago, the mental ability to do things was gone. If he obliterated their memories of their attack, could he restore their minds to functionality? Well, if he was wrong then it didn't really matter. No one would ever know that these two patients had lost 11 3/4 years of their lives. No one would ever know he had been here. No one would ever be disappointed at his failure. No, he certainly didn't want his adoring public to discover he had failed in one of his endeavors. Clearly, the risks were low and he had nothing to lose in trying. And the payoff if he succeeded. For Harry it was worth more than all his galleons. For Gilderoy, but Harry had delivered on his promises of fame and fortune, so Gilderoy was willing to cooperate. And if this worked, maybe he could find some poor soul elsewhere in the world suffering the same ailment as the Longbottoms and cure them to worldwide headlines. He decided to start with Neville's father first. It was past 10 p.m. and everyone was asleep in the ward, of course. A quick confundo and the nurse on duty was too preoccupied to notice anything he did that night. He followed that with a heavy notice me not and silencing spell. Unless there was a disaster on the ward floor, the nurse would not think to check on the Longbottoms until her shift was over at 8 in the morning. He transformed the small Spartan chair beside the bed into a very comfortable ergonomic chair that held him at the right height beside the bed to work. Then he arranged Frank into a sitting position directly before him, with their eyes on a level, and cast a petrification hex to hold the man stationary while Gilderoy was clear-cutting his memories. A sleeping mind is difficult to navigate for most legilimens, but Gilderoy Lockhart was not like most such experts. Mind arts were his speciality. He quickly subjugated the formless dream, nightmare in progress and started removing memories. It went fairly quickly as any associations between memories of one day and the next were almost non-existent. Much sooner than he expected he reached the time when Frank was under the Cruciatus. Even secondhand the pain was remarkable in its intensity. A few minutes later, and the last thing Frank remembered were two wizards and a witch bursting into their sitting room and attacking them. The fight had lasted several minutes, and then, there was nothing. Bella had casted the Cruciatus wordlessly, so there was no warning. Something shattered his hastily erected shield and then he knew no more. The hours of torture and questioning no longer existed in his mind. Gilderoy sat back in his chair. He pulled a pepper-up potion out of his pocket and drank it, then stood and did some stretching exercises. He had taken 2 hours to do that, he noted. Sitting absolutely immobile for that long generated more than a few stiff sore spots in his muscles. That was one reason why he had limited himself to only removing 2 years of memories at a time from Bellatrix. Her memories had been much more complex. A pain-killing potion took care of the rest of his aches. He rearranged the sleeping wizard back into his bed, and cast a stupefy so the man wouldn't wake up in the middle of Gilderoy's treating his wife, Alice, and start yelling. He should easily sleep until morning. After arranging and petrifying Alice, Gilderoy went to work once more. Alice, it turned out, was tougher than her husband and had a higher tolerance for pain. Either that or the 3 Death Eaters had lost patience and stopped sooner. Perhaps they had believed her when she said she didn't know to where their Dark Lord had disappeared. In any case, it was more, not difficult, just more tedious. The associations linking daily events were more numerous, especially her desire to save gum wrappers for her son Neville. However, Gilderoy prided himself on being persistent, and drudge work for a good reason had never deterred him. After almost double the hours he had spent with Frank, he was erasing the actual torture session. Like her husband, all she would remember were the attackers and her valiant efforts to keep the 3 Death Eaters from realizing that her baby, Neville, was asleep and hidden behind a shielded glamour she had barely had time to erect. In the meantime, she had fought like a demon beside her husband until she saw her husband's shield shatter and him fall to the floor. That moment's distraction was her ruin, as almost immediately the same thing happened to her. Gilderoy was sweating by the time he finished. He quickly arranged the witch back to the position she had been in before he had started. He took another pepper-up and painkiller potion before erasing all traces of his being there that night. He casted a finite at the nurse as he exited the ward doors. She would never realize anyone had been in the ward or that she had skipped the Longbottoms while doing her rounds. If this didn't work, he had a few ideas on a potion that might work, but that would be much riskier in its results. He wouldn't know of his success or failure until that evening's Daily Prophet either proclaimed a miracle or mentioned only normal news and gossip. The sun was just cresting the horizon when Harry Gilderoy apparated back to Grimmauld Place. He hung a sign on the study door: "The great Gilderoy Lockhart is doing great deeds. Do not disturb," and locked himself in his trunk bedroom. That evening, just before the elves served supper, the evening Daily Prophet arrived with the banner headline, "Miracle at St. Mungo's." Below that, it said famous horrors in long-term spell damage ward wake. There were several articles on the Longbottoms, what had happened to them, the war in general, and Harry Potter, of course. No one at the hospital could explain why they woke when they did, but no one was going to complain about it, that was for sure. Young Harry was thrilled when Remus explained that Neville Longbottom had had his parents returned from the living dead. It was, without a doubt, the best birthday present Neville ever had, or would have, even if his birthday wasn't until the following week. Harry's birthday party was everything Harry Gilderoy could have wanted. All the invited guests showed up. The purebloods were completely astounded at the theme park with its many rides and entertainments, even the adults. While Sirius and Remus had heard of them when they were in Hogwarts, they had never actually been to one. Harry was just as thrilled to be there after hearing Dudley's long and involved bragging about how much fun it was so many times. The pizza party later was just as big a hit, with only Hermione having had it before. All the kids swore that they had to bribe the Hogwarts elves into adding this indescribable meal to the menu. Hermione, naturally, told them the 3 rules of eating. Never eat anything bigger than your head. Never eat anything that's covered in red. And never, ever eat anything that looks like a dog threw it up. And pizza broke all 3. The movie, Jurassic Park, released only the month before, had been just as big a hit. The purebloods were amazed at the realness of the production, and astonished to hear that there was an entire industry devoted to just creating movies, an industry that employed more people than lived in the wizarding world. The food hits of the theater, though, were popcorn and sodas. Those provoked another round of must-haves, for the Hogwarts elves. When Hermione let slip that her dad had a home theater, where she watched movies, and that she had dozens and dozens of movies, the others demanded to see what she was talking about. Gilderoy was sure they had visions of a smaller version of the commercial theater in the girls' home with this thing as the screen. They were not far wrong, as they saw when they visited the Grangers' home the next morning after breakfast using Hermione's portkey. Mr. Granger had one room of the home arranged as a home theater with comfy chairs and couch, and a theater-style popcorn machine in one corner. The screen was a giant 80-inch behemoth that took up most of one wall, with cabinets to either side stuffed with VCR films. They had everything from tear-jerkers to comedies to action thrillers. The kids sat on the edges of their seats as they watched Indiana Jones save the world from the evil Nazis. The kids had lunch at the Grangers, which took far longer to fix than it should have, as most of them crowded into dining room to watch how a Muggle prepared a meal. By popular acclaim, they decided that Wednesday was matinee movie day. After all, they had all those movies to see. Later, as the other children were fleeing home, Gilderoy pulled the two Weasley twins aside. "Fred, George, can you imagine what a hit it would be to sell movies and tellies to wizards, if only you could make them work in a magical environment?" He grinned at their frantic nods and exclamations of agreement. He handed them a large shopping bag full of boxy things. He had gone shopping that morning while they were at the Grangers. "Here are 3 cassette recorders, batteries, and tapes. These are the exact same as the VCR you saw today, only smaller and restricted to voice. Why don't you grab Harry and Hermione and take them with you to the burrow and experiment with these at the edges of your property? Perhaps the 4 of you can develop a way to shield the electronics from magic. Or, perhaps, toughen the electronics so they can work in a magical field." Their eyes practically lit up in delight at the thought, and they looked at each other doing that silent twin communication. While everyone says electric things don't work in a magical field, that isn't necessarily true. After all, your very bodies use electricity in your nerves and to make your muscles work. If magic ruined all electrical things, we'd all die the first time we tried magic. Tell Hermione to bring a book about how the nervous system works on a cellular level. By the way, if you remove the batteries, I think Reparo can fix any electronic thing that breaks. After all, without the batteries installed there is no electricity and the recorders become just like any other broken item. Oh, by the way, I included a couple of books on runes, as well. And if you were to succeed, I think you would get a newt in charms, at the least. Maybe even in runes. Grimmauld Place did not see either Harry or Hermione until late that evening. And, even better from Harry Gilderoy's point of view, Ron was intensely jealous, practically foaming at the mouth at how rich Harry now was, and that even his sister had wealth beyond anything he had ever expected. He took to avoiding them both whenever they were at the burrow. Ginny, on the other hand, practically glued herself to their sides and rarely let them out of her sight. 2 days after Harry's birthday party, Gilderoy met Rita Skeeter and Bozo at the Leaky Cauldron an hour before sundown. They flew to one of the 5 House Black properties. "And in here," Gilderoy said as they left the sitting room and entered what used to be the dining room of the small manor, "is our werewolf cage with resident werewolf. Rita Skeeter, may I introduce to you Remus Lupin." "Remus." Rita. The witch eyed the wizard carefully while Bozo took a few pictures. "As you can see, he is dressed rather loosely. For modesty's sake, we deliberately weakened the stitching in the robes so that they will tear off when Remus transforms. Normally he just strips nude prior to transforming to protect his clothing. Just to make this a worst-case situation, Mr. Lupin has not been taking the Wolfsbane potion. When he transforms, the wolf will be in full control." Remus spoke up, "And, as you know, if I were an animagus, my clothes would transform with me. That they don't is just one more proof that I really am a werewolf." He laughed at the irony of having to prove he was a werewolf. Usually all it took was a rumor to chase people away. Remus walked over and sat down on the comfy chair inside the cage. He had a book resting on a small table beside the chair, along with a tea set. "Now, then," said Gilderoy, "let's practice the words to the spell first." He drilled her relentlessly for 20 minutes until she could say the spell flawlessly and rapidly. Then he spent the next half-hour drilling her in her wand movements. Bozo took pictures, of course. They planned to document every step of the casting process to make a tutorial. This way, every wizard and witch in the country could learn the spell just by purchasing that particular issue of the Daily Prophet, guaranteeing that the paper would be a complete sellout and require reprints for several years to keep up with the demand. Gilderoy was sure the DMLE was conducting their own tests tonight, and Rita would definitely be asking them about their experience with the spell. Finally, the time came. Remember, now, Rita, you want to push all you can with the intent that Remus return to being human when you cast, Gilderoy said as Remus started the painful transformation into being a werewolf. Remus was on all fours, panting from the transformation, and the shreds of his clothes were scattered around him. He slowly rose to his feet and looked around, growling loudly as he saw them, saliva dripping from his bared teeth. He started quickly towards them, teeth bared and clawed hands rising as Bozo frantically took pictures. There would be no doubt in anyone's mind that Remus had truly become an uncontrollable werewolf. Okay, Rita, cast it now. Rita took a deep breath and firmly cast the spell, Homorphous Reparifarge, and made the correct wand movements. The spell hit Remus squarely in the stomach. Remus flinched and stumbled. He started whining. His fur disappeared, the snout and long teeth retracted. He lost the muscle mass the werewolf had added. Gilderoy conjured large towel around the former werewolf's waist to protect his modesty, and then magically guided a bathrobe to the shaking wizard. Remus stood, panting. He ran a hand through his hair, then swiveled his head, stretching his neck muscles. Merlin, but that hurts, he said. He walked gingerly back to his chair and collapsed into it. He poured himself a generous helping of tea and took a deep drink. Well, Rita, asked Gilderoy, how do you feel? What do you think? Still staring at Remus, she said, that was rather tiring, but not that difficult. She looked at Gilderoy. This is incredible. This changes everything about them. She looked back at Remus. If it really does last all night, it'll cause a sea change in public opinion. There's no reason to be afraid of werewolves, no more than anyone should be afraid of another wizard. As long as you have your wand at hand, you're perfectly safe. This would be another epic profit issue for her. Gilderoy had turned into a goldmine for her. Every story he gave her became a sellout issue. She didn't have to make up slander to sell papers, the truth served her far better. She no longer had to scramble for ideas and leads. People, not just Lockhart, either, brought headline stories to her. She sat in one of the 3 chairs outside the cage. Mr. Lupin, Remus, if you don't mind telling me, how did you become a werewolf? Gilderoy smiled. It would be a long night, but so worthwhile. Once more, his name would be on everyone's lips. August passed by quickly. Gilderoy's book, Burrowing with a Basilisk, was at the publishers now undergoing a final review before they scheduled the actual print run. The goal was to get the book out the last week of November, just in time for the Christmas buying season. Preliminary marketing to the bookstores was already in the works, building excitement for its release. Unlike his previous books, there were many pages of pictures of Hogwarts, Myrtle's bathroom entrance, the chamber and the basilisk, photographic proof of his greatness. Harry, Hermione, and Ginny would get a portion of the proceeds for their part in the adventure. While he waited for the publisher's final proofs, Harry Gilderoy worked on his second Hogwarts book, Restraining a Rat. That was a bit tougher as many of its events were concurrent with the previous book and he had to do a bit of creative writing to make things fit properly. He was able to work in his attack on the Acromantula colony as rescuing a group of foolhardy children in the Forbidden Forest on a dare. The photos of his memories were more than adequate for the book. Unfortunately, the werewolves he had to leave out as their story in the Daily Prophet came out after the story about unmasking Peter. Fortunately, he was able to mine his unserious memories about the events of and prior to Halloween, 1981, and make that an important centerpiece of the book as the definitive story of what happened that night and Peter's betrayal. Lockhart's in-depth interrogations of the rat prior to his unmasking made the story that much more realistic. He made up a chapter where Peter snuck into Azkaban and gloated over Sirius' imprisonment and what he had done. When Gilderoy was ruminating on what to say and how, Harry used Gilderoy's book-signing travel connections to narrow down the area he needed to search in Albania to find Volduhor's wraith. Even though Albania was 1/10 the size of the United Kingdom, that was still over 11,000 square miles to search. The Forest of Dean was minuscule by comparison, and it had seemed vast when he and Hermione had been hiding from the Snatcher squads. So far, he had narrowed it down to the accursed mountains in the northern quarter of the country. Better, but still a vast area of extremely rugged mountains. He would try to narrow down the area before winter had a chance to settle in, and then return there in the spring, April he hoped. If all went to plan, he would find out if the draft of living death could be given to a spirit. If not, then he planned to force the wraith into a garter snake and thence into a break-proof jar. In either event, he would have a new desk ornament for his study. In the meantime, he had a grand time with Sirius and Harry. Belle was a delight, bashful at first, but after a few weeks' exposure to Sirius and Remus, and their stories about Hogwarts, she was a terror. Pranking, it seemed, was in the blood of all House Black descendants. It was just a matter of if the talent was cultivated or stamped down. Sirius had flourished at Hogwarts with James, Remus, and Peter all into pranking. Bellatrix had subsumed her frustrated talent into hurting others. Now that Belle was out of the harsh strictures of her father and mother demanding that she always behave like a lady, that pure bloods were perfect and above all others, and not do anything impulsive, she, too, began to flourish. The first time she dumped a bucket of water from the 3rd floor, with a tiny bit of help in execution from Gilderoy, onto the unsuspecting Sirius as he stood by the stairs on the ground floor, he thought the old dog was going to expire. He was laughing so hard. Naturally, Harry and Hermione, and the Tonks, were dragged into the prank wars, and at any time Gilderoy would see one of the household, except Nymphadora, wandering around in various shades of color that did not naturally occur in nature. Nimmy used her metamorph abilities to mask any pranks that managed to hit her, quite the spoilsport. Even Hannah and Susan got into the pranks, a bit. In short, the summer was everything Harry, both of them, could have wanted as a family life. It was August 31st and Rita, Bozo, Gilderoy, Sirius, and Remus were back at the black property they had visited last month. Remus was, naturally, inside the werewolf cage, once again conjured by Sirius and Harry. Gilderoy. As I told you, Rita, this will either be my greatest triumph or the most embarrassing failure I've ever had. He held up his potion. This should be a cure for lycanthropy. He handed the potion to Remus. Drink it up, Remus. Let's give this a go. He turned back to Rita, whose dictation pen was taking everything down. Like last time, Remus has foregone taking the wolfsbane potion, so we have an uncontaminated experiment. If my research is correct, that potion will cure Remus, and when the moon rises in half an hour, nothing will happen to Mr. Lupin. He will remain as human as you and I. He grimaced. There is a small chance that it might just kill him. Remus, having just finished swallowing the last of the potion, choked in the background, and managed to gasp out, "Kill me." Gilderoy cast a jaundiced eye on the soon-to-be ex-werewolf. "Hey, I'm risking my entire reputation here," he said sharply. "I am taking a huge risk. If this fails, it will take me years to repair the damage to my reputation." He raised an eyebrow. "All you are risking is your life." Sirius burst out laughing. "He's got you there, Mooney." Scowling, Remus stalked over to his chair and sat down. Moments later, he broke out into a sweat. "There's a bit of pain, all over, but nothing like transforming." He sat there grimacing occasionally, and they could see his arms and legs jerk spasmodically. An hour later, he was grinning like a madman. "Shall we go outside?" suggested Gilderoy, opening the cage door. "Sirius, just to help our guest's peace of mind, would you keep your wand on Mr. Lupin?" They trooped outside into the backyard garden. For the first time since he was a child, Remus looked at the full moon as a person instead of a wolf. He looked at them wonderingly. "I can't feel him anymore. The wolf is gone. He's gone." Tears started to flow down his cheeks. Sirius put away his wand and gathered his best friend in a hug. Both were oblivious to the pictures Bozo took. Gilderoy turned to Rita and handed her a parchment. "Here are the full instructions on how to prepare the potion. Please make sure it's included your articles, perhaps in a day or so, after a suitable buildup." I'm sure the ministry will be all over this in testing and verifying the potion. As you can see from the ingredients, it is quite expensive. House Black has set up a fund to supply the potion free to all werewolves. There is a limit to how much can be brewed at any one time, though, due to the extreme rarity of some of the ingredients. As a result, we will give the potions to those bitten within the last year and children under the age of 11 first, in age order from the youngest. I calculate it will take about 10 years to cure everyone in the English Isles unless the ministry gets fully behind it. Naturally, there will still be a need for everyone to learn Homorphous Repariforge, as there will still be a possibility of running into a wild or non-English werewolf for quite a few years. Rita nodded in understanding as her quill practically flew across her parchment as she made notes. It was a most satisfying way to end the summer, Gilderoy thought. Harry drifted slowly on his broom in the accursed mountains of Albania. Today he was wearing his sky blue set of robes. While they made him stand out on the ground, in the air they made him that much more difficult to see. Combined with a disillusionment charm, he was well-nigh invisible. Spring had arrived, and for the last 4 weeks he had scoured the countryside for likely places Volduhor might be hiding. Mounds of snow were still in the shadows, which helped reduce the areas he had to check. He knew from his history that the Nagini was already active and thus not still hibernating in a tunnel in the ground deep below the snow. This particular valley was the last in a series of 4 he had searched so far this week, the last in April. The locals, contrary to the reports he had heard from almost everyone, were quite friendly as long as you didn't violate any of their hospitality rules. For a foreigner it was simple to abide by those rules. They boiled down to one simple axiom: don't insult your host. He had managed to build up a little goodwill in each village he visited by healing ailments that the local healers found too difficult. His stock of potions had been steadily dwindling as a result. It was amazing the quantity of Skelegro he had dispensed. Putting his magic into the cure helped its efficacy for the normally magic-less. To the Muggles, among whom were a rare number of squibs, he just passed off the potions as the latest in healing miracles from the more modern industrial countries. Adding a mild confundus ensured that they would not think to mention this miracle cure to any outsider. Based on what little he could understand from his halting conversations in the taverns, this particular valley seemed to have a pale of evil in it. Bad things happened to people who visited it. There were even rumors of a woman with child mysteriously vanishing in the dead of night just a night or 2 ago. It was tedious work, doing this, they both had decided. It was surprisingly taxing, slowly drifting through the countryside, quartering back and forth, disillusioned so the Muggles didn't see him, and trying to sense the evil that he knew was Volduhor. In his magically expanded pockets were the unbreakable jar and other implements and potions he intended to use to capture the blighter when he finally found him. At least during the winter months he had been able to keep Gilderoy busy with the book tour and signings. Preliminary reports indicated that Burrowing with a Basilisk had easily surpassed the sales of Magical Me. On the one hand, Gilderoy found that disappointing that the previous book had done so poorly by comparison. On the other, he was overjoyed at the increased sales and fans. And, in spite of the winter weather, the signings always had a line of fans out the door and down the street. Diagon Alley and Hojesmed weren't the only places he had visited. There were the magical bookstores in Ireland, France, Germany, Spain, Italy, Portugal, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Finland, Poland, not to mention the colonies, Canada, the US, Australia, South Africa, and India. Harry had never traveled outside the UK ever before, and it was quite an eye-opening experience. He usually left each signing event with a wad of flow call addresses in hand for an evening of entertainment, if he so chose. Sometimes it wasn't even a note but a room key to a local apartment or room at a tavern. And his supply witch's knickers, an interesting replacement for a personal introduction card, took up a small trunk all by themselves. Perhaps he should open up a knickers shop. Suffice to say, Gilderoy did not want for female companionship when he was interested. And that happened a lot more frequently than Harry was comfortable with admitting. That had lasted almost until March, which he spent recovering in Grimald Place and working on restraining a rat. And finalizing his travel arrangements to Albania. Before Burrowing with a Basilisk came out, though, Harry had been doing a bit of Death Eater cleanup, with limited, very limited, help from Gringotts. "Ah, Ragnar, my friend," Gilderoy had called out as he entered the now plush office the day after the Hogwarts Express left King's Cross Station last September 1st. He was their #1 client, by a huge margin. The goblins knew how to play to the typical wizard's vanity, and they assumed from Gilderoy's reputation that he was exceedingly vain. And they spared no apparent expense in using that vanity to their advantage. "I would like to buy up the debt owed by the following wizards, if at all possible," he had said as he sat down. He had handed the list he had made to the goblin. "They are in order of importance to me." The goblin perused the list, frowning. "I then want to call the debt, immediately. In full." He had paused and then added, "My goal is to ruin them financially. If you know of a better way, please advise me." The goblin studied the list. "This will take research. I will call you," he had said, finally. Harry had left and Gilderoy had worked on restraining a rat. 3 days later, he received an owl from Ragnar. He had headed straight over. "Antonin Dolohov, Herbert Mulciber, Augustus Rookwood, Caspar Travers, and Septimus Blashwick are all in Azkaban and their fortunes are somewhat vulnerable," said the goblin. "Alecto and Amicus Caro, Phineas Yaxley, Caris Avery, Edward Knott, Ted Jugson, Lycoris, Scabby Orr, Selwyn, Crabbe, and Goyle are all in reasonable shape financially. Their biggest debtor was Malfoy, and you already settled those. Calling in their remaining debts would be an inconvenience at best, harming some while strengthening the others for a net gain for your plans of Zed. Severus Snape has no outstanding debts. It would take time, a year or more, to maneuver the 5 Azkaban prisoners' estates into vulnerable positions where you could reduce them to paupers, but only if their friends didn't help them. All but Dolohov have Gringotts managing the house finances, so it is likely that the remaining family, cousins, would seek assistance from their richer friends so they would have something to inherit when their relative dies." Harry sat thinking. Plan B, he had decided, was the only workable solution in the short term. "Keep a watch on their finances for me. Should any of them become vulnerable, strike against them as hard as you can. Even reducing just a few would help in the long term." He sighed. "In the meantime, can you provide me with the flow addresses for all the people on the list? You may purchase the flow addresses from the ministry for 50 galleons each. And the passwords are unavailable. Purchase the flow addresses for me." The goblin made a note. "Also, can you provide me with the locations of all their properties? Those that are not set to unplottable. Do it." Harry spent several days working on how to get access to the estates. If he could get to the estate, he could get the vault key. And the vault key would let him bankrupt the Death Eater family. The goblins would simply tell the families they should have taken care that the key was safe. Dolohov had no relatives, so that was the one to start with. Gringotts managed his estate in his absence. Their investments of the small amount of galleons he had barely returned enough profit to maintain manor and other buildings, but it was sufficient profit. The goblins' management contracts with the wizards prevented them from deliberately and knowingly making bad investments, so Gilderoy couldn't use that to his advantage. Then he remembered some of the techniques used by the Muggles in the future war. With the goblins' assistance, Harry purchased a petrol station chain behind several blind corporations as an investment. With that as a supply and a cover, one night in mid-September he and Dobby had transported 3,000 gallons of the liquid 2,000 feet over the Dolohov Manor protective enchantments and north of the building. It had been shrunk to a 6-foot sphere and kept at near freezing to prevent it from simply evaporating when released. Then they dropped it, simultaneously finitting the sphere and the highly compressed balls of air scattered through it. The rapidly expanding air pockets sprayed the volatile substance over a wide area, intermixing the liquid thoroughly with the air both inside and outside the mass and creating a fine mist of petrol as it fell. The creator of the manor's protective enchantments had incorrectly assumed that the only liquids that freely fell from the sky like a rain were various forms of water, and thus liquid from the sky did not need guarding against. After all, petrol didn't exist 300 years ago when the enchantment designer lived. Any liquids other than rain, ice, or snow he knew of, such a Greek fire, that might fall from above had to be encased in a shell, either physically or magically, for the trebuchet or wizard to manipulate, and those he had guarded against. Being a liquid and non-magical, the protective enchantments on the manor allowed the mass to pass without hindrance. The mist drifted down as the wind blew it over the estate, encompassing the house and much of the grounds around it. Dobby, standing beside Harry, appeared to flicker in place as he popped to above the protective enchantments, and falling mist, hit the mist with a flame, and then reappeared beside Harry. Even a mile away, Harry could feel the ground shake a moment later, followed by the shockwave of the explosion. A minute later, the heatwave from the blast, much cooler but still uncomfortably hot after traveling that distance, swept over them. Dobby stood beside him, mouth open in shock. The mushroom cloud of smoke and burning debris from the building shot high up into the sky, far more impressive and scary than the mortar cast by the Death Eaters. "It's called a fuel air bomb, and is devastatingly effective," Harry said, "as you can see. It is second only to nuclear bombs in destructive power." They watched as the mushroom-shaped cloud climbed higher into the sky, flames bursting from within the dark mass. "The Muggles will say it was a gas leak explosion, has to be because that's the only thing that causes such a widespread flaming disaster. The Ministry will think it's some kind of dark ritual gone wrong. And with the dark artifacts in the ruins contaminating the evidence, what other conclusion could they make? Especially without the presence of any other magic in the remains of the explosion. The explosion completely flattened the manor. The spells reinforcing the building simply were not up to the task of dealing with the equivalent of 1,000 simultaneous superpowered reductos. The pressure wave created tore the manor walls and insides to shreds, as well as beeping all the oxygen out of the house and crushing any underground rooms or dungeons. The magical blowback from the house protective enchantments overloading obliterated the stone controlling them, blowing flaming pieces of the manor across a wide area. And when the enchantment control stone failed, the remaining property enchantments collapsed, adding their energy to the blast consuming the building. Harry apparated to the edge of the former protective enchantments and looked across the burning lawn and roaring fire that was the manor. He raised his wand. Accio Dalahav Vault Key. Moments later, a golden key came flying from destruction. Harry let the glowing hot key fall to the ground before dosing it with water. Being goblin-made, it was indestructible. He dropped the key into his pocket and left for home. Because Gringotts never closed, he would have Dobby order the goblins to sweep the vault for goblin-made items and destroy any dark artifacts tonight. Once that was complete, he would have Dobby, Creature, and Bipsy transfer the remaining contents to one of House Black's empty properties. Then he would place the key in his special vault key box in the study, labeled, of course. Dobby would periodically check the vault for any deposits from business investments Dalahav made before being sent to Azkaban. No reason to let it accumulate, now was there. Later, he would have Creature and Dobby sell off the unwanted furniture, clothing, jewelry, and books previously stored in Dalahav's vault to second-hand shops across England and the continent. Eventually, he would transfer the remaining galleons to the Gilderoy Lockhart investment fund. The items he kept would go into the Lockhart vault. Through the rest of September and early October, he repeated the attack on the Mulciber, Rookwood, Travers, Bushwick, and another half-dozen pure-blood bigots' manors. He didn't want to do too much all at once and leave an obvious trace to follow back to him. All except one of their keys joined Dalahav's in Gilderoy's vault key box for regular checks. Travers was a bit trickier as his wife was still in residence, fortunately without any children. He had Dobby monitor her, and when she was off visiting friends, they struck. It was their only daylight raid. After removing a hefty chunk of the galleons in the vault, he hauled her vault key back to her. She could use the galleons remaining in the vault either to build a much smaller manor or to provide herself with an apartment or small home somewhere in an area where he couldn't repeat his attack. He didn't care what she did. In either event, providing any financial assistance to other Death Eaters would be next to impossible. The manor represented half of their net worth, and the galleons he had stolen significantly reduced her ready cash. She wasn't nearly as poor as the Weasleys had been, but if she wasn't careful she would be. The sudden outbreak of fires and explosions on confirmed Death Eater properties horrified the Ministry. They were convinced Death Eaters were attempting highly dangerous dark magic to turn on the wizarding world, hiding their work in supposedly empty manors behind powerful protective enchantments. It was only a matter of time before they succeeded, the Ministry reasoned. Equally horrifying, from their point of view, was that the ministry could only find generic dark magic residue of whatever it was that destroyed the manors so thoroughly. No records of anything that could cause such widespread destruction existed in the ministry. The Muggles were equally upset. Because the explosions harmed no Muggles nor damaged any Muggle property, the Muggle minister acceded to Minister Bones' request for secrecy. The Muggle minister buried the news under the Official Secrets Act. The locals were all told the light and noise was a military test or that it was a leaking gas tank explosion. That and few selective obliviates of locals kept quiet the Muggle end of the problem. The Death Eater's relatives, on the other hand, were demanding that the ministry find the person or persons responsible for the destruction of their manors. They vehemently denied that anyone had been involved in anything magically dangerous on those properties. However, since the properties were allegedly unoccupied, and had been for some time, they could provide no proof. Naturally, only the pure-blood fanatics in the ministry believed them. Travers was the only exception. Instead of raging at the ministry and demanding that they catch the culprits responsible for destroying her manor, she kept her mouth closed and simply said she had no idea what happened. Gilderoy clearly saw she was afraid to draw the attention of whomever it was that had so thoroughly destroyed her finances. The day after her questioning at the ministry that left the Aurors quite vocally upset at her obstinacy, she received a 2,000 galleon owl delivery with a note saying simply, "Thank you." That reinforced her determination to remain quiet. Her continued evasions simply convinced the ministry that their suspicions were correct. "Good morning, Madam Minister," Harry Gilderoy said as he entered her office on October 15th. "I'm so glad you could find the time for me." Today he was dressed in a lilac ensemble and was, as always, perfectly coiffed. "I always have time for you, Gil." She returned his wide smile with one of her own. Her goblin contacts had told her Lockhart was the richest wizard on the planet. If you separated House Lockhart from House Slytherin, Lockhart was the richest in the UK, due to the basilisk ingredient sales they told her, followed by House Black. As the acknowledged regent for House Potter, even though Sirius was the boy who lived's godfather, he took the third position as well. As an interesting aside, the Lestranges were no longer on the top 50 list. What had happened to their fortune was a mystery, and the goblins refused to say if they knew anything. That 4 of the other 7 Azkaban prisoners had also disappeared from the goblins' list of the richest houses and individuals in the UK was also an intriguing bit of news. The destruction of their manors was a substantial blow to their finances, true, but such a loss shouldn't have wiped them out completely. What had happened to their vaults? The two sat on the couch and chair to one side of her office, sipping tea. "I've been reading about these mysterious explosions. Dreadful business, that," Gilderoy said. He spent the next 15 minutes telling her about his adventures in fighting dark wizards that he had not yet put into any book. All were real stories from the future war Harry had fought. That she, as head of the DMLE, had never heard of any of these duels, made her highly doubtful of their reality. But she did wonder why the truth spell on the couch failed to trigger at the clear falsehoods. When her smile became a bit fixed, he knew he had worn out his welcome, as he had planned. Once more, he had convinced her he was an empty-headed braggart with delusions of competence and authority. But a very rich empty-headed braggart with delusions of competence and authority. And his control of the Wizengamot gave him political clout no one else could match, especially with both Malfoy and Dumbledore effectively removed from the scene. That made him simply too powerful to offend with an interruption. He smiled at her broadly. "Oh, I almost forgot. The reason I came to visit today is that I need to visit Azkaban once more. While Bellatrix Lestrange née Black is no longer in residence." He wasn't about to lie and say she was dead in case the minister had a truth detection spell in the room. Let her assume he was being polite about the witch's death. "I should probably check on the states of her husband and his brother. They are related family, now, much as I regret it." No one suspected that he had destroyed the Lestrange manor. Its destruction hadn't been nearly as flashy as the others, merely a fire that had gutted the unplottable building hidden behind its protective enchantments in the early morning hours before anyone normally woke. And now he needed to take care of the Lestrange brothers. He wanted to leave Belladonna in the clear should they escape in the future or magic react to their still being alive in the event the girl ever decide to marry. This time, Minister Bones did not accompany him on his little trip to hell on earth. She just wrote out a pass for him to show the guards and warden. "Thank you so much for your assistance, Amelia," he said, taking the parchment from her and starting towards the door. He had just put his hand on the doorknob when he said, "Oh, I was thinking about how Barty Crouch, Jr., managed to escape Azkaban, and it occurred to me that there was a lesson there. With help, anyone can escape Azkaban." Reluctantly, the minister nodded her agreement. He could feel her emotions spike, wondering what little problem he was about to drop in her lap this time. "So, I thought, why not put a spell on each Death Eater sentenced to Azkaban that is tied to the containment enchantments? Should a Death Eater leave without someone, say, an unspeakable, removing that spell, he, or she, would die when they are more than a mile from the prison enchantments. Perhaps you could make it a tattoo. I'm sure the unspeakables can come up with a clever idea. That way, you never, ever, have to worry about a breakout. And, if you want to release someone for any reason, you simply remove the spell with a counter spell that requires the presence of an unspeakable." He nodded his head to her, and then left her office with a parchment authorizing his visit to the desolate island. As he had the last time he visited Azkaban, he used Confundo and Stupefy to hide his actions from his escort. An Obliviate on the both prisoners removed the memory of him drawing runes on their heads that slowly drained their magic into the environment around them. No one would see the runes under their hair. In a month, maybe two, both would die from magical exhaustion and the terrible conditions that their magic could no longer assist them in surviving. The runes, being nearly invisible and kept in place by their own magic, would disappear entirely after their deaths. His visit on October 22 to Little Hangleton took under an hour. Planning the trip took much thought and several days. At first, he had planned simply to remove the bones. But then he realized that if Voldy checked beforehand and discovered no bones, he might choose another solution to getting a body. One, Harry might not be able to interrupt or sabotage. If Harry left the bones, then at least he had a fallback position should he fail to catch the bastard in Albania. But he didn't want to leave the bones as is, he had to do something. He finally settled on a wicked compromise, one worthy of a marauder prank. Every bone in the graveyard with a patrilineal link to Riddle he removed and replaced with engorged squirrel bones. Unfortunately, the bone of the father spell would fail if he simply stopped at that point. So, throughout each bone he melded a tiny amount of powder of bone from Tom Riddle's father. If a Voldemort follower cast the spell requiring bone of the father, the bone brought to surface would contain no more than a very tiny fraction of his father, the rest would be squirrel. What came out of the cauldron after the ritual should be rather interesting. And definitely not very snake-like. The rest of October he spent working on the I was Imperiode. Death Eaters. Those were much tougher to come up with a good plan. The families were difficult because there always seemed to be someone at home. It was worse for those with house elves, as even when all the family members were gone, that still left the house elves. He had to strike those families with multiple house elves from his list. One always remained behind and there would be no way to evacuate or warn the little guy beforehand. The others, most being in full residence, became a problem of logistics, waiting for a moment when no one was home. That left the bachelors, Snape and Yaxley. Snape was never home, which was great, but his home was in a Muggle neighborhood and a fuel air bomb would take out most of the town. But he was also gone for 10 months of the year. That gave Harry time to work on a solution for breaking the protective enchantments. After raiding the Lestranges and the vaults of the others, Harry Gilderoy had a dark magic library second only to House Black, which he also thoroughly examined. A Curse Breaker's toolkit, with the owner's instructions and field notes, was an invaluable find. He wanted the Carrows as his next target, but Dobby didn't raid them until almost February. On consideration, Harry had decided that leaving them alive would be a mistake. Their twins, Flora and Hestia, fortunately, were firsties this year and not home. He didn't know if their mother was Alecto or the witch married to Amicus. In either case, he only had to wait until Amicus' wife and their lone house elf left the manor that the brother and sister shared. Based on what he remembered of their ineptitude in the final war, neither were sufficiently skilled or alert to notice Dobby's activities until it was far too late. Fortunately, Dobby could handle the raid by himself. The girls would need something to live on, so Dobby would be leaving the key behind. The goblins later confirmed that the inheritors of the estate were the two girls and their mother, not Electo, at the reading of the will. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.